Good morning, everyone. While the Washington Capitals clinch the top seed in the Eastern Conference for the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs with a 5-4 shootout win over the Carolina Hurricanes.
The defenseman down the right wing. In on Lindgren. Bottom hash mark. Saved by Lindgren. And the Capitals win. A 5-4 victory via the shootout. And the Capitals lock up the number one seed in the Eastern Conference.
Zach Fish on the call, heard here on The Fan, as the Capitals will more than likely play Montreal or Ottawa in the first round. Interestingly enough, those two play tonight. Washington has 4 games remaining in the regular season. The Stanley Cup playoffs open next weekend. This morning, John Keim reporting that the Washington Commanders are signing Josh Johnson, the veteran quarterback, to a 1-year deal. And the second round of the Masters is underway. Justin Rose, who shot a 7 under 65 to lead after the opening round. He's on the course already. He is 1 under par today through 3 holes. So Rose has a 4-stroke lead. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom. By Worldwide Golf, get there. From the Krupp Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B Mitch and Finley. All the boys are back together this morning. Good morning, B Mitch. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
Oh, man, there's plenty for us to discuss, dude. We got a busy show. Ben Standig's going to by. I am willing to hang this up in this room because it's awesome. However, we need some level of commitment that the heathens around this place won't take it.
Well, you know nobody from the show gonna take it.
I think
it's them fools that come in here when we not around.
Right. I think we can hang this up in here. What do you think?
Yeah.
Now, I may write B. Mitch and Finley on it, like in a marker on the back. And then if it does appear somewhere else sometime, those people know they will face our wrath.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the towel is very cool.
We're going to lay hands on them, and we're not talking about it in a Christian way.
Yeah, no. But dude,
but like I saw, I didn't see the final. It was 0-2 at one point.
Right. So that's what I wanted to get to. The record is awesome. Ovi has broken it. He is the goal king. They have this throne up that said Great Chase, and now it says Goal King, which is just so damn cool.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, it's time to start playing hockey again. Carberry said it. I had an interview with Leonsis yesterday. He said it.
Yeah, they won that game, dog.
They came back to win.
Yes.
But it's 2-0 early. They get a goal right before the end of intermission. Then they have an excellent second period. The second period was like, all right, the Caps remembered who they are. They're playing really good hockey. And then the Canes get one late where they pulled the goalie. They were able to get one. Washington got to win. It was a very needed win. They lock up the number 1 seed in the East. I don't know. There was a big game last night between Montreal and Ottawa that could have a real impact on who the Caps will play in the first round. One thing I've heard, and I don't know enough about this, B, but it kind of tracked for me. All right, so apparently Montreal plays Ottawa tonight. That's a big game because the wild card, the first round matchup's either going to be Montreal or Ottawa. It looks like right now it looks like it's going to be Montreal. We'll be monitoring that.
All right.
But I found this fascinating. I heard this. So yesterday I had to go to Monumental. I taped a Beltway football draft show, which is going to be really cool. You can watch that this weekend, me and Mitch. And then I was at Cap One all evening for Channel 4. Got to talk to Leonsis, and I'm just talking to a lot of people that are like really wired into the hockey world. And like, you know how it was for us as the Skins were getting into the playoff run, we had a pretty good idea, like, all right, what do TV partners want? Where do we think this game will end up?
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a surprise at all that the first game was a night game. The Tampa game was a night game. The Detroit game was a night game. They knew Jaden moved the needle.
Hell yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, here's what I've learned. And this isn't gospel, but you know how we've become accustomed to Caps games being the big national game on playoff times?
Yeah.
Especially like Caps Rangers, Caps Bruins, stuff like that. Apparently, the Canadian teams go at night. Like, you don't get big national games with a Canadian team in the first round, generally. That's not to say it won't happen, but I think if we're looking ahead, the playoffs could start as early as next Saturday.
Damn.
They probably will, honestly. And in my mind, I'm like, all right, the Caps will probably get like a Sunday afternoon slot at home. From what I'm hearing, and this is not a lock at all, but just generally what folks are saying is like, expect them to be like Sunday night or Monday night as the opener. So you're talking, if you're looking at a calendar, like the Caps' last game, regular season game, is next Thursday in Pittsburgh. Easter is that Sunday, the 20th. Like the Caps' first playoff game could be like Easter Sunday night or even Monday, the 21st. Because remember, you got so many. The first round of the NHL playoffs, you got 16 teams playing. There's a lot of games to try to figure out.
What time did that game actually start last night, though?
Dog, 7:45.
Okay, because I know it was like 8:30 something. I thought it was supposed to start at 7:30, 7 to 7:30, and it was 2-0, and they still had like 3 or 4 minutes left in the first period. I'm like, what the hell happened?
So I don't know. I think it was always slated to be a 7:30 start, but then so the game was obviously on Monumental. And shout out Landfill, I learned something. Joe B was battling his voice. He was having some voice problems. Joe B didn't call the game on TV last night. I think Koken called it.
Okay.
Maybe Walton called it because Walton wasn't on the radio, at least when I was driving home. Let's see, White Brian, figure out who was calling the games last night. But Joe B still did the ceremony beforehand, and I got to hear him during mic check and stuff. He sounded okay. But so I think it was slated for 7:30. Then they scheduled this ceremony, which was really cool. I mean, Obi's family was out there. He got gifts. The kids got gifts. It was really cool. But I think the ceremony then pushed it back a little later. So it was kind of a late game for a standard, just a regular game against Carolina. But I think the best thing that's going to happen for Washington now, for the Caps, 4 games left, 2 against Columbus, then the Islanders and the Penguins. There's only 1 home game left. So if you want to get the kids to a game before prices will probably jump for the playoffs, it's got to be this Sunday at 6 o'clock. Otherwise, you're going on the road. Now, the teams they have left aren't that good. They're not playoff teams. The Penguins are definitely not a playoff team. The Islanders looks unlikely. Columbus looks unlikely. 4 games left. Getting your mind right before the playoffs. Be what do you think Carberry wants to see in these final 4? Is there a he wants them 4-0, he wants them 3-1, or is it more about just like getting their
want to see
right?
the way that they play hockey is prevalent. He don't want to see them having those periods, like you said, where they fall off. He just want to see that the what's the word I'm looking for here? The operation of their offense, their power play, their penalty kill, all that stuff is working. And, like people are not getting disinterested and just falling off without them being mentally into it at points. He gets that, and I think if he knows if he gets that, they are good enough to go out there and handle people. Again, 5-4 last night. Obi didn't score.
Right.
That's what makes me get it cool, because we know how Obi lives up to the moments. And if you got everybody else that can still put the puck in, it's going to make him even more deadly down the stretch.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. So good win for the Caps. It was overtime win. They clinched the 1 seed. Sure seems like they're going to play Montreal, but a big game tonight in Canada to determine if it's Montreal or if it is Ottawa.
Doesn't make a difference, though.
Well, I'll tell you what makes a difference for me personally. Montreal is considered one of the great cities in North America. It's a really cool city. I think Ottawa has the same amount of sexy attractiveness as like Columbus, Ohio. Like I just don't think, I think Ottawa's like a small little government town. I'd say there's a pretty good chance I'll go on the road to cover these games for Channel 4. I want Montreal.
Lauren was Ottawa. Hey, what the hell are you talking about how sexy it is for JP?
I mean, like,
you're going to cover the damn game.
I mean, like culturally, like
I'm
restaurants.
just saying.
John Walton called the game on TV, and there was somebody else on the radio that I was listening to. When I got home, I did watch the game, but it was a second screen. I hadn't been home to chill out with the wife for a while, so we watched Bravo. B Mitch. I thought Bravo got the big screen last night. I had Masters replay on one and the Caps on the other.
Gotcha.
Speaking of Masters replay, Scotty Scheffler, dude. I recognize Justin Rose is out in front, and that's great.
Well,
and
Justin Rose is out in front a lot. Then
Yeah.
he get caught. He just get.
He's a really good player. I mean,
He's a good player,
he's
but
done it for a long time.
He does it on the first 2 days,
Right.
and then later on,
He's out there again.
He
dude.
fades, man. But
He's one under
I
today.
saw him at
-4.
I saw him at -8 yesterday at one point.
He's at -8 right now.
Okay,
so he's through 4 holes.
He finished -7 then yesterday.
He bogeyed 18.
Okay,
but he picked up a birdie on 2 today. They're off and running.
I just wouldn't want Scheffler biting in my heels.
No.
Just saying.
But, dude, I think, listen, Rory kind of choked late, which is unfortunately a pattern for him. I think, Scheffler doesn't blink. Oberg looked good. DeChambeau looked good. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of football left in Augusta. But
You mean a lot of golf?
Football. But B, the absolute story of the Masters yesterday. We'll get into our pool and all the things, right? But I don't know how this is going. It's kind of under the radar, I would say. I was listening to our guy Porath on his podcast this morning driving downtown. Brian, are you familiar with Jose Luis Ballester?
Heard the name before.
I believe he won the U.S. Am. I believe he won the U.S. Amateur. I'm not sure on that. He's an amateur that plays at Arizona State. Well, how do you feel about the hats with the upside down letters on them? You know the hats I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen them.
How do you feel about those? Indifferent?
I don't really care.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about them. I can't. I want to allow people to do whatever makes them happy, but Landfill, how do you feel about the hats with upside down lettering on them? You appreciate them? We're going to get you one. This kid Ballester, amateur, Mitch. You know Amen Corner? Like Ray's Creek that goes through there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is, as far as exclusive places in the world, Ray's Creek, Amen Corner is probably among the most treasured, talked about places in the world.
Yeah, especially golf world.
Yeah, especially the golf world. But
Yeah.
I'm saying the whole damn world. Do you know what my guy did yesterday? He took a leak in the creek with the whole tournament.
During the tournament?
Yes. Doug, I'm reading now from Yahoo Sports.
Wait. Hold on. Let's backpedal a little bit. No one told him that you could run over there to one of those porta potties?
I read now from Yahoo Sports. At Augusta National, nature is an ever-present...
Is he still playing today? They didn't kick you out of the tournament?
At Augusta National, nature is an ever-present force, but you should be very careful how you answer its call. On particularly dry days, the grounds crew at Augusta will sprinkle the property to maintain proper hydration. In the first round of the 2025 Masters, amateur Jose Luis Ballester apparently decided to do a little sprinkling of his own behind the 13th green. I completely forgot that we had those restrooms to the left of the tee box, Ballester said after completing a 4-over round. I'm like, I really need to pee. Didn't really know where to go. And he went. Doug, he was playing with Justin Thomas. Like, there's a lot of people watching this.
But listen, hey, I know you usually here. Where you go take a leak at, man? I really got to go. Porta potties, dog.
Listen.
But just JP, hold on. Let's just get this straight. Hold on now. Amen's Corner is probably one of the most populated places during the tournament. If we're on the golf course, you know, we take liberty on the golf course.
Sure.
But not in the area, not the whole right by the clubhouse.
Right.
So basically,
that's even us playing at Reston National.
He was by the clubhouse, and he just said, "I'm gonna do it right here."
I continue to read.
Oh my Lord!
At the same time, playing partner Justin Thomas had just hit his ball out of bounds on his approach and was taking his penalty shot, giving Ballester a bit of cover. Since JT had an issue on the green, Ballester explained, I'm just going to sneak here in the river, and probably people would not see me that much. The river, in fact, is a branch of Rays Creek, and in fact, people did see him, so much so that they applauded the effort. Probably one of the claps that I got today really loud, said Ballester. So that was kind of funny. Asked if he would do it again. It was not embarrassing at all for me. If I had to do it again, I would do it again. I mean,
I think he's gonna get talked to.
Oh, the Green Jackets are coming for you.
They probably talked to him last night. Look, bro, you do that one more time, you'll never play here again. And I know somebody's out there saying, well, the man had to go. They are different down there in Augusta.
They also have bathrooms.
They have bathrooms for you. But how can your caddy didn't say something?
I don't know.
Listen, man, I can understand at an amateur tournament when not many people there, you're at probably the most watched golf tournament in the world. And you just go out there when you got all those the patrons were out there. The patrons got the P word yesterday. They saw it.
Yeah, I love the way different outlets put a headline on this. USA Today, Masters amateur Jose Luis Ballester urinates in Rays Creek. CNN, golfer Jose Luis Ballester brings whole new meaning to taking relief. That's a good one. NBC Sports, Masters 2025, amateur Jose Luis Ballester admits to urinating in Rays Creek. Yahoo Sports, I really need to pee. Amateur golfer takes relief at Amen Corner.
He was even on Amen's Corner.
I mean,
wow, man, that's interesting now,
dude. So somebody sent me this headline. Like, you know how you get a million text threads with your golf buddies? So I had a text thread with a golf buddy yesterday, and this thing got sent to me with a New York Post headline, and I didn't blink because I thought it was fake.
A joke. Yeah.
You know that meme that was going around for a while when you clicked on it and it was a picture of that fella?
Yeah.
Did you ever get that one during COVID, Big Wood? I thought that was for sure a Big Wood thing, and I was like, I'm not clicking on that. Nobody's dumb enough to pee in Rays Creek at the Masters.
Obviously they are.
Sure enough. That was.
So his dude been waiting for this opportunity to play there. He may not get another chance.
Dude, he's an AM, so it's hardly a given.
It's hardly a given. We're not inviting him back.
Congrats to the Caps. 1 seed in the East, still very much in play for the President's Trophy. There is a lot of complicated history. Should Washington be the 1 seed, get the President's Trophy, and play an 8 seed Montreal Canadiens? I don't even want to think about it. Although the Winnipeg Jets have really kind of distanced themselves. Washington has 109 points. Winnipeg is now at 112 points. Same amount. Washington's played one less game though, so they're right there. Mm-hmm. We will all watch and see how that unfolds. Caps have 4 games left before the playoffs start. It's going to be a hell of a playoff run for your Washington Capitals. Now, Brian, Last night, I didn't get home that late, so I was able to go through the front door, which is a pleasant surprise these days. But the absolute best thing we've done at my house in the last few months is getting a new garage door. I worked with the folks at Door Pro America, and they completely changed my house. We had an old, loud, creaky, cranky, ugly garage door. And when I talked to the fellas, they said, listen, let us come out, let us check things out, and then we'll show you what all the options are. They had this really cool iPad with like 100 different Photoshop options of my garage, of possible garage doors on my house, and we got an awesome one. They brought also the app, that MyQ app. B, I think you have it too. You can open your door anywhere. Say you got some like a worker coming to the house, you can let them in and then close them out. It's got a camera. From the MyQ technology to this, if you just need replacement, maintenance, whatever it is, or a brand new garage door like I did, call Door Pro America. These guys are experts. They helped us narrow down the options and provided an awesome recommendation based on our needs and just, frankly, what looked good at our house. Whole process couldn't have been easier. They're based locally. They've been proudly serving the DMV for over 50 years. They do it all: garage door and opener repairs, maintenance, or the new installs like me. They are seasoned pros, and they get it done the right way. Call today. Ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or you can check out the website, doorproamerica.com.
Good morning, everyone. Well, the Washington Capitals clinched the top seed in the Eastern Conference for the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs with a 5-4 shootout win over the Carolina Hurricanes.
The defenseman down the right wing. In on Lindgren. Bottom hash mark. Saved by Lindgren. And the Capitals win. A 5-4 victory via the shootout. And the Capitals lock up the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference.
Zach Fish and the Cole heard here on The Fan, as the Capitals will more than likely play Montreal or Ottawa in the first round. Interestingly enough, those two play tonight. Washington has 4 games remaining in the regular season. The Stanley Cup playoffs open next weekend. This morning, John Keim reporting that the Washington Commanders are signing Josh Johnson, the veteran quarterback, to a 1-year deal. And the second round of the Masters is underway. Justin Rose, who shot a 7 under 65 to lead after the opening round. He's on the course already. He is 1 under par today through 3 holes. So Rose has a 4-stroke lead. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom. By Worldwide Golf, get there. From the Krupp Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley. 106.7 The Fan. Right now, time to get on the Rude Guest Hotline. Talk to our friend, Mr. Ben Standig from The Athletic. Covers the Commanders. Really locks in around draft time. What up, Benny? How you doing?
Fellas, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
For sure, man. I guess we start with this Josh Johnson stuff. They got Mariota back already. Still got Hartman. I feel like it's kind of weird. What do you make of the move to acquire Josh Johnson?
Yeah, I feel like this was a little odd to me in the sense that, I'm looking ahead, right? Mariota re-signed to a 1-year deal, and, he's getting up there a little bit. He can still play, but let's just imagine he's not back next year. Who's the 2026 backup? And it felt like the third string here would be an opportunity to, possibly develop somebody, whether that's Sam Hartman or a younger guy. I mean, Jeff Driscoll was not a kid, but, a little bit younger guy. Josh Johnson turns 39 next month. And he's played on 100 teams, so I don't see him being the answer next year. And you already have a vet in Mariota, so look, he's obviously a guy that's played in this league a lot. Teams trust him if they need.
He's been here
if he goes in.
It's a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah, 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So it just feels a little bit odd, I guess, that you went for a 39-year-old as the third string when you already have Mariota. But again, it's for this year. He's fine option, and we'll see if that plays out that he's the third guy, or unless, say, Sam Hartman, is able to wow the coaches.
Yeah, because you have Driscoll. We'll see. It's interesting. My most relevant Josh Johnson nugget is that late in whatever year that was, they had Peterson and the 100 quarterbacks got hurt. 18, yeah. And Josh Johnson was a quarterback. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville.
Yep.
I watched him warm up in pregame warm-ups down on the field. Josh Johnson has an absolute rocket.
Mm-hmm.
Not the most accurate arm, but it's strong. And I saw him. He was warming up. When these quarterbacks don't really test it that much. And he threw a ball so hard that the dude missed catching it, and it went all the way down the tunnel. Like they just happened to be standing next to where he went. The ball went all the way down the tunnel. I was like, okay.
You got a cannon.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know where it's going, but he got a cannon.
And then the next week they were in Tennessee, and Adrian Peterson almost willed them to a victory on his own. And then Johnson threw a back-breaking pick late in that game. That's when Swearinger went nuts afterwards, if anybody remembers that.
Mm-hmm.
Those were interesting times, man.
It's been some interesting times.
All right, Benny, but specifically I wanted to have you today to talk draft. So Josh Johnson's in town. Maybe we do a Josh Johnson segment a little later, B. But I want to lean into the draft with Ben because I know how much work he puts into it. They pick 29th. Let's start here. Do you think they pick 29th?
I mean, I think ideally they would love to trade out. And I mean, Adam Peters said as much when we spoke to him down at the owners meeting. They only have the 5 picks. The thing about this draft is from I don't even know, say 15 to in the 40s, the opinions are going to vary dramatically in terms of how players are ranked because there's not viewed as much variance between them. So trading down a few spots would not only get them an extra pick or two, but also they're probably not going to miss out on a talent tier for the most part. So that's what they would like to do. Obviously, it takes 2 to tango. Their best bet, I would think, is that the quarterback slide. Shador Sanders, not just gets past 2 and 3, he goes into the 20s, and not that necessarily a team would trade up he would be there at 29, but now maybe Jackson Dart is still on the board and the team wants to trade up, or Jalen Milroe if this, recent buzz about him possibly being in the first round is real. I think that's probably your best hope in terms of trading down. So I'll ultimately just say yes, just because the odds are there, but definitely they would love to trade down.
Man, I kind of feel like they put themselves in a position where, they got a lot of these veteran players on these 1-year, 2-year deals and things of that nature, to where they don't have to go after a certain position. They're put themselves in a position where they can pick best player available or go wherever they decide to go based on who's there. You see it the same way, or you think that they have to go in a certain position?
It's so bizarre. On the one hand, I agree with you 100%. They did a good job of covering up any perceived weaknesses to a degree, and they have a rotation really at about every position. There's no position where you're well, if they don't draft somebody, they are hosed. They're just lacking upside at certain spots, namely edge rusher. Possibly they could use a corner. I think they could use more speed on offense. But they did enough across the board that they can kind of go best player available mode. And then you combine them picking at 29 when you don't exactly know who's even going to be there. And it makes for a very challenging situation. They don't have, like I said, that screaming need. I would, say edge and corner would be probably top of my list. And I think we look at the draft board, that makes a lot of sense for what's likely to be there, not just in the first round, but then if you look at the second round, that could influence what they do. But yeah, I agree. They could, there's almost, other than quarterback, I don't know that there's a position that you could say to me, boy, they're going to draft this guy. And I would be like, well, that's weird. Anything to me would be on the table, but obviously a couple positions stand out more than others.
So I totally agree that it's obviously not going to be a quarterback. I also think it's not one other position I think you could lock out if they pick at 29 is tight end. You bring Ertz back, you re-sign Bates, you just took Sennett. That's the only other position I think you could lock out. I think outside of that, it is BPA with a lean towards edge. I think it works well that there are edge guys available there that make a lot of sense. Standig, I need you to not rain on my parade, okay? It's raining enough outside. Even B Mitch would call this rain outside.
Yeah.
I like the kid, Michael Williams from Georgia, a lot. I think he's a top 10, top 15 player who's going to slide a little because he played hurt last year. Tell me he can get to 29.
Well, do you want me to tell you he can get to 29, or do you want me to not rain on your parade? What?
Tell him the truth. He can handle it. He's a grown man.
So I think, again, this is where it gets really interesting. Like, we know Abdul Carter is going to be the first edge rusher. He'll go off the board, somewhere by the third pick. There's another 5 or 6 guys, maybe even a little bit more, that could go in round one. But finding any consensus on the order is really rough. To look at Michael Williams in particular, like, there are projections where he goes, 8 to Carolina or 9 to the Saints, 10 to the Bears.
Damn.
But he's also on the other big board, public big boards. He's rated in the 20s. And it's a similar story with guys like Shamar Stewart and Donovan Ezeraku, et cetera. So I'm going to assume he's not going to be there. There does seem to be enough people out there who like his game. He was a team captain. He didn't have the best 2024 season, partly because of an ankle injury. But when you compare him side by side to Jalen Walker, another outside edge presence, who's probably also going to go high in the first round, like he compares very, very favorably. But he may slip, but I don't know if I see him slipping to 29.
Yeah, I think it's like 24.
Yeah, I mean, there's just too many teams that are going to value that position. I mean, we can talk about some of the other fun spots, but edge rushers cost a ton of money when you have to go sign one or extend one. So to be able to draft a guy that could help you, those guys just don't stay around, and I'd be surprised if he's there at 29.
It's lion season, right?
He ain't gonna make it. I know.
I've heard about that.
So a lot of these things you're starting to hear, that's people trying to make you think something, and they're gonna be drafting them.
He ain't getting there. But I'd like it if he did. I know you just put out your mock on your podcast. People should check that out, listen to it. What do you have them doing at 29 right now?
So for me, this is sort of like when I do my mocks. I didn't do this on the pod, but I kind of play it out through round 2 because I think it's important to see not just what's there when your team picks in the first round, but there's always every team needs multiple spots. So what's available later on in the draft? Washington, we know, does not have a third round pick, so we're just looking at the top 2 for the most part. And edge rusher, again, they've got they've got enough pieces to work with, but really it's not the most exciting groups, to say the least. The thing is, though, that at the end of the second round, I think there's going to be some guys still on the board, whereas corner, I think, thins out a bit earlier. And if they are high on some guys, I think Siobhan Ravel from East Carolina is a really fascinating player. He had a lot of first-round buzz before he had an ACL tear last year. That's knocked him down. And also, he played against, lesser competition than a power conference school. But people I've talked to really are fascinated by his coverage skills. He's got good size. Press corner would fit here. He's got that dog competitor aspect that this group, that this coaching staff likes. So for me, it's like a guy like that versus, say, either a Nick Scorton at edge, who's he had 10.5 sacks as a sophomore at Purdue, was a team captain at 19. He's very competitive. Everything about him screams what Washington's looking for. He was a little bit of a down year last year stat wise at Texas A&M, but I think he fits a lot. James Pierce, the edge rusher from Tennessee, production-wise, there's no real debate. He just piled up the stats, and he also had the fastest 10-yard split among edge rushers at the combine, and that's a metric. Yeah, that's a metric Adam Peters definitely liked. There's seemingly some questions about his football motivations, I guess you could say. I don't know. So depending on what teams think of that, but again, I just think that when you're looking at this, there's better edge rushers later in round 2 than corner. So I'm going corner, and right now Ravel is the guy that kind of intrigues me the most.
That's really interesting. So on Beltway Football, we did our first and probably only mock draft yesterday, and I had them taking Ravel, but at 61. You don't think he gets that far?
So you like if you look at the public big boards, like our guy, the Athletic, Dane Brugler, put out his draft guide, The Beast, this week, and he has Ravel down around 61.
That's why I thought it. I mean, I thought he's a second rounder. I thought Washington could get a real player there.
And look, obviously that's what I'm saying with this draft. The evaluations are all over the place. But just in talking to some people about in the league about the corner spot, whenever I bring him up, you can see, I can hear it in their voice, or I can see it in their eyes. They get pretty excited about him. It's just, again, it's a little tricky of an evaluation. He doesn't have a ton of starts in college because he kind of, just a little bit of a late bloomer. He's also an older guy. He's 24, right? I mean, that's not not ideal, right? If you're talking sort of long term, but basically you're kind of thinking, what's the upside here? Has he already reached it? Whereas like other guys, maybe you're like, hey, there's still a lot more to go. But yeah, I think he's interesting. Look, they could also have in that range was it Maxwell Harrison from Kentucky ran like one of the fastest 40 times at the combine. Azaria Thomas from Florida State, not the fastest corner, but excellent size and press coverage ability. Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. Like, there's a bunch of corners that could be their choice at 29, but I just kind of like Ravel, and I'm curious to see what they think of that, what their evaluation is.
All right, we will keep our eyes posted. Maybe we do this again before the draft, Benny. Thank you for the time, man.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a great weekend.
All right, bro. Take care, man.
That is Ben Standig from The Athletic joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline. You can check out his work at Ben Standig. We come back, little Masters update. Fred Smoot joins us at 11.
Yeah, you can join me this weekend for the Masters Watch Party Sunday from 1 to 5 at the Muni. The Muni is an interactive golf-themed bar with golf simulators, putting greens, interactive darts, and more. Plus, you have drink specials, contest games, and more. That's this Sunday from 1 to 5 at the Muni, 1400 14th Street, Northwest. It's working now. Just put me back up there.
B Mitch and Finley 1067. It's a little premature to tell everybody what day it is, but at 11, I'll tell you. We'll also have Fred Smoot, who will happily oblige. All right. We got a Masters pool going. They're off and running in Augusta. Justin Rose is leading, but giving some back. I kind of expect him to give a lot back.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes. As for the boys,
who's in last place?
Me by a lot. Damn. My first two picks crushed me, Morikawa and Rahm.
Don't worry, man. You're gonna be okay.
Russell Henley is really who screwed me.
Man.
Are we dropping one low score? Didn't we agree to that?
No.
I thought we did.
We never.
So we're dropping the worst score from every team, right?
Fake news.
We never said that.
I think we're dropping.
It's amazing. You know what? You're starting to remind me of Bees and Brendan. You should become a bee because they always come up with different rules as the game go on to benefit them. And you do that all the time, too.
You would still be in last place even if you got rid of Henley. You realize that, though,
Yeah,
right?
but it'd be a lot closer. I'm currently 17 strokes behind White Bryan. Also, can we address the elephant in the room? White Bryan just cheated. He was taking dudes that were under par during the draft.
We never told him he couldn't.
I know, but he's a cheater.
But my two best golfers weren't ones that were golfing when we drafted.
All right, so let's go through it. White Bryan is in first place. He took Joaquin Niemann, Ludwig Oberg, Victor Hovland, and Brian Harman. Harman and Hovland are each 1 under par. Niemann's even, and Oberg is 4 under, giving White Bryan a total of 282. Second place, Professor Landini. He took Scheffler, good pick. Schauffele 1 over. Shane Lowry 1 under.
Chalk.
And Tommy Fleetwood 1 over. Tied for, I suppose, third, Brian Mitchell and Jeff Walker.
Yeah.
Jeffrey had the number 1 pick, took Rory McIlroy, who was cruising right until he wasn't. 15's a bear. The double on 17 was bad. Rory even par. Bryson DeChambeau shot a 69. Jeff, you like that number?
Hey, yo.
Brooks Koepka, 2 over par. Patrick Cantlay, even par. Jeff's in the door at 289.
Cantlay.
Brian Mitchell took JT, who was all over the place. Now, generally, to your credit, B, when JT opens with one of these all over the place scrambling rounds,
he comes back on fire.
The next day he's on fire.
Yeah.
So that'll be an interesting thing to watch.
Yeah.
Batia, who did you watch any of him? Last night I watched all the highlights.
I saw a little bit of it.
That dude is wild. Like he hits some wild ass shots.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch.
He can smash it, though.
He can smash it. He can put it in the trees. He can chip from anywhere. Like it's a wild ride with that dude.
Yeah.
B as JT.
He kind of plays like you. No, I'm joking.
With that, no. JT, Batia, Willie Z, Zalatoris, and Sahith Thagala, 289. And then I'm 299. I mean, I'm 10 strokes back of B.
Yeah.
Who's tied for third.
Yeah.
I had Morikawa, John Rahm, Russell Henley, and Hideki Matsuyama. The way our pool is set up, if somebody misses the cut, they take an 80 on Saturday and Sunday. If Russell Henley doesn't go low today, I presume I need him at like 68.
Yeah. He's probably going to shoot 81.
I mean, I could be completely cooked.
It's very possible, Jay.
Now, the Masters.
The question I would ask is, why did you pick him?
Well, I think I picked the wrong dude. I wanted Harris English.
Hold on. Russell Henley, Harris English. How do you make that mistake?
Brian, I find myself able to do lots of things. Now, the Masters does have the most generous cut rules because it's top 50. My guy's in second to last place, though. Damn.
That place that you were at before, remember that?
Nick Dunlap is the Matt Valdez of this tournament. Did you see this dude Dunlap yesterday, B? Are you familiar with his work?
Nope.
Dog, he shot a 90.
Wait. He's a pro golfer?
He's a pro golfer.
And he shot 90 in a tournament?
He shot a 90.
Is his first time playing Augusta?
I don't know that, but you want to know something even more remarkable?
What?
He shot a 90 without a single 3-putt.
Wait. So this dude was getting on the greens when? Like line 5 or 6?
Yeah.
Dude, how do you shoot a 90 and don't have a 3-putt? Did he have a 4-putt?
I don't believe so.
So it's all 2-putts.
He's 21 years old. He's the first player in a decade to shoot a 90, the first under the age of 38 to shoot a 90.
I bet you if we go in there and let my man all black, always wears all black. We talk
Gary
about
Player.
Let Gary Player go play. He won't shoot it. He'll shoot his age or better.
He has clearly lost it. Like he can't.
He's gonna miss a cut.
Yeah,
he can't come back.
He shot a 90.
If he goes today and shoot 59, he probably that's the only thing that'll help him.
I don't know that.
We know that's not happening.
I don't know that anything's helping him at that point. Russ Henley, let's get a 66, buddy. When we come back, Fred Smoot joins the program.
Looking for something to do? Come join me tomorrow for a Masters watch party at this Sunday. Not tomorrow. On Sunday, join me from 1 to 5 p.m. at the Muni. The Muni is an interactive golf theme bar with golf simulators, putting greens, and interactive darts and more. Plus drink specials, contests, games, and more. That's this Sunday from 1 to 5 at the Muni, 1400 14th Street, Northwest.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Well, the Cavs beat the Canes 5-4 in an overtime shootout, and they lock up the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference for the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs. Tonight, the Nats open a series with the Marlins in Miami. First pitch at 7:10. Listen to it here on The Fan. The Wizards are in Chicago to take on the Bulls tonight at 8 on the Team 980. And the Commanders head to their quarterback room, signing veteran Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal. Now the second round of the Masters is underway. Justin Rose is already back on the course. He is even par through 5 holes. He birdied the par 5 second. He bogeyed the par 4 fifth. He's got a 3-shot lead. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom. By Worldwide Golf, get there. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
All right, folks. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday time. Scotty's Vodka is locally made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. To celebrate, our friend Mr. Fred Smoot joins the program. What's up, Smoot?
That
How are you,
Fred
buddy?
theme song?
Hey, but what's up, fellas? How you doing, man?
Your theme song is Shots?
Well, you know what, B Mitch? We took a couple of last night, in honor of the firefighters. So, why not, Lil John? A little John to do everybody good.
I'll be honest. I think the former player that I know that likes shots the most might be Portis. Nobody, remember when he would bring that, the tray of shot roulette out at the Skins dinners?
Yeah.
Those were dangerous.
Yeah, you run away from those.
No, I don't know, JP. I would one-up you with the John Riggins right there. I one-up you.
Something about burgundy and gold running backs, man. Fred, how you been, man? I feel like I haven't talked to you in a while. I know you guys had the great event last night. How'd it go?
That was a good event, man.
Man, it was so surreal. I think me and B Mitch sat there and went through this emotional roller coaster where we laughed, we kind of cried.
I started sweating and stuff.
Yeah, it was just like I say, it was surreal. I think it was so real that I don't think people understand the length that firefighters go through. I think when we hear the word firefighter, all we think about is burning buildings. But when they got to jump in the Potomac, when they have to go to a restaurant and rescue a little girl, that hand is caught in a meat grinder.
Yeah, I was telling him that story, bro. That shook me, dog.
No, it shook me. It's like the things that they go through, the things that they do. I have to give like their wife, their husband, all the props in the world because I couldn't fathom my mate coming home every night and telling me different stories of all the stuff that they have to go through every day.
Yeah, that was. I mean, and it was like DC Fire and EMS, and they had a lot of people being recognized for doing some amazing things, bro.
That's crazy.
Listen, I went there like, oh, yeah, we're going to go here and do this little MC thing. Man, you get caught. Emotional. Yeah. He's right. Emotional roller coaster, bro.
For sure. Fred, transitioning kind of to the football team, right? Fred Smoot joining us via the Rude Guest Hotline, the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can always give Fred a follow on X at FSmoot21, Sean T. Some news today. They signed Josh Johnson to be the third-string quarterback. It's going to be Johnson's second time with Washington. Last year, he backed up Lamar. Third string QB is not going to really make waves. I'm cool with it. How do you feel?
Josh Johnson is a feline. He has 9, 10, 11 lives. He's played for legitly, like, I think all 32 teams at some point in his career. So I applaud him. He never gave up. He kept living his dream. And the one thing I do is, in Peters, I trust. Like, I think this fan base has been scarred so much. So when we do get somebody in that knows how to do their job, we kind of second guess them. We kind of wonder what's going on. Well, I'm not doing that. Like, once you got a brain trust in there, once you got some guys in there that know what they're doing, I'm going to trust what they're doing. And Peters has earned my trust.
Do you think that the work with Lamar may be partially a reason why they bring him in?
Oh, good one right there. Like, yeah, when you bring in older quarterbacks, when you know you got your franchise quarterback, you're bringing them in for him to pick their brain, for him to learn from them. And, yeah, B Mitch, I think this right on line. Like, I've seen teams do this a lot. I've never understood. Like, last year, I didn't understood why Kenny Pickett was backing up Jalen Hurts. It was like two different quarterbacks doing two different things. You have to change the offense when he comes in. But I think this one was more of, let's bring some more knowledge in here. Let's take our guy to the next level. Nobody can tell him about the ups and downs of the NFL more than Josh Johnson. Nobody can like get in his shoes like Josh Johnson. Like, so we got Mariota, who was taking number 2. Our guy was taking number 2. Mariota won the Heisman. Our guy won the Heisman. So there was like a complete clone of each other. I think they learned from that.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, B. And I think they like Driscoll. Driscoll got some real money from the Texans to go back up Stroud. And I think this kind of just keeps it moving. Johnson's got a hell of an arm. He can throw all the routes when you're in camp, whatever it is you need to do. Fred, obviously the offseason's over. I think the two big acquisitions, right, are trades for Debo and Tunsil. Tunsil's the more important acquisition. Anytime you get a franchise left tackle, that matters. But, I'm excited to see Debo in Cliff Kingsbury's offense. How do you land on those two moves?
First of all, let's be honest. We don't see left tackles. I think the football gods shined on us. They remember the Trent Williams trade. And here go the thing about it. Peters was over there when he fleeced us of Trent Williams. And now he fleeces the Texans of Laramie Tunsil. So this is something that he's known to do. He said this year, I think he literally said it in this, and said, I'd rather have a known commodity instead of an unknown commodity. The one thing that I think people really get over their skis about when it comes to the draft is draft position. Like, everybody think because we draft in the top 10 is guaranteed to be a baller. That ain't the way the NFL goes. I can find me a baller in the 7th round. I can find me an undrafted guy. Like, we don't know what a guy's going to be until we get him around other guys that of their caliber. So what I try to tell people and I warn people about when it comes to the draft is relax. Understand that most of these guys won't be ready to play. And also, remember this when you think about the draft. It's not about just this year. We got some guys from last year that's going to mature and step up and make plays.
Yeah, like I think you mentioned this a couple of times. Like left tackles and quarterbacks don't become available.
Yeah,
Trent was one that left here, and he's still playing at a high level. Tulsa could be the same guy. The fact that the same GM has some familiarity with both moves, I'm kind of believing that he's going to be okay.
It's a very weird center of that Venn diagram. Yeah. You know what I mean? People that have traded for Trent Williams and traded for Laramie Tunsil.
I don't believe in coincidences, and they say lightning never strike twice in the same place, but I know a man that got struck by lightning 4 times, so it happened.
Who's that man?
Willie Smith the fifth.
Hey, he gonna get struck one more time.
Yeah.
His name the fifth.
You gotta round it out.
They gonna be calling him lightning strike 5 times.
Talking with our friend Fred Smoot here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, Fred, former Washington Redskin. Smoot, what do you think about the Debo move?
Man, I love the Debo move. I just think he's a Swiss Army knife. And as a defensive player, he's what we call an alert player, similar to when B Mitch played. When they come into the game, we have to alert that they're in the game. We don't know where they're going to line up at. We don't know how they're going to try to use them. We also don't understand what position he's going to play on the field anytime he's on the field. So when you have a guy like this and you got a quarterback that's equally unpredictable, I think that's the ultimate, piece. Like when you get these pieces on offense that makes us change how we play defense or make us play honest? Let me just say that. Makes us play honest and make us play bland coverages.
Yeah.
Like, think about this. With him being a running quarterback that actually throws better than he runs, it makes us, nobody can play man-to-man on him. They can't play two-man on him. They can't turn his back on him. So if Cliff Kingsbury know because of Jaden, they have to play either zone blitz or they have to play straight up cover 4 or cover 3, it limited what they can do, and it puts it like, put it like this. We dictate the terms now. Like, when we had these inferior quarterbacks, we went in trying to figure out what the defense is doing. Now the defense trying to figure out what we're doing, and they have to play honest. They cannot get exotic. They cannot try to go up above their skis. They have to say, we have to have all 11 eyes on 5. And when you got a Jedi, he can play mind tricks on you.
They got a Jedi, man. That is a huge advantage. We got our friend Fred Smoot on the line.
I think what he just said about having Debo, who you don't know where he's at, and with Jaden, that's going to screw some people up in their coverages. Like we saw for about 3 straight years here, where we were always communicating in the secondary after the ball was snapped. It's going to be people doing that this year.
Sure.
They're not going to know what the hell is going on.
I think no. Totally. Fred, it's funny, man. One of the things I always, when we have guests on, I always like pull up their stats. And we know you so well, and you've joined us so many times. I always am reminded by how impressed I am. Your rookie season, you grabbed 5 picks, dude. Yeah, that's hard to do, man.
Oh, no. You gotta realize I have had the luxury. I walked in a room with 3 Yellow Jackets, right?
Sure.
Champ Bailey, Dale Green, Deion Sanders. Trying to figure out where am I going to fit in this scenario. But what I did do is I tried to learn from all 3 of them. And one thing that Darryl told me, when you play across from a dominant corner, you need to be ready to take on some passes, make them throw back at us. And I think I did a good job of making them throw back at Champ, making them throw back at Darryl. And I also learned from him. Then I had the luxury of going to Minnesota and being with Antoine Winfield. So I came back and I played with D'Angelo Hall. I played with Carlos Rogers. So I've always been paired with great corners, and we make them throw back at each other. And that's the thing you want to do, man. Like, and that's why I got so much respect for Mikey Sainristil. The thing that he did, the way that he played, the way that he matured during the year, it was unbelievable to me. But once I got to meet him, it wasn't unbelievable because he's a great guy, first of all, and he understands how to play the cornerback position. It's like baseball. If I go 3 for 10, I'm an all-star. You know, it's a flawed. It's such a flawed position that people will get down on you, just like people got down on St. Juice and got down on Emmanuel Forbes. Like when we get burnt, the world sees it. Like they told me, nobody gonna love you at the corner position, but your girlfriend and your mama. Everybody else hates you. It's up and down.
Hey, you just made me think of something. Last night when they mentioned Fred also played in Minnesota, whole crowd started laughing. I wonder what they were laughing at.
Hey, B Mitch, I told him, I joined the Navy at a young age. It's not my fault,
Fred, what do you think about them adding another corner this year? They brought in a veteran from New Orleans. They brought in a veteran from New England. But still, do you think they should look to the draft for another corner?
I think Jonathan Jones and I think he's massive. Like everybody's looking at that. They're like, that's a little signing. That's a big signing. This is a guy that has played in Super Bowl. This is a guy that can play all 3 positions at the corner and can play a little safety. You bring in Rhea Harris. Don't forget him and Marshawn Lattimore shared time over there at the New Orleans Saints. So now you got some continuity back there. The one thing I really do love about what our guys doing. We're going into this draft and we have no glaring needs. We're going in here and saying we're going to take best players available no matter what room it is. And I think as I listen to the sports talk radio, everybody's trying to edge rusher. We're not going into this draft forced to get an edge rusher. Like, did you see last year that we brought Dante Fowler here? He got 10 sacks. We made it to the NFC Championship. Just because a guy does something the year before don't mean it's guaranteed that he's going to do it now. I think they're very optimistic about the way they're doing it, and I believe they're about the sum of the parts. Like, individually, if you write us on paper last year, we was not supposed to make the NFC Championship.
Yep.
But the sum of our parts was so good because we were so well coached, they never worried about it. And they not going to worry about it now. So don't think we're going to go in here and try to trade up and get somebody that, and reach for somebody. We're going to let things fall into our lap. What happened last year? Second round, fell into our lap. Like, things happen. I think we're going to be patient, and I think we're going to wait on calls.
See, that's the thing. Like, the part you stated about being coached up. We've talked so many times about being able to develop talent. They proved that last year in 1 year that they're able to do that. If they could keep doing that, then you don't always have to break the bank to try and get good talent. Because there's good talent, second, third, fourth, fifth round. Hell, some guys slip through the cracks just because they went to a smaller school. There may be an undrafted guy that come in here and make your team and ball out for you.
No, it's just like me playing with Antonio Pierce my rookie year. We knew Antonio went undrafted, and we was all wondering how did he go undrafted. He ended up winning the Super Bowl. People ask me about Edge. Do you not forget that Jean-Baptiste, he's making waves. Like, they love what he brings to the table. Like, everybody's trying to go out and shop and do other things. Worry about what you got in-house. Worry about development. That's what this team is about. It's about developing in-house, and they understand. And people are like, well, if y'all developing in-house, why are y'all going out and y'all making these trades? We're making these trades because the free agent market was not that high this year. The draft is not the draft it was last year. The best way to get better is to poach players from other people's roster, and that's what we did. We took Deebo Samuels from the 49ers. We know what he done brought to that. It's more than his talent. It's an energy that he brings to a team. Like Larry Thompson, they don't grow on trees. I try to tell people all the time, 8 billion people in this world. We ain't found 32 quarterbacks in the same year that can play. Do you know the numbers?
Yeah,
like 8 billion and 32 people? It's unfathomable. So what I say is this: sit back and let grandma cook. Get out that kitchen. She don't want you in there.
There you go.
Such a good way with words, Fred. What position? I know
when he put it like that though, 8 billion people, and you can't find 32 quarterbacks in 1 year,
dude.
B Mitch,
that's true.
We haven't never had a one season where everybody in the NFL has had a blue chip quarterback. We have never had.
You're
that.
right.
We have, and we never will. And it blows my mind because 8 billion people, we can't find 32.
I mean, Fred, beyond that, think about just the quarterbacks in Washington for the last 20 years until Jaden arrived. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
You're right, man.
Yeah.
So I know that you are a little bit of a draftnik. You kind of keep that private.
I'm a draft guru, and you know what?
I
really do love it. I love this year because I haven't been in the draft. Like, my mind has not shifted that way. Usually I start doing my phantom drafts in November, but we had a ride this year that made me just not care about the draft as much as I used to.
All right, so have you identified who you like this year or not really?
Oh no, I got a lot of guys that I like, man. The one thing about this draft is it's not quarterback heavy. All right? We got 2 quarterbacks in this draft and maybe a Jackson Dart. All right, but the running back draft in this draft is 30 deep. Anytime you have a shift in position like this, I hate to tell the older running backs in the league, it's going to push them out, right? When you bring in 30 new running backs, it's going to push a lot of old running backs out. So there's going to be a position shift. Cornerback is going to be a position shift. I think it's very deep when it comes to the cornerback position and the D tackle position. So it does have its strength. It got a lot of edge rushes in here. Some think, I do Carter. I think he's a dog. You got James Pierce Jr. He's a dog.
You like him?
You got Landon. Yeah, I really do like him. The question with him is his motor. Sometimes his motor is high, sometimes his motor is low.
Sure.
But guess what? I'm fine with that because I think that's a coaching thing. And I believe this coaching staff can get the best out of anybody. Come on. Monogamy. People had gave up on him. And now he's looked at as a legit starter because coaches nurtured him. Like this is what this coaching staff does. But this draft is unique, and it's unique in a way because it's not a lot of high end guys, but between picks 25 and 85, they are the same. Like it's so that makes it a deep draft.
You mentioned Landon Jackson, the DN out of Arkansas. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
I also like this kid, Josiah Stewart, out of Michigan a lot. These are probably second, third rounders we're talking about. Are those potential targets for you?
Oh, most definitely. And the thing about it is, if I'm the GM, if I'm Fred Peters, I put that stick shift in reverse. I put that stick shift in reverse, and I trade 29 for more picks in the second and the third. Maybe a team like the New Orleans Saints that wants to pick high and then want to try to come back late in the first round and get a quarterback like Jackson Dart or something. I try to get more picks in the second and third round because that's why I feel like the athletes at. And when you talk about running back, you got the Travion Henderson, Johnson from Iowa. It's just so many variety of dudes. Like whatever guy you want. I really love Rocket Sanders out of South Carolina. He's a big back, but he's fast. He can get downhill. He understands. Like it's so many guys. So it's about going. It's like going to a buffet at Golden Corral. What do you really want?
You know what I really want, Fred, is I want Michael Williams from Georgia. There's just no chance he gets to 29. But that kid.
You know what? I am. The more I watch him, he reminds me of Trayvon Walker. And Georgia is
who went number one overall.
Yeah, yes, but he also hasn't been Aiden Hutchinson. He hasn't.
Sure.
It's something about the Alabamas of the world and the Georgias of the world. They get all these 5 stars and they continue to be 5 stars, but once they get to the league, it's something missing. It's just something missing. So I would buy your beware when it comes to Williams.
I just think he was playing hurt last year, but I hear you. Smoot, thank you for making time for us, man. Seriously,
brother, man.
enjoy it.
Hey, anytime, man. And if I can tell anybody from what we went to last night and what we enjoyed, man, support your local firefighters, man. The things that they do from going into the Potomac to get people out to it's more than the firefighter. They do more than that, and we should support them more, man.
Well
there you
said.
go, brother.
Thank you, Fred. Take care, bud.
Anytime.
All right, Frederick.
All right, brother. All right, ball head.
Fred Smoot. Give him a follow at Fred at FSmoot21. Sean
Boy,
T.
crazy.
Fred talked about, sometimes with some of these draft prospects, something's missing.
Yeah.
And when you look around at your backyard, something might be missing. And if there is, you should check out Offenbachers. They got everything you need, man. They got really, really dope outdoor furniture. Whatever you need, whatever you're trying to change out, you want one of those outdoor couches, any of it, Offenbachers can hook you up. And more importantly, man, if you're looking to change the scene for you and your family, check out these swim spas. They are so cool. They're big. It's like putting a pool in at probably a quarter of the cost of putting an actual pool in. They look great. You can make them so they're the jets. You can get really good exercise, or you can just let the kids play, man. That's what I would do. They also have the hot tubs, the spas, whether you're looking to relax after an intense workout or just relax after a long day. Nothing beats a hot tub at all, man. Kids love it. Adults love it. You can have a cocktail sitting there, set up a TV, watch a game. Not much else you can do better than that, except cold plunge. I could really go for one this morning. My back's barking. These cold plunges, if you haven't done one, man, it is a significant health boost. The inflammation goes down so fast. I get lower back pain on my left side, and then I get knee pain. If I get out of that cold plunge, man, I feel so much better. It boosts your circulation. You just feel refreshed. It's like a shot of adrenaline to get your day started. Ideally, you do hot and cold. You do the hot tub into the cold plunge. That is the secret to the Scandinavian life. They all go hot to cold. You can do it too. Check out Offenbachers today. Herndon, Annapolis, Gainesville, Rockville, or check them out online at Offenbachers.com. Here's a special offer for you. Tell them JP Finley sent you, and you'll get a free $500 gift card with your spa purchase. Don't wait. Secure your summer now with Offenbachers.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Well, the Cavs beat the Canes 5-4 in an overtime shootout, and they lock up the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference for the upcoming Stanley Cup playoffs. Tonight, the Nats open a series with the Marlins in Miami. First pitch at 7:10. Listen to it here on The Fan. The Wizards are in Chicago to take on the Bulls tonight at 8 on the Team 980. And the Commanders add to their quarterback room, signing veteran Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal. Now the second round of the Masters is underway. Justin Rose is already back on the course. He is even par through 5 holes. He birdied the par 5 second. He bogeyed the par 4 fifth. He's got a 3-shot lead. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom. By Worldwide Golf, get there. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. I want to get into kind of the pressure surrounding the NFL, but I did want to touch on something. I just saw this, dude. Nico Iamaleva. How do you pronounce that kid's name, White Brian? The Tennessee Volunteers quarterback. He started as a freshman last year. He got paid a boatload in the portal to go to UT last year to play in Knoxville. He was good. I wouldn't say great, but he was good. Obviously, the Volunteers got to the playoffs. They got their ass kicked by Ohio State, but they got to the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
I guess he's a sophomore now. Last year, he threw 19 touchdowns, 5 picks. You got a pronunciation for me, WB?
I think so. It's Iamalava.
Iamalava. Okay.
Yeah.
Look up his NIL from last year, how much money he made last year. So, according to a reporter in Knoxville that covers Tennessee for On3 Sports, Iamalava is renegotiating his NIL deal with Tennessee. And it's unclear if the negotiations will impact whether he enters the spring transfer portal, Brian. And he's not at spring practice today. Is this the beginning of college players holding out?
I think they're already holding out, Jay. Some of them are already holding out. You just hadn't heard about it. But the players, they're going to start, like I said yesterday, they're going to start treating them like adults. I'm still waiting on the person to come out and say, how much tax you owe? Who's doing that part? You can sit up here and talk about how much money paying taxes. Are you going to be in good standing? Or are you going to be all of a sudden?
I assume they're paying taxes.
You would hope.
They got to be. That money's too big for the tax folks.
You would hope.
Not to notice.
You would hope.
I mean, you better be paying. Yo, Nico, you know how these SEC fans are too? If he leaves Tennessee to go to Ole Miss or whatever the hell, the Tennessee fans are going to call the IRS on him. Straight golf snitching on him.
You know that.
White Brian, I know you're locked into the SEC stuff. Where is he going? How much did he make last year? How much is he trying to make?
I think he's making like $2 million a year, which is absurd.
And he's trying to get more?
I guess.
He threw 18 touchdowns last year? 19?
19.
It's not a lot in college football.
No.
To be thinking you're going to demand something.
Maybe the holdout is they're offering him way less. I don't know.
They offered him way less than what?
What if they're like, dog, you only threw 19 touchdowns last year. We're going to only give you $1.25 million. And that's what he's mad about.
Could be.
Or, and I mean, if that happens, I imagine he's.
I just wish I can go back to college and get the money I'm owed. I wouldn't complain.
I wish I could go back to college, just period. I don't think I'm owed much. I don't know. That guy seems like a pain in the ass to me, but
he could be.
Sometimes people are pains in the asses. You still got to deal with them. Brian, I have a simple question for you.
Yeah.
I don't know how simple the answer is. What NFL team is under the most pressure in 2025? B Mitch answers when we return. It's B Mitch and Finley. Mitch and Finley. It's 11:46. We're going to a wedding today, B.
Yeah.
Feeling romantic?
Huh?
I don't know. Does
going to wedding make me? No.
No?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Thought it was a reasonable question. It makes me hungry for chicken.
Call me before he decided to do it. I would probably give him some advice.
I do think we could all make a prediction about Denton's wedding later in the program. Each person makes one.
What's the prediction?
I got my prediction ready.
Like a prediction on what?
Something that will happen at the wedding.
Oh, you gonna leave early?
Yeah, that's a pretty good one too. What's early? I assume there's a meal served. I will be there for the meal.
I'll give you about 20 minutes after the meal served.
Yeah, that sounds about right. My prediction is Stallion will be by far the drunkest dude there.
Stallion probably drunk already.
Dude, he invited me over to his house to pregame, and I was like, listen, man, I will give you a ride out there. I don't need a pregame for a wedding that's at 4:30.
Pregame is for a wedding? Idiot. What the hell is he?
All right, I asked you a question, B.
Still 12?
What NFL team's under the most pressure this season?
What NFL team is
I think I got my answer.
Under the most pressure. I'm going with the Buffalo Bills.
I think that's fair.
And then I'll go with the Baltimore Ravens.
I have them flip-flopped, but I think that's it. Yeah. I think the Ravens are at the top of the list. I think Buffalo's right there. I wonder what the pressure's like in Cincinnati now that everybody's been paid. You didn't even make the playoffs last year, and you lost in the first round the prior year.
But they can go with the.
I guess they won.
Quarterback came off of injury. They felt their defense wasn't whatever. Well, defense not going to be much better this year. They got pressure, but I think when you look at Buffalo, everybody been saying this is the year, this is the year. Well, they got to make it to the big dance because they don't get that luxury of, oh, we had a good year. No. You've been close a lot. It's time to get there.
I think those AFC teams, because of Kansas City's dominance, have really got themselves in a bind where both Lamar and Josh Allen are only defined now if they are able to find a Super Bowl. Yeah. I mean, they have gotten to a point where their barometer for a successful season is only winning a Super Bowl or at least getting to one.
And it may be unfortunate, but it is what it is.
That's the reality.
Yeah.
Burrow, because he's gotten to a Super Bowl, doesn't have that same pressure. But I think now that everybody got paid and he kind of forced ownership's hand to get everybody paid, there's a lot going on out there. The Bengals team president, I believe her name is, kind of hinted that when their current stadium lease comes up, that they could move. Like,
to where?
What would you think is the top NFL threaten to move city? I don't even know.
To move to?
Yeah. Austin, Texas? Go back to St. Louis, maybe?
Probably St. Louis, but will they? I don't know.
Vegas has a team.
They have a team already.
Salt Lake City? Yo, I got one.
Where?
London?
Possibly. But I think if anybody goes to London, it's going to be the Jaguars.
Sure, you would think. But, I mean, since he's in the AFC North, Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, it's all Eastern time zone.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's probably closer for Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland than it is for Jacksonville, Houston, Nashville, and Indy.
I don't think that man has put all that work in to let somebody else come along and take that. I think the Jaguars are going to be in London eventually.
Yeah, but they're also the Jags ownership is also spending a ton of cash on downtown Jacksonville, like rebuilding it. Mm-hmm. Remember how gross that area is around that stadium?
Oh yeah.
Remember there was that like stabbing spree someone went on at an outdoor mall? That was in Jacksonville, like right by the stadium.
Wow.
The beaches are nice in Jacksonville, but that downtown is woof. Maybe it's better since last time I was there, ironically, is when Josh Johnson won that game. AFC, it's obvious. What NFC team do you think is under the most pressure?
NFC team got a lot of pressure. Well, Dallas always going to have pressure. They do a lot of talking. So they get pressure just because.
I think it's San Fran.
That's next. San Fran has a lot of it. And I think what's going to happen with San Fran is the pressure really goes a lot to Kyle.
Yeah.
Because, DQ shielded Kyle. Okay?
In Atlanta.
But a lot of that loss in that Super Bowl was because Kyle would not run the football.
Yeah.
Now he's in he's running it and doing everything.
Well, they've also lost 2 Super Bowls.
They lost 2 of them. I'm saying, will it automatically start to switch on the fact that, because let's be real, when they are down, they can't come back. If he is that great of an offensive play caller, why can't he ever come back? Does he not switch up? He doesn't change to try something new? Just look at the history of it. When they are down, they lose. And they could get up, and people come back and get them. So, I don't know.
Let's go around the room here. Landini, who you think's got the most pressure?
Cowboys.
Just because Jerry and everything that happens down there?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, who's got the most pressure? Just really thinking about this one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the Cowboys too. It's
More
not
than
even
the Ravens and the Bills?
I mean, the Ravens, it is pressure on them to get to the Super Bowl. The thing is, the Cowboys is a media team. When they're doing bad, when they're doing good, they're always in the media. There's no matter what's going on in Dallas, they're always in the media. So that's why I think it's more pressure there.
White Brian, round us out.
I think it's the Ravens.
I think the Ravens are at the top of the list. Bills, Niners, and unfortunately, fellas, all the folks involved in those teams, Philly's not going anywhere. Kansas City's not going anywhere.
No.
What do you think the pressure is like for KC after getting really beat down in a Super Bowl like that?
They won too much for them to have tons of pressure on them. I think there's their internal pressure and things of that nature, but I don't think that they're facing pressure like other teams are. When you've been involved with 5, 6, 7 Super Bowls in the last however many years, hard to say that's pressure on them.
I think the way Andy and Mahomes are wired, though, is they consider it pressure unless they're in the Super Bowl game.
Probably so.
What do we think the pressure level is on Washington? Let's circle back to that. When we come back, Jeffrey Chadilla joins the program. It's B Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B Mitch here. If you're looking for something to do this Sunday, come out and watch the end of the golf tournament with me. I'll be there from 1 to 5 at the Muni. The Muni is an interactive golf-themed bar with golf simulators, putting greens, interactive darts, and more. You can also have drink specials, contest games, and more. That's this Sunday from 1 to 5 at the Muni, 1400 14th Street, Northwest.
This sports update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plant a little happiness. The Commanders adding to their quarterback room. They signed Josh Johnson, the veteran quarterback, to a one-year deal today. Both the Nats and Wizards will be in action tonight. The second round of the Masters is underway. Justin Rose on the course early today. Rose threw his front nine at 1 under par today. He leads the Masters by 3 strokes at 8 under for the tournament. And our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Meadows Farms Nurseries is thrilled to announce our screening sale exclusively for our VIP customers. Arbor Vitae, Skip Laurels, and Nellie Stevens Hollies. They're all on sale. Visit us at meadowsfarms.com or at any of our 16 convenient locations. Meadows Farms Nurseries. Plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley excited to get to the Rude Guest Hotline and talk to Jeffrey Chadilla. Jeff, what's going on, man? Thanks for joining us again. Enjoy your work at NFL.com, sir.
No problem, man. Thanks for having me on. I always love being on with you guys.
Yeah, man.
You, man.
So we've been kind of kicking around this thought of what NFL team has the most pressure on them this year. And you just wrote a column earlier in the week about one burning question for every team in the NFC. Is there an NFC team you think has the most pressure on them?
The most pressure? Wow. If I had to think about the NFC, I would think the Lions have to be in that boat. I'm just looking at the way they've evolved, the way last year went with them with the all of injuries. The way that division has really blown up. I mean, now you know, obviously Minnesota had a great year. Green Bay is a contender, and now Chicago is looking pretty good. And then you look at the rest of the NFC. Nobody was talking about Washington at this time last year. So that's, it was a bit surprise. The Rams were supposed to be dead and buried, and now they've got their swagger back. And so I think Detroit, if you ask me one team, losing both coordinators and all the hype around them, there's a lot going on there. They just can't go out to be good. They're trying to win a championship there.
You're right.
That is a team.
And they lost, both coordinators. That's a really interesting one that is going to be they got a lot going on there, kind of what's going to happen next in Detroit. I think the Niners, man, to kind of bottom out is relative, but they had a bad year last year. And at some point, they're going to give Purdy the bag this offseason. And then all of a sudden, you got a lot more pressure.
Well, that's the thing. I thought about them real quickly, and I just feel like their time has come and gone. And that really, I think the pressure for them is trying to figure out, okay, how do you move forward? And is the best path paying that quarterback crazy money? Because I think there's probably 5 or 6 teams in the NFL where you can say, okay, you're paying your quarterback $55, $60 million a year, and you should be okay with that, including the guy that you guys have in Washington now.
Right.
Everybody else, you're committing suicide. I think if you're in Jacksonville or you're Miami right now, and you're looking at what you're paying those guys, you can't feel good about building your roster. And I think as much as Jalen Hurts is in that category now, I think he's justified by making plays in big games, but they've been able to build a quality team around him that's not going to last forever. But if you're the Niners, like, yeah, there's no way you can sit here and say if we go pay Brock Purdy all this money and we're going to be able to build a great team around him. That's a pretty risky proposition. Mm-hmm. And I just think I don't see them. They're not going to be a playoff team this year, regardless of how healthy they are.
Well, your article about the
that's
one burning question for every NFC team. When you come down to Washington, you discuss Terry McLaurin. What does that payday look like for McLaurin?
You know, as I thought about that, because it's always tricky once guys get to 30, right? But, you know, he's been really productive. He obviously is a great leader, big locker room guy. You have a young quarterback and you have a receiver like that who you can count on, who's mature. I think that creates a lot of value. I think he probably should be in the same ballpark as what Devontae Adams just got from the Rams. I mean, you're talking probably a 2-year deal that puts you in that, you know, probably $30 million a year category. You know, nothing that's super long term, but you know that's the going rate for receivers. $30 million is a discount now. Mm-hmm. But you can't sit here and tell me that. You know, if you look at the guys who are getting that in that range right now, whether that's Brandon Ayuk or the kid down in Miami, I always forget his name, Jalen. What's
Waddle.
His name down there? Jalen Waddle. Yeah. Like those guys. Now, I'm gonna write St. Brown's been highly productive. But really, most of the guys that are moving into that realm are guys who, you know, either they've done the same thing Terry McLaurin's done. They're just younger. But I just think Terry McLaurin, with who he's playing with and where that team is right now and their salary cap situation, like he needs to be. You know, they're going to make it happen some way or another. But I think he probably is going to be good with $30 million a year average for a couple of years.
Well, it's interesting, too, because Adam Peters kind of owned that. When we asked him about it at the Combine, he was like, yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. And then at the league meeting, he's like, listen, we're going to make Terry a commander for a long time. We've talked with his representatives. That's all I'll say. So they've clearly, even if it's just progress from like 0 to 3, they've clearly made some progress already in getting that deal done. And I look at DK Metcalf's deal and think you kind of just mirror that.
Yeah. Do that. Yeah. You could definitely do that too. Yeah. I don't think there's anything, because again, there's nothing wrong with, he's younger than Devontae and he's not nearly as high maintenance he's not even close to being as high maintenance as DK Metcalf. And so you're again, I just think it's an easy thing to do with a guy who is that much of a safe bet. You know, and you brought in Deebo Samuel and try to adjust his contract accordingly. So it's just, you know, you can't really get around it. They've got the money to do it. That's what I keep coming back to. They're sitting on a gold mine there with a, you know, rookie quarterback, and when the money they spent in the off season, like they've, you know, you can't always take care of the guys coming in. The guys who've been there through the tough years for you, you got to take care of them too.
Yeah, for sure.
Totally,
for sure.
Totally.
We're on the Rude Guest Hotline here talking with our friend Jeffrey Chadilla. He is a columnist for NFL.com. Dude, so it's really interesting as we talk about Washington, kind of what they've built, and they certainly still have some questions, but the two big moves they made, Tunsil and Deebo, what do you think of both moves? Deebo, they moved some money over to guarantees, which actually helps their cap situation for next year. Tunsil, they haven't had to cross that deal yet to get him a new contract. I wonder when that's coming. But two really good, proven players.
Yeah, and I think I like both those moves. Yeah, it will be interesting to see what the Tunsil deal looks like. But again, you know, they're in a safe space to be able to make that kind of move. And I love that you're securing spots that allow your quarterback to feel comfortable. And so your left tackle is a guy who's a Pro Bowl caliber player who still has some good years left. You don't have to worry about what's going to happen on his blind side now. You know, Deebo to me is the perfect kind of bring in there to pair with McLaurin because, you know, he's kind of a bully type guy, run after catch, you know, can use him in a lot of gimmicky situations. And so Cliff Kingsbury can have some fun with him and think about the things you can do with him as a runner and a receiver with the quarterback as athletic and mobile as a Jaden Daniels. Like that opens up some things in the run game. And so I love everything they're doing in Washington, and I think that there's a lot that Adam Peters deserves. He's not getting the same kind of love that a Howie Roseman gets, or people of that at that level, or that kind of experience level. But I think he's made a lot of really strong moves, including the guys he's brought back like Zach Ertz and Bobby Wagner as well. So their offense is going to be fun to watch. I think they did a lot of smart things to make it better.
I agree, man.
I agree with that.
When you zoom out from Washington to the rest of the NFC East, obviously Philly's still loaded. But beyond that, dude, what do you make of what the Giants have done this offseason?
I can't make anything of it. It's I can't think of a team in the last few years, and it's maybe Cleveland's right there with them, but I don't know what they're doing. And I get that it's not a great year for draft quarterbacks, which, by the way, you should have known that was coming last year when there was a great year to draft quarterbacks and you were drafting top 10. And you could have went and gotten a guy who could be in place for you, J.J. McCarthy or Mike Nix, a Bo Nix. And so they missed the boat there. They spent too much time waiting on Daniel Jones to turn a corner. And to me, I like Russ and I like Russell Wilson and I like Jameis Winston a lot as people, but they're past their best playing days. They are big personalities. There's a lot that comes with them. And I just think when you add that to the mix and you have a coach who's on the hot seat, a GM that's on the hot seat, to me, the only way this thing works is that they draft a quarterback who's got some real potential, some real promise that people can be excited about. Because you can't do all this stuff that they're doing and then just sit there and say, okay, we're going to go whatever 3-14 again. I mean, you have to start moving in a positive direction. And those two quarterbacks they got right there right now are not going to do that.
I totally agree, man. It was one thing to try Jameis. I don't know if you agree with this, but when I saw what the Giants did and you bring in Jameis, it's like, all right, I could see Daboll, who seems to feel very confident in himself, be like, listen, man, I can make it work with Jameis. Just give me him, and we'll be able to win. And then it's almost like ownership or the GM's like, we need something else. And then they bring Russ in. It seemed disjointed with an organization that has seemed disjointed, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, it totally makes sense because it's like, what do you want your offense to be? One, if I'm Malik Neighbors, okay, how am I going to be utilized here? And it's almost if I could see if they complemented each other in some way. If it was like, okay, if we can't do this, we'll do that. Like last year what Pittsburgh did. Okay, you had the more athletic guy with Justin Fields, and you had the proven veteran who was slowed down, couldn't move as well, and Russell. Okay, if we're going to try to be more, we'll do more run game type things with Justin. He's not going to throw it as well. And if he can't throw it as well, we'll go to Russell who can throw it better. We can get Pickens, another guy. I get that. Like, to me, it's just like you got two guys who hold the ball too long, who aren't athletic anymore. One guy was never athletic. They take a lot of sacks. Russell won't throw a lot of interceptions, but Jameis will. So I don't know where you improve if one can't get it done. And so that to me is what's flabbergasting. And then how does a young guy factor into all that? I just don't get it.
Yeah, it's weird up there.
Well, dude, what I think is, to me, perhaps the biggest indictment or at least illustration of what you get with Russell Wilson at this stage is the fact that Pittsburgh is happy to just sit around and wait on Rodgers rather than deal with Russ Wilson again. And I don't know what you're getting with Rodgers, not to mention all the off-field chaos.
Some headache.
Yeah, but they're still we're going to chill. Russ, good luck, buddy. That says a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah, because Aaron Rodgers might just be like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm done. I'm done playing football and leave you hanging. Now, I don't think Pittsburgh would go this far with it if that was on the table, a real possibility. But I totally agree. You spent a year with Russell Wilson. You've seen how he operates. You know what he brings to the table. It may not be that great, but to convince yourself that, hey, I'd rather wait for somebody else. I'd rather wait for this, supermodel to walk into the bar and sit down and start talking to me as opposed to going home with the maybe the uglier girl who cooks a good casserole. Like, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, it doesn't make a lot, but it makes sense in the sense of like, yeah, they did not feel like Russell Wilson could help them, which is an indictment on what the Giants did.
For sure. Yeah. As you what did you make of Matt Stafford and the ski trip to Montana with Brady? And you had Rap Sheet and Jordan Schultz like yelling at each other at a coffee shop. Like, that whole thing was just so wild. I think Stafford kind of played the whole thing like a fiddle, man.
Once you talk to Tom, you notice they got the deal done, right?
Right. Yeah. I think, he's a veteran too, right? He knows how to play the game, and like, I think he knew that nobody was going to take him seriously, that he was going to go play for the Giants. But like, once you get on the ski slope with Tom Brady, and that gets back to people in LA, it's going to change things in a hurry. I totally think that that's what Matt Stafford was looking for. And at this stage in his career, I think, he's made a ton of money. He's living in LA. He's had a great life. I don't think that it was that big a deal, except maybe from an ego standpoint. But I think he obviously understood the importance of playing that game and getting what he wanted and making them be serious about him as a quarterback. I think that in a span of maybe a couple weeks, that team went from being what's going to happen here to legitimate Super Bowl contenders. I mean, they almost beat the Eagles at on the road in the snow. A couple plays away from that. Now you have Devontae Adams coming in replacing Cooper Kupp, and they're trying to figure out how to get a deal done with Kyron Williams to extend him, and they held on to their left tackle Larry Jackson, and they've got that strong front seven. They're pretty close to being a very, very dangerous team in this coming season.
It's interesting, that NFC West, because the Niners were considered the big dog for so long. I imagine Vegas has the Rams installed as the favorites to win. And dude, I don't know what you got in Darnold in Seattle, but I like McDonald a lot. I think that team's gotten younger and better. I even think Arizona's much better. It's remarkable that San Fran is about to go into a year where Purdy's going to make a ton of cash. They lost a lot defensively. They're probably going to lose more over the next couple of years. And I'm really curious to see what happens out there in the Bay Area.
Well, it's crazy because, I did that exercise and all the looming questions.
Sure.
I tried to
your NFL.com column. People should check it out.
Yeah, exactly. A great time to pub it. I was trying to list the teams as they finished last year in the standings, and I really didn't understand. Like, it just maybe blew my mind. Like, I forgot the Niners were the worst team in the NFC West last year.
Yeah.
Like, I kept thinking, Arizona was 2 games better than them, and it was obviously they had a ton of injuries and everything else. But no, they're in really tough shape. They got a good core, but how much longer can you say that about Trent Williams and George Kittle? And a lot of these guys are getting older. McCaffrey hardly played last year. And so how much can you count on that? And on the flip side, we were killing the Rams a couple of years ago they went all in and won a championship. Like, how long are they going to be bad from, moving forward? And it just shows you how important day 2, day 3 drafting is, how important it is getting the right people and making the right moves, because like, they're back in it because they drafted really well. Not because obviously their star players played well, but the Puka Nakulas, the Kyron Williams, the Byron Youngs, the all these guys, the Verses, Jared Verse, like all these guys are guys they went out and got in the draft.
For sure. Jeff, last one from me. We're 2 weeks out from the draft. You see any real fireworks at the top of that thing, or is it Cam Ward like everybody's expecting? And where do you see Shador going?
I think that's where the fireworks are, because now you're starting to get a sense of the view on him is all over the map. And I don't try to get too caught up in all these mock drafts because everybody has one, but I think if he's not going in the ones at 9, then he's probably free falling, which would be really interesting. I think that he probably ends up in New Orleans. It seems as if everything I've heard and read, it sounds as if the Browns just aren't ready to really pull a trigger. And the Giants aren't as well. Maybe they feel like Jackson Dart or someone else down the road they can get. makes more sense. But yeah, I think that would be a big story, just because he's the most provocative name in the draft, right? I mean,
sure.
How much of Deion being his dad scares people?
Well, I've said this before, and I like Deion, I like Shador. There's something, I think, if you're a decision maker, taking a quarterback who's been coached by one man his entire life can't make me feel great. I'd like to have a little variety in there to see how he dealt with different situations. But Deion's coached him since he was every level of football. He's coached him.
Yeah, and
he does some things really well, but he's not very athletic. He holds the football a lot. And I think he's got to be in the right place. I don't think Deion's going to be in there trying to micromanage things. I think he's going to let him go play. But I think for a kid who's always had that buffer in place to not have it, no matter how confident you are, and all these guys are confident, if you start failing, it's going to be hard on you.
Yeah.
And so, that's what I worry about.
All right.
Yeah, the Shador thing is really going to be interesting. I'm hoping for Washington's sake, for Adam Peters' sake, that somebody really does want Dart or Milrow and that they are looking to move up at 29 and Peters is able to recoup You think that's realistic?
I think it's very realistic. I think there's going to be a lot of teams looking to find those guys either in the early second round or late first, and that's when it's going to be, moves made.
Right.
But I think a lot depends on how far Shador falls.
Yeah, it's going to be something worth watching for sure on Thursday night of the NFL Draft. Jeff, thanks so much for your time, man. Really appreciate it.
No problem, guys. Always fun.
All right, take care, man.
Everybody give him a follow at Jeffrey Chadilla. It's JEFFRICHADIHA. Good stuff, good football conversation right there. Now, if you're looking for more good stuff, you should check out the great people at Door Pro America. I can't tell you how many times I pulled out of my driveway and been like, oh, man, did I leave the garage door open? Because I'm an idiot. That's why. But with the LiftMaster garage door opener and the MyQ app installed by the pros from Door Pro America, I don't have to stress anymore because I have the app. I can just check if the garage door is open or closed, and then I can just turn it off. Also, this is very helpful for me. There's a setting that if it's been open for a half hour, an hour, 2 hours, whatever you want to set it at, it'll just close automatically, man. That stuff makes a huge difference to MyQ technology. Or say you got a nice garage door, you just need some maintenance or repairs done, hit up my boys at Door Pro America. These guys are experts. They gave us a ton of options. We figured out the right door for our house. It's made our house look way better, increased our curb appeal. If you're ever selling a house, if you're looking to sell your house and you don't redo the garage door before you do it, you're leaving a ton of cash on the ground there, because that's an easy fix that these guys can get done in a couple of hours, and it'll increase the value of your home. Call them today. You could save $60 on repairs or $150 on a new garage door. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out at doorproamerica.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. In the NFL, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson today to a one-year deal. The Browns are signing quarterback Joe Flacco, and the Texans signed their safety Jalen Petrie to a 3-year extension worth $39 million, $29 million guaranteed. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bulls tonight. You can hear that game over on the Team 980 at 8 o'clock. Nats and Marlins at 7:10 today. You can hear the game right here on The Fan, and the Caps beat the Hurricanes 5-4 in a shootout last night. Taking a look at the Masters, and our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. On top of the leaderboard at 9 under par is Justin Rose. He's through 12 holes today, 2 under on his round today. Bryson DeChambeau, 3 back at 6 under par. He's through 7 holes today. And Sungjae Im is at 5 under par. He's through his front 9 today, shooting 4 under on his round today. In just 16 weeks, the Team Builders Academy can jumpstart your career in construction, energy, or utilities. Train for high-demand jobs and start building your success. Visit us at pgcc.edu and enroll today. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is the Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Scotty's is Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. Make sure you are checking out the stream as well. We are live on the 1067 The Fan YouTube page. Last comment I saw is Cornell Davis. And appears there's a debate about, I don't know. The last couple comments are, I got 10 cents on White Brian, and then Lacrovius says, I got 25 cents on landfill refusing to participate. I don't know what the topic is, but I think that's a good bet.
The chat wants me and landfill to arm wrestle.
Yeah, I'm not interested.
I think you'd win, Landini.
Right, Brian, you'll beat him. That's why he's scared. He's scared to go.
Why does the chat want you two to arm wrestle?
I am not sure.
The chat is its own weird entity, man.
It is.
Like, they got a lot going on. Has Commander Tequila moved to California yet, White Brian?
He left.
He was complaining about highways, so I assume he's still driving.
He was also driving to California.
About driveways on the chat?
Highways, yeah.
So he's driving and listening and typing?
Seems like it.
Here you go, Brian. You ready for these comments from Commandante Tequila? I'm just going to read it verbatim, spelling in context, okay? Why we pay taxes on repairs of highways when there is huge fish bowls and whales bowls on the highway?
Wait. You mean potholes?
He followed that up with why in hell we pay road taxes. I don't know, dog. I am not a taxologist. Yeah, huge fish bowls and whale bowls on the highway. I don't know what that means.
Potholes, bro.
What do you call it when a road has like grooves in it? You ever seen that? Rockville Pike has it sometimes. Like,
you mean grooves? Like
it's so run down where the cars roll that there's like grooves for the wheels.
Oh, where the wheels used to be?
Just like there's so much traffic on it.
Yeah.
Do you know what that's called?
No.
Maybe that's a whale's hole.
It's worn out, I guess.
So
it's like the cars that regularly go in that area. That's where the grooves are.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know what they call it though.
I also don't know what you call it. Jim Sleazy just wrote, "Why does White Brian always sound like he's dying inside?" White Brian, care to answer?
The New York Giants just signed Russell Wilson.
Dude, seriously, for you on a personal level, how awful is that? That dude is so annoying.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to just watching him play football or press conference. I don't want him on anywhere near the Giants.
If you had to pick, this is similar to yesterday's bacon or ice cream debate. Would you want Russ Wilson or Aaron Rodgers?
Ooh.
That's tough.
I think Aaron Rodgers, because at least it would be a little bit funny. Russell Wilson's just not funny at all.
I think Rodgers at this stage is a little better as a player than Russ. I think Rodgers is probably the most insufferable character in the NFL. Maybe there's somebody else that I'm blanking. Maybe like Tyreek Hill, who seems pretty insufferable. But at least Tyreek Hill's still excellent at what he does on the field.
Damn good at it.
But I don't know that Rodgers' insufferability would drive me more crazy than the insincerity you see from Russ Wilson game after game and week after week and all that stuff.
But Rodgers is insensible too. I mean, he's not sincere.
True.
And Rodgers cares about Rodgers.
For sure.
You know, I know Russ is gonna give me these pre-planned answers and press conferences. Rodgers, I don't know where he's gonna come from, depending on the day.
Dude, I meant to send this to the text thread. I don't know the how or why, but two of my best friends from college. I think you've met Berger, B Mitch, my boy Neil Berger and my boy Matt Albers, and we're also all just total golf nerds, whatever. Mm-hmm. And we have a text thread, and my boy Albers Wednesday night texted a picture from of Darius Rucker, Hootie and the Blowfish,
okay,
wearing a Giants jersey. And
he must have lost a bet.
Because I thought he was a Dolphins fan. I thought he was like famously a Dolphins fan.
I thought he was a Redskins fan at the time.
But a bunch of guys in the band are Skins fans.
Okay, that's right.
The guys in the band are from
he was
Montgomery
here
County.
with all this stuff on one time, so I thought he was too.
The Giants rolled out the Darius Rucker collection. And my boy wrote, Joe Shane. This is hypothetical. This is not real. But he said, Joe Shane. And then in quotes, shouldn't we focus on the draft? Nah, man, we got to launch this Hootie merch. Did you notice the Darius Rucker themed merchandise the Giants rolled out, White Brian?
I did not, probably because I don't want to see anything they do anymore.
You should just stop being a fan.
Why don't you just start being a Skins fan?
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to look at nothing they do and like nothing they do, then why be a fan of the team?
Well, I'm going to watch their games, but everything else that goes on, I want nothing to do with.
Jeff, as a hardcore Burgundy and Gold fan, would you welcome White Brian to the team?
Not really. Just because he's a Giants fan, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I don't feel his pain.
I don't feel his pain.
We ain't looking back.
I was about to say, but we
don't look back in anger.
We was just there, so I get it, B-Hawk.
But you never have said you're not paying attention to the team. He doesn't want to pay attention to nothing that goes on with them. If that's the case, don't cheer for him. Leave him alone.
I think, check, please. I'm out.
Man,
you live here.
All
this
Washington
team
fans been through that, so I can't even fake on them.
Okay. I have never heard a Washington fan say they're not paying attention to anything.
Because they're not going to say that to you.
There's a difference, Jeff.
They can say it. They can say it to me. I'm just saying they don't say that.
When Washington fans see you, they are in awe.
Jeff, let's say the year is 2019, and then at that point the Redskins stink. You know that Gruden got. Just say you grew up here. But your job has taken you to Tampa, and you can be a Bucks fan. F it. Be a Bucks fan. That's White Brian's life position right now. He grew up a Giants fan. The Giants are in, honestly, trouble that doesn't really seem to have, I don't see a light at the end of that tunnel. And he lives here. Rose is from here. His life is going to be here. Like, if you have children someday, White Brian.
He's from Philadelphia, though.
Yeah, but he's from Jersey and Philly. I don't know where the hell he's from. He doesn't know where he's from.
215 Philly.
Embrace your hometown, your new hometown.
I can't switch.
Is Rose a huge Burgundy and Gold fan?
No.
What about her parents?
No, they're Caps fans, but that's about it.
So, JP.
Jeff.
If this was 2019, Commanders stink, you got picked up on a beat for the Dallas Cowboys, would you change your team?
It's very different when you're a reporter. I mean, if you watched my reporting over the years, I'm pretty damn unbiased. The Skins didn't get much preferential treatment from me.
but no, I'm not talking about professionalism aside. This is the team you're rooting for. Your hometown is now Dallas. Would you ever make that switch?
Like what I encourage my kids to root for or something?
Yeah, like would you ever, as a Redskins fan, and we were in our worst of years, and you got moved? Because that was the logic you basically just gave us with White Brian. Would you have done it with the Cowboys?
If I were to be saying I'm not paying attention to nothing this team do, I don't want to deal with nothing they're doing, I will find me a new team.
Yeah, that's fair.
If I said that, but most people around here, they love the team. They hate the fact that they were bad, but they still love the team. White Brian has basically he's taking a day off on the team. Well, the year off on the team.
It's not like I'm completely not paying attention. I'm just not seeking out Giants news because it makes me sad.
Okay, so we're gonna bring you everything bad every day from now on.
That's fine.
our new bit.
We could thrive in that role.
Anything
let's schedule Giants Nugget of the day, 11:45
every day.
I think that's quite entertaining. I also think this is gonna be quite entertaining. I don't know the how or why this segment exists, but for the first time ever, when we return, everybody gets to find out the players that Jeff Walker hates most. B Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I'm going to be honest. So every day, the show's on 4 hours a day. There's 3 segments per hour. I believe that means there's 12 segments a day. Coming into the show, I bet I am aware or can guess 10 of the 12, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Some days it's all of them. Some days maybe it's a couple fewer. But generally, rarely am I surprised by a segment or intrigued. I don't know how or why we landed at 12:45 with Jeff Walker's most hated players, but here we are. Before we get to Jeff, Landfill, how did we get here? How did we get here?
I don't know whose idea it was, but somebody had it a couple months ago, and I wrote it down on a list somewhere, and here we go.
Here we are. All right, Jeff, who do you hate?
First guy, rest in peace his soul.
We're hating dead people now?
Yo, I'm sorry. I used to hate Eddie Guerrero in wrestling.
What?
Because I was such a competitor. Anybody who cheated, I just thought they were the scum of the earth. And then he would come out, I lie, I cheat, I steal. And I'd just be looking at him like, yeah.
Landfill, the Who Jeff Walker Hates segment is off to a really poor start.
My next guy, Draymond Green. Like, Draymond is
hold on. This dude's song was I Lie, I Cheat, I Steal?
Yes, that's why I said it. Yes, he used to tick me off.
Okay. I didn't know much about Eddie
I like
Guerrero.
being mad at the Rocky statue.
And then who else? Like I said, Draymond Green, his antics just really ticked me off. Him and Rudy Gobert.
I get that. They're both, that's two hateable ass dudes.
Yeah.
Do you like them or hate them, B?
Who?
Gobert and Draymond?
I like Draymond.
I can see you liking Draymond because he backs it up.
He backs it up. I mean,
no.
If he's on your team, you love him. If he's on another team, hell, I was that guy. They hated me because I was on another team. I'm on that team. You like him.
Another guy, Dylan Brooks. That is.
Oh yeah, he's a joke.
That is the level of hate for Dylan Brooks is unhealthy for me. He's not even a rival of any team that I like. It's just him alone. Like, I just don't like the antics he have on the court. It's like, it makes me really want to, like, if I see Dylan Brooks in like Gold's Gym or something.
He's Canadian.
We might have to
gotta
fight.
act that way sometimes to just, you know.
Yeah, we really might have to fight.
He does get under LeBron's skin though.
And who was my last player? So I had Root. Oh, this dude I hated too. It's back to wrestling. I hated Kurt Angle. I used to be one of them people that when I was a kid and he was coming out, I would be in front of my TV. You suck. Because I hate. Oh man, I used to hate this theme song right here. And he come out in that jumper, that little American jumper, man. Oh, I hated Kurt Angle. I hated him. And honorable mention, Jerry Bradshaw Layfield. Yo, yeah, JBL from WWF. I don't know why I hated them three guys so bad and those three basketball players, but those are my most hated athletes.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, and when I mean most hated, like, I know for a fact I will argue with these guys and the tensions will rise if we were competing against each other. But I know I will never compete against these guys.
Hold on. If you saw a wrestler, Guerrero, you said is passed. I didn't know the other guys you mentioned, right?
Yeah. You don't know Kurt Angle or Jerry Bradshaw Layfield?
I know Kurt Angle.
I know Kurt Angle. I don't know the other one.
Who is it? Jerry Seinfeld?
Jerry Bradshaw Layfield.
John Bradshaw Layfield.
John, yeah, that's his name. John.
Jerry Seinfeld Layfield.
Yeah, whatever his name is, I hate him.
If you saw that dude on the street, you'd approach him?
If we had a see, they do that, and with the wrestlers, it's just that they do their job so well. They're actors.
Yeah.
So they do their job so well. Like, I'll forget that this wasn't TV. I'll be like, yo, John, I'm pissed off the way you did that. Or, yo, Eddie, you cheated. I don't like that. Let's go. And Draymond, I just got to play jail ball with him.
I want to be clear, there's no wrestlers on my list.
Not on mine, either.
Most of my list would be at various times of my life, the athletes I hated the most would be Duke basketball players.
Oh,
that was like the peak of JJ Redick.
I forgot
the little
Richard
dork
Sherman.
that was tripping everybody. Richard Sherman.
Yeah, I was a Trent Williams fan. I was about to say I was so hard of a diehard Redskins fan, and then when I seen Trent punch him in the face, I said, "Oh yeah, I hate you too." I never even played with him on Madden or anything. And every time he come up, I just see the picture of the motion picture of Trent just like, you said you was going to hit me, do it then. Boom! And I was like, yeah, Trent, because he talked too much. Sherman talked too much.
I have come to like Sherman a lot just because I interviewed him, and he's been real cool on Thursday Night Football when I've interacted with him.
Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's smart. I just don't like him as a competitor.
JJ Redick.
I wouldn't, based on Jeff, based on your personality, the way you do, I would have never thought you had 3 wrestlers on your thing.
I think Jeff clearly used to be really into wrestling.
Yeah, I'm serious. I would have never thought it, bro.
Yo, I'm telling you, when I found out wrestling was fake, I was really heartbroken. Like, y'all don't understand. That was a thing.
But you
when I was
never
a kid.
thought that you get hit in the head with a chair, and you're bleeding one day, and tomorrow you don't have an actual cut.
See, the thing is,
B, that was like wrong.
We were them kids that, when they said don't try this at home, we tried it at home.
Okay, did you ever hit somebody in the head with that steel chair?
I've been hit in the head with the.
And did you just show up the next day and was ready to go again?
I'm not shocked Jeff's been hit in the head with a steel chair.
I think hit the chair in the head more than one time.
It didn't bruise my head or anything.
If they hit you with it hard, it would bruise your head.
But then again, I was a kid. And then I thought it was real. I got my tooth kicked out when I was younger. So like wrestling was real to me. Like it was really ingrained in me. And I really before I found out
I knew it was fake since Harley Race and Jimmy Superfly Snooker and Junkyard Dog and all of I knew it was there. Because Junkyard Dog dated my sister's friend.
Being a big dude,
he dated my sister's friend, twin sister.
Being a big dude in most of my classes and reenacting wrestling and getting to choke slam my fellow classmates, and they would get up and everything was back to regular. It was just something that I just really indulged in. And those,
I got it. Even when I really liked wrestling as a kid. Now that was kind of Hulk Hogan, Bret the Hitman Hart era, like Macho Man. I don't even know that. Maybe they just did a better job of having like straight heels back then, or maybe I just don't remember as well. But like
today it's like social media based.
It's like good and bad, right?
Yeah, it's like good and bad, and then they go overboard with some of their little antics. That it's annoying.
And I guess when I was in high school, and
people outside the ring are the worst. The ones that supposed to be their managers, so
those dudes I probably hated.
They're
like the dude, what was his name? The Mouth of the South, not Fred Smoot, but the wrestling dude, Jimmy.
Jimmy, I know you're talking about.
He had the little mustache. That dude was annoying. I remember when Hulk Hogan found this dude in the crowd, Tugboat, and he was his boy, and then he turned on him and became Earthquake, I think I hated that dude. But even in like the Attitude Era, when it was like The Rock and Stone Cold, I guess everybody hated Vince McMahon, right?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't like the Sun and the Greenwich Street Posse or whatever those dorks were called.
Because the Sun did not even look like he fit.
What's his name?
The Sun looked like he was... The daughter was more masculine.
Shane O'Mac? You didn't like Shane O'Mac?
But wasn't the daughter came in looking like she fit better than the son? The son was like the little Stephanie that was in the family.
She's real life married to Triple H.
Yeah. But I'm saying the son was just a little dork.
Oh yeah. Now when I mean wrestling was my thing, I'm talking about second grade. I'm going in there. The Generation X. I won a game, and I stood up. Gave him the symbol, and then my teacher said, "I'm calling your mom." I turned to the teacher.
Shocking amount of wrestling drops ready.
And gave it to the teacher.
Leffler used to work with somebody who was a wrestling dork too.
I did hate $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase back in the day. I don't like the way he treated Virgil. Also, Macho Man with Miss Elizabeth. That whole vibe was a little odd. For me, a huge one that I think I have evolved as a human, and I think Ovi getting a cup and breaking a record, I used to hate Sidney Crosby. Hate him.
Yeah.
I feel a little differently now.
Yeah. I I didn't know it was going to turn into so much wrestling conversation.
That was a wild
I'm
ride.
going to tell you. So I was growing up in Louisiana. We're here with the Redskins at the time. I went back home, and I happened to be watching TV. And remember the Kamala Jeff, the Ugandan giant, they called him? And they had this little clip going. The Kamala, the Ugandan giant, he goes back into to his country in the jungle. And I saw a COBR bus pass by, city of Baton Rouge. He was
in the jungle.
He was off of Plank Road, walking through this field, but they came because they had at the Citraplex. It was a big wrestling match, and they claimed he was going back to the jungle in Africa. And he was. I say, this is still crap.
Yeah, that's tough. Now, this is the best lead-in ever to ask B Mitch anything. You can ask Brian anything you want for the next hour. 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open.
Well, if you're wondering what I'm doing this weekend, I'm going to be at the Muni, and you need to come out there and hang out with me from 1 to 5. It'll be this Sunday. I'll be hanging out. The Muni is an interactive golf-themed bar with golf simulators, button greens, interactive darts, and more. You have drink specials, contests, games, and more. So come out this Sunday from 1 to 5 at the Muni on 1400 14th Street, Northwest.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka. In the NFL, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson today to a one-year deal. The Browns signed quarterback Joe Flacco, and the Texans signed safety Jalen Petrie to a 3-year extension worth $39 million, $29 million guaranteed. In the NBA, just 2 games left in the regular season for the Wizards, one of them tonight in Chicago against the Bulls at 8 o'clock. You hear that over on the Team 980. They'll wrap up their season on Sunday in Miami against the Heat. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Marlins for the first of 3 in Miami tonight. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker taking on Cal Quantrill. And in hockey, last night, the Capitals beat the Hurricanes in a shootout 5-4. Over the weekend, they'll take on the Blue Jackets on Saturday and Sunday. Tomorrow in Columbus, Sunday back home. Taking a look at the Masters in round 2, our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Could be a good day for scoring. Several people on the course right now, 5 under par, including Matt McCarty and Sung J M, who are at 6 under par on the tournament, 2 back of leader Justin Rose. Also, Rasmus Højgaard is 5 under par after shooting a 1 over 73. He's at 4 under par. Ludwig Aberg and Scotty Scheffler also at 4 under par. Scotty going to get to tee off in about 15 minutes. Justin Rose still leads the tournament at 8 under par. He leads Bryson DeChambeau by 1. Bryson with a good 4 under on his front 9 of round 2. Baseball is back, and the tailgate must-have is Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. Each can of Surfside is only 100 calories, and the best part, 0 bubbles. They're absolutely delicious and pair perfectly with the day at the ballpark. Must be 21 years of age. Please drink responsibly. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It's a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday, baby. Scotty's Vodka's Maryland made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV.
Yeah.
Here's what's going to happen, man. You got, I don't know, call it 45 minutes to ask Brian Mitchell, NFL legend, any question you want.
Let's do it.
Phone number 800-636-1067. Our guy Jupe leads us off. What's up, Jupe? Ask me anything.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all feeling?
Good, brother. What's happening with you?
Ain't nothing. Hey, listen, actually, this is a question for you, B Mitch and JP. My company's doing a sponsorship, and just looking to sponsor anybody if you guys have any connects. The only kicker is it's got to be in the Montgomery County area. So if you have any connects, like a youth sports team, please send them my way.
Okay.
All right. That's JP area. He's over there.
Youth sports in Montgomery County. I should be able to help there. What do they want to like throw their name on the team jersey or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
All right.
I will think about it.
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, brother. Got
it. Do you want to sponsor? I do know of one team. It's the Finley Girls College Fund. Any interest in sponsoring?
I don't know if I can help out with that one.
Yeah, let me know. I'll wear whatever the company is. I'll wear their T-shirt every day.
All right, bet. I got you.
Thanks, Jude. See you, buddy.
You're a damn fool.
Let's try. Now, I don't think we've heard from Paulie in some time, if this is the Paulie that I think it is.
Paulie?
Hello, Paulie. Is this Paulie?
Hell to the W.
Whoa.
Oh, hell yeah, that's
We haven't
Paulie.
heard from
Yeah.
Paulie in a minute.
Where the hell you been, man? We thought you had gone to jail or something.
Paulie only gets an AM signal, man. That's how Paulie rolls.
No, I'm on Odyssey, man. What's up, big bro?
What's up, brother?
AP, my guy, man.
How you doing, bud?
Hey, listen, man. I've been listening to y'all all morning, man, because I didn't want to listen to clickbait radio, so I decided to listen to your guy.
So I'm right. You are such a 980 loyalist that it takes something extreme to get you to listen to us.
Hey, man, you know how sometimes, you know how we are. We a creature of habits. That's all. You know what I mean?
All right,
That's all it is. But you know I love you guys. But B Mitch, can I ask you a question about your playing career?
All right.
Okay. Now, I know you was kind of, feeling a certain type of way when a certain group of people didn't bring you back to our organization, right?
Uh-huh.
So, did you intentionally seek out LeVar Arrington on that kickoff to knock him out the game?
No.
On the first play?
No, I didn't. It just happened that way because actually we put Cecil Martin, our starting fullback, back with me purposely to block LeVar. Okay? I catch the ball, I yell, go, I take off. Cecil never sees LeVar. He never goes towards him, but he has this little move. You see me on the line. He runs with his hands out, his arms out. He's looking, but he never sees LeVar. But LeVar committed early and dropped his head, and I saw him coming, and I dropped my shoulder pads on the back of his head, snapped the neck down, and he was knocked out. But
there you have it.
I didn't seek him out, but I wasn't going to just take no hit.
Hey, okay, that sounds believable, if that's what you want to say.
It's the truth. I'm telling you.
Thank you, Paulie. Good to hear from you, dude.
Hey, man, hail to the W, man. Good to hear from you guys,
brother.
too, man.
Take care, baby.
Take care, dude. That's a good one. I'm gotten a couple from Twitter. I like this from our buddy Curtis that always listens to the show. As a retired Montgomery County firefighter paramedic, let me first thank B Mitch for his support. My Ask B Anything question is, what was your NFL I have arrived moment?
Actually, my first time running a kickoff, you would think that was.
Was that the preseason where you
house called it, and the coach met me at the sideline and say, "You haven't done a damn thing yet. You don't kickoff coverage. You better be on the tackle." I was like, "Okay, then. Well, these people are crazy." So I would say my second year when we started off against the who was it? The Detroit Lions. First game. I had a 60-something-yard punt return, because that was the most difficult thing for me in the world, getting comfortable catching punts. And when I caught the punt and was able to house call it, ran through this big defensive lineman dude that was playing on special teams, I felt like, okay, I'm good now. And then rest is history after that.
I like that. All right, let's go to Rich is in Silver Spring. If you want to get in on Ask B Mitch Anything,
what's up, Rich?
Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. What's up, Rich?
Happy Friday, guys.
Same
I
to you,
know
bro.
you're a big golfer. My daughter goes to Oregon. I'm going to piggyback a trip to Bandon Dunes. I think you played out there, but could you tell me your top 3 favorite courses you've ever played?
Top 3 courses I ever played: RTJ, Kingsbourne in Scotland, and Cascada in Vegas.
Have you ever played Whistling Straits?
Yep, played there too. It was so windy. When it was so windy, I left it as it not being my favorite course.
All right, man. Hey, one other thing.
And they got 1 million sand. They got 1 million sand traps out there too.
You should be in the Hall of Fame, my man. Thanks for everything you've done with the team and what you're doing now.
Appreciate you, brother. Thanks.
That's a great question. You know what my 1 seed is?
What?
I loved the National when we got to play it.
The National was sweet, man.
I thought that was
it's like
really,
when people,
really cool. It's a hard question.
When people ask me that question, it's probably the first 3 names that pop up that are real good. Because if I had to answer it the next time, I could probably name 3 more courses. This thing, we played the National. We played, what's the other course?
Shinnecock's just so
National
hard.
Shinnecock, and then the old course in Scotland.
Sure.
Hell, the old course aesthetically is not aesthetically pleasing, but the history.
I think it is in its own unique way. It's not those golf courses. I mean, dude, you're on the water, link style.
You're on the water, but the court, like, if you're an American golfer, you are spoiled.
Yeah,
compared to that.
Very, very different.
But once you start going through the history of it, hell, when I stood on the bridge that Jack Nicklaus stood on, I could have sworn I felt Jack Nicklaus standing right there with me. It's so much history has gone through there that it has to please you. Carnoustie. It would be one of my favorite courses if the wind wasn't blowing 60 miles per hour.
Right.
So,
and I think a lot of the favorite course you've ever played conversation, a lot of that centers on how well you played the course.
Yeah, you got a point on that too.
Like, dude, I was lucky enough.
I got some courses I absolutely love, but you know what? I won't say they're my favorite courses to play because I shot like a radio station like my buddy shoots in the first 9 holes, Jeff.
Like, I got to play Seminole, which is a really, really hard track to get on. It was incredible and it's beautiful. But I played poorly, and then it kind of got in my head, and I didn't necessarily enjoy the day. But I recognized the beauty of that track.
Yeah.
And what it stands up to against others is just on my list. I need to see it again. I need to get back there.
You think you'll shoot how many strokes better?
My game's in a tighter place right now. Like my wedges tend to come and go. Right now,
your wedges go.
Right now, the tide is in. The wedge game's all right. I need
to see this then.
Yeah, we'll see. It's too damn cold.
Not really.
Sean is in Rockville. Sean, what's
Sean?
up? Ask B anything.
Hey guys, appreciate it. B, my question is, how many more yards would you have had in your career if you had the big man blocking for you?
What big man?
Mitch Tischler.
I thought he meant Jesus for a second.
Mitch Tischler? Man, I probably wouldn't have no yards if Mitch was blocked for that joke. If I put Mitch back there, I think I'd be in front of Jerry now. Yeah.
All right, that's it. I appreciate you guys.
There you have it. Big man getting a shout out. Thank you, Sean.
Big Mitch.
Right. We're deep in Rockville today. Mark is in Rockville. Phone lines are open, folks. Mark in Rockville.
What's up, Mark?
What do you got?
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good.
Hey, Mitch, I was always wondering about RG3, like why he didn't last longer in the NFL. Like I thought he had like a magical first season, and I kind of thought he didn't slide enough, and that's why he got hurt. But I always wondered what you thought about that.
He didn't listen. His biggest problem was he didn't listen. When people tried to help him, he already felt like he knew everything. And when he got hurt, instead of letting people know he was hurt, he tried to get away from it. I think fear is the reason he didn't last long. He feared Kirk Cousins getting a chance to play. That's what he told some people. And when he lied about the fact that he wasn't hurt, and he was hurt, and everyone wanted to blame Shanahan, it wasn't Shanahan. It was Robert and Dan that got Robert hurt.
Yeah, dude. I think I'm gonna put you on hold, Mark. It sounds like you're farting. I think there's a lot of.
You're a damn fool.
I think it was his car or something. Just that's what it sounded like. I think with Robert, his relationship with Dan, and then Dan's relationship with Robert's parents, really stunted. Like most quarterbacks, look at Sam Darnold, right?
Yeah.
If you're a top 5, top 10 pick, if you're a former Heisman Trophy winner, you get 100 chances.
Yeah, you do.
And Robert didn't. It went bad here. The injuries went bad. It went bad in Cleveland. He got hurt again. And maybe it's just as simple as it's the injuries.
Cleveland and Baltimore.
Baltimore, though, he was always a backup.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but when he got a chance, he tried to run over a damn linebacker on the sideline.
But dude, like
that means he did not listen. He doesn't take information or guidance very well, you know. But like I said before, Robert wasn't matured enough for the moment at the time, and the people above him, Dan and all those guys, they weren't matured enough to help him. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because sometimes you can give a person too much too soon, and when you notice that it can't handle it, you need to pull back. Well, hell, he was the owner was a damn child too.
Right. And that doesn't mean Robert's not culpable in some of this. You know.
No, he's very culpable.
Totally.
And what I said earlier, he does not listen.
All right, so this dude's been tweeting me this a lot, so I want to get this out of the way here. This is from a fella named AJ Stone via Twitter. He says, I haven't asked B Mitch anything question. I collect sports cards and saw B Mitch has a 2024 Panini Mosaic card in Eagles gear. His 2 questions. Does the legend get to pick what team jersey he wears, and how do you come to terms on a payday to be involved in that product?
No, you don't get a chance to pick it. And they do multiple cards from each team, basically.
Okay.
And then they put them out. And how do you come to terms to get a payday off of it?
Done through the PA?
My agent bought it to me, and they offered the right price, and I took it.
Is that current or back then? Like, is that a new card
that
right
was
now?
Recently. The Mosaic one is the thicker one. It's sweet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I don't know enough.
Remember I told you I just signed those last.
I remember you said
I
that.
signed 250 cards in probably about an hour or so or less.
Cards are having like this serious
comeback
renaissance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, they're making them different now where that card is about that thick.
And don't they have like a piece of your jersey?
A lot of them are putting like pieces of game-worn jerseys or game-worn jerseys or at least worn by the celebrity. Some stuff, they're using different pieces of other stuff you might have done. They're finding great stories or moments of your career and putting all that stuff together.
Like,
so
Landfill, keep it together when I say this, like pieces of balls are in these cards, right? Like a little piece of leather ball.
How they
Not
do
Lonzo ball.
I won't say how they do that one.
They cut it up.
I have a question for B Mitch.
That'd be a bad thing. They cutting it up, Jay.
Landfill has a question for you.
B Mitch, what's your favorite fruit?
My favorite fruit. Oh man. Favorite fruit.
I feel like it's grapes. I think you eat a lot of grapes.
No, I love a lot of fruits. I would have to go with
I know my favorite fruit.
Pineapple.
Whoa, so is mine.
That's a pretty solid choice.
I love sliced. I don't like crunchy
I don't eat
pineapple.
as much of it,
soft.
but I think when a pineapple is ripe and sweet, that's the best thing in the world. Then I'll go with strawberries. Kiwi, I used to hate that.
Lauren's got me eating kiwi for breakfast. She
Kiwi's
claims it's
good,
very
though.
good
It's
for
good.
me.
It's good.
Dude, summer, hot ass summer day, cold ass slice of watermelon.
Oh yeah.
That hits.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could only pick one for the rest of your life.
One fruit?
No.
Oh.
Fruits or vegetables?
Ooh.
B Mitch answers that when we return. Ask B Mitch anything for the remainder of the hour, plus some Masters updates. You are listening to 1067 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brian. Excuse me. Hey, it's Brian. Major. Boost your winnings on anything from outright winners to round leaders to tournament matchups and so much more. Listen, I don't know if Justin Rose can hang on to this thing, but he's sure out there doing it right now. If you have him, you should be feeling kind of good. But be careful. Scotty Scheffler is lurking, and he's on his way. FanDuel is your go-to for betting at Augusta. Tee off with a variety of bet types and live bet as the tournament drama unfolds. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Brian to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1067 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Taking a look at the Masters leaderboard. Justin Rose still atop the leaderboard at 9 under par, 2 under on his day-to-days through 16. Bryson DeChambeau, 2 back of him at 7 under par. He's 4 under through 10 holes today. Sung Jae Im is at 6 under par. Matt McCarty, Corey Connors at 5 under par, and multiple players at 4 under par, including Rasmus Højgaard, Ludwig Aberg, Shane Lowry, and Scotty Scheffler, who's set to tee off here in just a couple of minutes. In the NFL, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bulls tonight. The Nats taking on the Marlins. Can hear the Wizards game over on the Team 980 tonight. Can hear the Nats game right here on The Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
One more time.
B Mitch Finley brought to you by Rude HVAC Equipment. Head over to rude.com to find a contractor near you. And of course, it is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. We're keeping Ask B Mitch going. I asked him a question just before the break. B, you can only have one for the rest of your life: fruits or veggies?
I'm gonna go with the vegetables, dog. I like a lot of vegetables.
Me too. I think
like fruit. I eat fruit, but if you cook it, I hate it. Once they change the texture of it, I can't stand it. But collard greens, mustard green, cabbage. You could do some tomatoes.
Green beans.
You know, I
broccoli.
You know my green beans.
Brussels
my broccoli,
sprouts.
I
like carrots.
Yeah,
I like zucchini.
There's tons
eggplant.
of things that like
salads,
vegetables that I love.
You're just never gonna eat a salad for the rest of your life. I think it's vegetables, man.
But like fruits, I mean, I love fruits. They're sweet, but I get much more run out of a vegetable.
I love fruit, but vegetables, I think I have to have.
Yeah.
But you don't like cooked fruit. I love cooked fruit. I love pie. I love all of it.
I'm a texture guy, bro.
Apple tart.
Once something gets all soft, don't want it.
B Mitch doesn't like it soft, landfill. All right. Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. Phone lines remain open.
You know what? You need help.
800-636-1067.
Your wife called you earlier and said, B Mitch is right. B Mitch is right again. You need help.
Vinny, you're up.
Can we get a pause before that, bro?
he needs something, hell.
What's good,
going
dude?
on, fellas? How y'all feeling
What's up,
today?
brother? How you doing, man?
B Mitch, I gotta hook up on some call drops too, man. You saying like you was a little messed up going into the break there as well.
Nah, I didn't need no call drop. I went to talking, and you know, you go to talk, so you go to swallow it, we're down the wrong pipe.
Oh man, we gotta get a pause on
Take
that.
it easy, Jeff. Yeah,
hey man, you know what? Let's be real. When you're a real man, you ain't got to pause up. When you question yourself, you got to pause it all the time.
You're right. My question to you is, if you could get and or have one type and brand of alcoholic beverage for the rest of your life, which one would it be?
One type and brand of alcoholic beverage. Give me some Weller 12-year Black Label. I could do that the rest of my life.
So it's you. That's the only booze you get, or you only get one type?
No, that's it. That's the only
one you can drink. I'll take that. That's a sipping drink. It makes me sip.
Man, that's a hard-ass question.
Because like those Tito's, I do too many of them too quick.
Yeah, they go fast.
But the other one made me sip.
What you got, JP? What you think? What you got,
Tito,
JP?
Tito's or Scotty's.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's certainly what goes down the most. I wonder, though, if I wouldn't pick a beer. Just because there's times where you just want to drink.
Yeah,
and
but
you
the beer
can't.
gets you so full, like sometimes.
Yeah, especially if that's the only thing you can drink for the rest of your
God.
life. I don't know. I don't know, Vinny. It's a good question, man. Thank
you. Know
you
what I'm going to do, Vinny? I'm going to pick that bourbon, then I'm going to get some friends with the other ones.
Yeah. We'll all just hang out.
All right, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Talk to you later.
All right. Now, this dude, JR in Boston, called yesterday and was freaking out about the Caps. I said, yo, I think they're going to win tonight. Call back. He has called back. What's up, JR?
What's up, JR?
What's up, fellas?
What's happening?
It's nice. It is nice to see that the Caps prove me right. They played hard and they played smart sometimes for about 9 minutes. But you can tell the third period they were to come out flat. What do they have? One shot in the first 10 minutes. It's ridiculous. They cannot play a full 60 minutes ever. Even against Winnipeg, they played 58 minutes. But that second goal from Winnipeg, I'm like, guys, you easily could have had this game 2-1. But instead they go to overtime because for 2 minutes they stopped playing smart. That second goal should never have happened against Winnipeg last night. 3 of those 4 goals should never happen. Tom Wilson back-checking into your own goalie, that's not smart. That's playing hard and playing dumb at the same time. I want to see 60 minutes of smart hockey, and they just don't do it.
You want 60 minutes of perfect hockey, you'll never see that. But the object of the game is to win the game. They won the game.
Shootout.
Yeah, but
still won the game.
They were up 4-2, and then they stopped playing sharp in the third period. They're like, all right, we'll leave the door open for you to come back. Instead of like the killer instinct, you know what? We're going to go out.
But they were down. They were down 0-2.
Yeah, they're down 2-0.
And they came back and they were up 4-2. They played some good hockey somewhere along the way, but I don't know anybody that plays 60 minutes of perfect hockey.
JR, do your friends refer to you as a hater?
No. I'm just looking for quality, smart stuff.
All right.
Listen, I've been a Skins / whatever Commanders fan forever, Bullets, Wizards, all the stuff, and I like to see like smart play. You're not going to do everything else. I mean, teams are good; they're going to make good goals and score. But like last night, the first goal you got to give props to them, but like the other 3, those should have never happened. Like they were just someone missed the coverage, made a bad pass. They had 25 giveaways last night.
JR,
25 giveaways.
Landfill. The Caps last night.
It happens, man. I mean,
the Caps last
night. It certainly does.
They secured the 1 seed and might win the President's Trophy. How do you feel about JR's constant criticisms of the Washington Capitals, Professor?
Seems like he might be a little bit of a hater.
I think he's got some hater in him. Are you a Bruins fan? I don't know, man. I get what you're saying.
No.
You want them to be at their best.
Yes. Going into the playoffs, they need to play smarter and, just better hockey.
All right, brother. Thank you.
That guy's kind of like
God bless.
All right, man.
JP, remember for a few seasons ago, whenever the Commanders would win, B Mitch would come in angry on Monday?
Yeah.
That's kind of like this guy.
Like the Heineke years.
I was never because if
I was never
well, no. See, you can't ever compare the Commanders when Heineken would go out there and do everything bad and have one little play. The Caps have been good all year. Okay, that's a total difference.
I agree.
So what I'm saying is you can win a game and still have a lot of bad things going on. But this dude looking for perfect.
Right.
You're not gonna get perfect.
Remember, I made after Washington took Jaden Daniels with the 2nd overall pick, and people just weren't so sure about the draft. And I made the reference of like, dog, Sydney Sweeney's inviting you to her hotel room. Don't worry about the mattress. You know what I mean? Just go. Like, this dude is picking faults on the Mona Lisa. Like, relax, man.
You're crazy.
Do you remember at the beginning of the year, there's that week window at the end of the preseason before the regular season starts, and everybody just decided in that period of time that Jaden Daniels was going to suck?
Yeah.
A lot of people
were they wrong?
They were wrong.
They were wrong as hell.
The Drake maniacs out there. Charles is in D.C. Chuck, ask B something.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Finley, how we doing, gentlemen?
We good, brother. How you doing, man?
Not too terribly bad. B Mitch, I've been real curious about this. When NFL players get fined, what happens to the money that they collect?
It goes to a bunch of NFL charities. Owners have so many different charities that they choose for them to go to. I would think it should go to a charity of your choosing, and you get credit for it. But you don't get credit for it. They get credit for it.
That would make sense. That would make sense. So the owners get paid
So money basically coming back to the owners, basically.
Oh yeah.
Got it. Okay.
They know what
Okay,
they're doing.
thank you, sir.
All right, brother.
Yeah, oh, very much so.
Thanks, dude. Take care.
Okay.
All right, that's Charles. I did want to shout out my boy Liam texted me this morning. So, B, yesterday.
Liam Cole?
No, different Liam.
Oh.
Yesterday, did you take Cleveland and the Braves? Or White Brian, did you have the Braves yesterday?
I had the Phillies, Landfill had the Braves.
Okay. So my boy Liam last night, I picked the Caps. I thought you took Cleveland with the points. And somebody took the Braves. He put in the B Mitch and Finley parlay. $10 won him $78.
Look at that, man. I took Cleveland in the points.
That is much better than Rooster hitting a future that netted him $6.
He came talk to me yesterday, and he was trying to explain. I said, Rooster, don't explain to me. You put in that type of future, you put $1 on it.
Yeah, just make it 5.
If you think you're going to lose, don't bet.
Let's go to Rick in D.C. What up, Rick?
What's up, man? How y'all doing today?
We're good, brother. What's happening?
Hey, Brian, you being a former NFL player, who past and present are you a fan of?
Past and present. Okay, past, yeah. I've always been a big fan of Tony Dorsett, Lawrence Taylor. I was a huge fan of Warren Moon.
Okay.
I love Terry Bradshaw because he was from Louisiana and he was normally saying something crazy. So I love that. Right now, but I got more. Like I said, this is just like the golf question. Is who pops in your head first? Right now, I love watching Terry McLaurin play. I used to absolutely love watching Aaron Donald play. Sean Taylor was a big one because he had people scared just because he was on the field. So I love that intimidation factor. I love Bobby Wagner.
I love Von Miller.
I like Saquon.
When Von Miller was young on the
Yeah,
Broncos.
Von Miller coming off the edge. Saquon is absolutely a nuts. He's nuts, though. He can play. But I can go through a bunch of different quarterbacks. Pat Mahomes.
I loved Randy Moss. Them cats
Randy
been running
Moss,
like Randy
Jerry
Moss.
Rice.
Sure.
You know, I can start naming a ton of people, but it's not like one or two of them.
LaDainian.
I like watching different. Like some games, I don't want to look at the offensive guy. I look at number defensive guys.
LaDainian could play, man.
LaDainian Thompson was the truth.
You know who I love? This got
Appreciate you,
random, not the same category of players we've been discussing. Remember Malik Hooker before he got injured early in his Colts career?
Yeah.
He was a baller. Yeah. Thanks, dude. That was a good call. That was a rousing edition of Ask B Mitch Anything.
Was it?
I enjoyed it. Did you not?
Yes.
All right.
I enjoy all of them.
Masters update when we return. B Mitch and Finley about done. Grant and Danny coming your way next.
I'm going home.
I was kind of into that weird echo for a second. Baby, I'm going through withdrawals. All right. Conclusion of a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday is powered by Scotty's Handcrafted Vodka. Scotty's Vodka is Maryland-made, amazingly smooth, and loved throughout the DMV. There's a cool quote that life's not about what you become, it's about what you overcome. And I got to say, man, I'm impressed by Rory McIlroy right now. He was cruising yesterday, 4 under. Then he had 2 double bogeys over the course of 3 holes that just blew up his day. He started today even. He's down to 5 under. He just got an eagle on 13.
Hey, I'm with that.
So love to see that. Now Justin Rose is cruising. He's on
-8.
Yeah, he's still at 8 under. He was at 9 under. He just gave one back. He's headed to 18 right now. If you're not a golfer and you don't enjoy the Masters, sorry. Like it's just the best. I don't know what you're going to do all weekend, but good luck with it. I have an altcast on Sunday at 1:00.
Good luck on that.
Yeah, thanks, dude. You'll be chilling at the Muni. Maybe I'll come by on my way home.
Yeah. I'll be at the Muni from 1 to 5. Come
Yeah.
check me out. 1400 14th Street, Northwest.
Now,
got all types of things going on over there. Simulators, button greens, interactive darts, more. Drink specials, contests, games, more. Come
Bang.
check it out. Come check it out.
There you have it.
There you go.
Interactive darts, landfill. I don't even know what that means.
You show up and I throw the darts at you.
That's how we interactive
Yeah,
on that.
yeah. Interactive darts.
I'm out on that. I'm out on the human darts. All right, Denton's wedding today. Shout out to Denton Day.
Yeah.
A guy that we really, really like and are excited for him and his soon to be wife. Like 2 hours she's gonna be his wife.
Yeah.
Landfill, did you have any predictions about what will happen at Denton's wedding? What food do we think they're serving tonight? Chicken? Fish? Steak? You know my 1 seed of wedding appetizers be?
What is that?
Bacon wrapped scallops.
They do have that?
I don't know. I don't know what Denton dresses weird. That leads me to believe I don't know what kind of food he's into. Although whenever we have extra food around, he eats anything.
He eats anything, yeah.
We're gonna find out. Hopefully there's a nice indoor option because I don't think this weather is gonna get us home.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
All right. White Brian, do you have any updates? Has Russell Henley gone low? Am I going to be able to fight my way back in the Masters pool? The show Masters
Probably
pool?
not.
Or do I just continue to hemorrhage money in all of these show pools?
Henley, he's +3 now. So he's coming back.
Okay.
+3 overall?
Yeah, dude, that's got to be today.
No, he's 5 under today.
Wow. Let's go, Henley. Hell yeah.
Oh, man. Let me check my people out.
Yo, we needed that, Russell Henley.
Russell Henley, they hear us talking trash.
Oh, dude. Yo, Russell Henley right now is right on the projected cut line. Now, there's a lot more golf to be played today. Henley's gotten all the way down to +3. He's got 4 to play. But the cut line right now looks between
DeChambeau is -7.
2 and 3. Damn, that is...
That go Jeff guy, Bryson DeChambeau.
DeChambeau can play. All right, let's settle up the bets for the week. Let's do it. Heard it here first. This is perhaps a silly question. That's the second iteration of that drop, right? That's the second version of Heard It Here First? What? I don't even remember what the first one was.
Yeah, we should have one before that.
What was it? Do you remember, though?
I don't remember that one.
I don't either.
Landfill, you remember it?
Jeff?
Wasn't it just Heard It Here First?
Yeah, something like it. It wasn't that one.
I'm like, psh.
All right, White Brian, who won the week? Landfill was undefeated, right?
Yeah, Landfill went 5-0.
Damn.
Lucky.
What'd B do?
4-1.
Damn, you losing with 4-1. That's like Houston the other night. Like, you just got to get a shot off at the end.
I would have got my shot off.
Well, you didn't. Landfill beat you.
Landfill good. That's okay. I'm good with that.
Landfill, you went 5-0 this week. Did you make any actual money on those picks? Did you have any dollar bets?
Nope.
When's the last time you put a real bet in?
A while ago.
What was the action?
I don't remember.
$3?
I can't remember.
All right, folks, we're done. Everybody have a great weekend. Thank you to Ben Standig for joining us. Thank you to Fred Smoot for joining us. Thank you to Jeffrey Chadilla for joining us. Thank you to everybody that called, everybody that listened. Enjoy the Masters. Enjoy the weekend. Caps are back on Sunday. Wiz have their final game of the season on Sunday. Tune into that. I'll be doing an all cast. Straight up barn burner. Grant and Danny coming your way next. You made it this far. I owe you a beer. What up, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia? Grant and Danny here on The Fan. No GP today. He's hanging out with our guy, Denton Day. Yeah, I'm Denton Day. Who's getting married today. Congrats to Denton and his lovely bride-to-be. Yeah, we can clap for that. We clap that up. Is the audience here, Darius? Are they into it? They're not here yet? Okay, they're filing in. The ushers are getting them seated. I get that. Do you think when it's like Denton to you, he's like, yeah, I do. Yeah. Here's my take. Yeah.
Definitely sounds like that'd be appropriate.
He'd be like, yeah, pretty much. We're going to get married. Yeah. Love you, Denton. Congrats, buddy. So JP is there. That's Toby right there. Tobias, what's up, dude?
Can't complain, man. Great day to hang out on a Friday right before the weekend, talking a little sports.
You are full Toby today. This is the Toby, okay? Are you producing? Yes. Are you updating? Yes. Are you co-hosting? Yes. The Toby. It's like the triple Lindy. You know what I mean? I love that.
Yeah, I can do a little bit. I'm a utility guy, not good at any one thing, but can do a little bit of everything.
The Jeff Rebele of 106.7 The Fan. Yes, that's an obscure mustachioed man who played for the Orioles one time, who played a bunch of different positions. We got a good radio program for you. Talk about the cap shirt and Tobias's update. We will discuss them throughout. I got a couple things I want to deliver to you. First, let's start with the news. Josh Johnson signed. The needle. There was technically movement on the needle. It did that little on the Geiger counter.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like a big move, but it moved, right? Quantify that for me. 1 to 10, it's a number.
0.0001.
There it is.
Yep. The only reason there's that 0.0, however many I said, 1 is because Josh Johnson once played here.
There it is.
And he at least won a game here, right? Like if you signed Joe Schmo that I'd never heard of before that really didn't matter, then it wouldn't move the needle. But the fact that Josh Johnson has played here before, as well as all other 32 teams, like he's played for everyone at some point in his career.
For everybody, right?
But it's good to have him back. So congrats to Josh Johnson.
So that's the quarterback room now, right? Unless something, I almost went full Broussard there, Darius. Unless something changes right now, the local Washington football team, like unless something changes, it's what's his name? Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
Right?
Him.
He's at the top. You'd think he's at the top of the depth chart.
I think so.
Mariota, Josh Johnson, and Sam Hartman in some order. Right? So that's your group of 4. That's what they went with last year. That's kind of it. Unless somebody's terrible at OTAs or mini camps or different things, you'd figure that's their quarterback room, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're probably only going to keep 2 again anyways, right? Or maybe they'll keep 3 of Hartman. Hartman was not very impressive in drills and stuff last year, but when he was actually on the field in preseason, it wasn't bad. So yeah. I don't know how they feel about it.
So they did 2 plus the emergency, right, with the rules?
Yeah.
So I think that's your group of 4. So that's as newsies we get there with the local Washington 53. Got a topic, a football one that's coming up at 3 o'clock. What's your Jon Snow take? You're going to say, what are you talking about, Danny? The Night King's coming. No, it's not like that. I'm not talking about that. That's not my take. The Night King is not coming. I'll tell you that right now. It's not happening. Defeated Arya Stark. It's a whole thing at Winterfell. You couldn't see. You had to turn up the the brightness on your TV. You know what I mean? Like HBO didn't tell you about that.
Why was it so dark?
It was so dark. They were trying to do a thing and it didn't work that well. There was a Starbucks cup. The whole thing was rushed. I can't, Darius. It took one of the great works of art. Okay? And I really mean this. Sorry. It took one of the great works of art, the first 6 seasons, really, of Game of Thrones. This cultural touchstone, this zeitgeist situation, where everybody was talking about it no matter what. And then, middle of the meeting. Hey, Aruye, what's up with the prospectus? You know what I mean? Like that kind of level. Where the 2 dudes that ran the show were basically sprinting through so they could go do a Star Wars thing that never happened. We should never forget that. Any hoodles. Your Jon Snow tick. We'll get into that at 3 o'clock. Got Nick Baumgartner of The Athletic to come on with us, talk about the draft. The golf tournament is happening. We don't care about that around here. Toby does desperately.
I do.
Well, it's more of a royal way. It's more of an eye. I don't care who wins. I don't care anything about it. They're playing, and everyone tells me how great it was, and that's kind of the appeal for what it is now. Anyway, one of the cool things they do there, though, at the Masters at Augusta, one of the cool things they do is you get to pick your din-din. You win the thing. You get the green jacket, which is awesome.
Awesome.
By the way, I would wear that green blazer way more than those guys.
Well, and by
do.
the way, I know for a fact that you're not going to like this. You do know you get to keep it for 1 year, and then you bring it back and it stays at Augusta.
The blazer?
Yeah.
Oh, screw that.
You get a trophy, which is a beautiful trophy of the clubhouse. You get that.
Yeah.
If you win the Masters, that's why you see all the guys that win. They're going on Letterman. They're going all over the place with their green jacket. You'll notice that no one else is wearing those that has won, because after that year, you return the jacket and it stays at Augusta.
Jacket?
Yes. Like Tiger Woods doesn't have like 4 jackets. He has 1 jacket.
That's egregious. I did not know that.
And it stays at Augusta because he didn't win last year.
Well, there's different dudes at different sizes. There's like big, broad-shouldered Bryson Hoogie Flickets, and then like little skinny guys.
It's not just one jacket. Like you get your own jacket, but it stays in your
locker.
locker.
It's like a museum.
Correct. It stays in your locker in the Players Champions locker room because it doesn't leave Augusta unless you are that previous year's champ.
You know what you're right about is how much I hate that. Screw that with an iron stick and a running start, bro. No way.
Yeah.
You don't even let me keep the jacket?
You get to wear it for a year, and then you bring it back.
It's like the Stanley Cup, except the jacket?
Yes. You get a trophy.
I mean, it's
no
nice.
one ever cares about the trophy. It's a really nice trophy.
Yeah, the green jacket's the thing, dude.
Yeah, but that you get that for a year.
Oh, I like it less. I like it even less. It was that I didn't care. Then it grew to take over my life when the junks talk about it. For like, I'm in my car this morning, and it's just Jason asking somebody about different players. I mean, that's golf talk.
Sounds riveting, by the way.
Well,
I love it.
What about Jones? Yeah, he's playing well. Yeah. What about Justin? Yeah, he's playing well. You know who else is playing well is Bryce. Oh, really? Is he? Yeah. You know who else could win it is this other guy. Like, I can't imagine anything worse. My precious junkies. I'd love them so just talk about the thing that I want. Anyway, I'm in the car.
I wanted to talk about Rory blowing up on the back, final couple holes yesterday. Well, you don't want to talk about that?
Is it a major golf tournament? Of course he is. People need to stop insisting it's a thing. He's not going to happen.
Correct.
He's going to melt down like Chernobyl.
Yes.
Where was I? Oh, yeah. But anyway, the cool thing they get to do is they get to pick their dinner.
Yes.
I guess they can't wear the jacket to the dinner. They have to give it back upon entry?
When they're back at Augusta, they can wear their jacket. That's why they're all wearing it.
Oh, so it's only on campus.
Yes.
In college foosball, it's one of those. I hope you're happy. I hope you guys are happy. I hope you're pleased with yourselves. You got what you wanted. Oh, buddy. The old can of worms, the old Pandora's box. Imagine the can of worms is one of those slinky worms. Like your kids look, it's peanut brittle. Never had peanut brittle. I've only had the stupid snakes jump out at me. Whatever, like the coiled up things. It's going to be like that. And Pandora's box at the same time into the fan.
Mm-hmm.
Something has begun, and it's your fault. Not you, Tobes. This is here, look, 106.7 The Fan on YouTube. It's your fault. That's what I'm pointing at. But here's where I want to start the show. We're going to do a bona fide. Oh, no, you know what? A false start on me. 5 yards back.
5 yards.
Back me up. Draft is less than 2 weeks away. Did that creep up on you?
A little bit. There's been so much going on, Danny. I don't know if you felt this.
This is my point. You're making it.
So, well, I know you just had a kid, right? So I'm sure there's an exhaustion that comes with that.
Oh, yeah, I did. That's right.
I don't have a kid. I don't have anything going on. I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff going on. This OV chase, NFL draft,
yes,
national season. We were down in West Palm not that long ago.
We were.
Now they're all in full swing of the season. Like so much has been going on.
Full swing. See what you did there.
Yeah. I have not missed, the regular NFL draft coverage as much as, or I've not been in on it as much as I usually would be. I still care about it. Like the topic yesterday about is it something you're less interested in?
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I'm still about the same, but I don't know that I have the same level of excitement or the same level of intrigue. Or usually around this time it's like a kid on Christmas, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 2 weeks from now you're going to be sitting there like, ooh, what shiny toy am I getting this time? I don't know that it quite feels like that, but it's crazy that it's 2 weeks away. I was considering going to this, by the way, because it's in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
I have some ties.
You
in
got
Wisconsin.
people there. You got a guy.
Yeah, I got guys there. I was considering going, and it's like, I don't know if I'll go. I'll push it off. By the way, it's 2 weeks away, right? Like, I'm not going to go. But it was crazy to think, like, I probably have to make a decision here pretty soon because it's not that far from now.
So here's and we could actually banter about this. That's the medium that you and I are sharing right now. Everybody's sort of saying they'll trade back, right? Like that's the most likely outcome. I might have a take on that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're gonna. And it's not because they don't desire it. I don't think anybody's moving up.
Okay.
The scenario where someone moves up is probably for quarterback. Maybe a tackle if somebody loves one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody's going to go, I need that fifth-year option. Like last year, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Dallas. Moved around in the draft. I think somebody moved back into the first round to take
an offensive tackle. I don't think that's happening. I don't think people want 29. I think 20 through 50. Now, this is consensus. Everybody's wrong every year, but we're going on best available info. 20 through 50, you pretty much can shuffle up and deal. Pretty much roll the dice on any of these guys, and you're throwing a dart at the board. The value is 1 to 19, and the value is maybe 50 to 100, according to people that are much smarter than me about these sorts of matters, right? So I don't think people are going to go, you know what we should probably do is trade multiple picks over this year and next to move into that range to select somebody in the 20 to 50 range. I don't think people are excited to do that. I don't think teams are going to want to do that.
I think their best option is what we're kind of being thrown right now. Now, this is the time of the year when you find out a lot of different stuff, especially next week and the week of the draft, where you get reports that are worth absolutely nothing. Remember a couple years ago, there was reports that CJ Stroud wasn't even going to be in the top 10 anymore. He goes number 2 overall. Like, there are reports that you're going to see over the next couple of weeks.
This is silly misinformation season.
Yeah. So the reports about Shador, if they're true, that is best case scenario for the Commanders.
Yes.
You need 3 to 4 to go in the first round, and you need Shador to slide.
I need someone to have the steamies for Jackson Dart, and I keep bringing this up to you. They invited Jalen Milroe to the draft. Unless it's some sort of sinister, and my hat would have to be made of tinfoil. Like, I would take it off of my leftovers and craft myself a hat, like origami.
Mm-hmm.
If they brought him there to have that awkward thing.
That's tough, too, if they did that.
You know what I mean? It's like, hey, dude, we'll get great television out of it. We're just going to keep the camera on him for all 32 picks, and then he'll have to come back next night. Like, otherwise, if that's not the case, someone thinks he's going to the first round, right?
Well, and it just takes one team, too. Like, we always talk about, other scouts around. It's just believe in Shador, right? Like, so what if the Browns don't? So what if the Saints don't? The Giants did, and the Giants pick him, right? Like that's all that matters. One team has to care. So it could be one team on Shador. It could be one team on Jackson Dart, one team on Jalen Milroe. Whatever it is, your best case scenario if you want to trade down, which, by the way, we're all talking about trading down from 29 because we spend so much time talking about the first round of the draft.
Right.
I think their idea, JP had mentioned this yesterday, I believe, trade down from either 29 or 61. It doesn't really matter which one it is, but I think they need to trade down from one of those. So even if it has to be their second round because no one's interested in whoever at number 29, you could maybe trade down from 61 because someone wants to come up and get offensive guard that they like at that value, and I can get some more picks there. So one of those two picks, I think they want to move down. But if you want to move out of 29, I think you're right. It's only for a quarterback. That's the only thing that really matters for moving back into the first round for that fifth-year option. I just don't know if there's anyone that people care that much about.
Yeah, and there's enough premium positions where it's worth it. For example, at the way the tackle market's exploded, the way that maybe the receiver market's exploded, where let's say, sake of argument, you love Matthew Golden, he slips to 29. Washington does or doesn't, but they'd rather have 2 picks or 3 picks, whatever the haul you get. Maybe I could see it. Because that's not unheard of to draft it, to move back in for one of the premium spots. Or somebody can be stupid and go, we love this guard, not a premium spot. Or this off-ball linebacker is essential. We need our version of Jamin Davis.
Well, and for example, like a guy that I think could slide to that range, but I don't see anyone trading up for, is a guy who's number 7 on Daniel Jeremiah's top 50, Colston Loveland, tight end out of Michigan. I love him. I think he's a fantastic player. If he slides to 29, is someone trading up for him?
You wouldn't think.
I wouldn't think so, right?
You wouldn't think.
So it's going to have to be a premium position for someone to consider, I'm moving back into 29. And by the way, the other part about this too is Washington could hurt themselves because they're at 29. What if Philly at 32 is like, we don't need that much. So now suddenly your value of your pick of trading up is coming down because Philly's like, we don't need that 3, just give us a 4 or whatever. We don't need that 2, give us a 3, when Washington's asking for a bit more, and chances are no one's picking them at 30 or 31.
No, I think you're right about that. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole point is it's a tightrope, and it's not an easy one to walk across. It could happen. I'm not ruling it out. I'm simply saying I don't think it. Let me try to phrase it right. I don't think it's as likely as everybody seems to think it is. I feel like people are just kind of counting on the trade back as just, this is the course they'll do. I don't know how much the phone's ringing with offers that are good. You can't do it just to hear yourself make a deal. You don't want to do it just to say that we traded back. How cool are we? I mean, are you excited about next year's second rounder and a third rounder this year in a trade back?
Yeah.
I don't think so. Like the whole point is you're trying to add meaningful pieces now to this window, which is what their philosophy has been this entire offseason, right? With some of these veterans on short-term deals, but guys clearly looking at this roster going, we need, A, we're devoid of young talent because of Ron Rivera and company, but also B, Our quarterback's a superstar. We've got a good scheme system designed for him. We need pieces that'll help us now. A lot less development time.
Yeah, and the other thing too, when trade downs happen, is you do add assets. That's obviously the main benefit there, but you don't want to miss out on your guy. So if James Pierce Jr. is there and that's who they've deemed that's our guy, you don't want to trade down from 29 to say 38 or 40, or someone wants to come up and get that quarterback, and suddenly you have the same situation where this team traded out of 11 years ago and they missed out on Kyle Hamilton, they missed out on Olave, and instead they settle for Jahan Dotson. And we saw how that worked out. You don't want to end up in that situation. So if there's a blue chip guy there that you're like, you know what, this is our guy, because this is something that I hate that we do as media all the time, is people go, well, you probably could have got that guy at 36. You took him at 29. Well, sometimes you just got to get the football player on your team, right? Like overdrafting, sometimes you just got to go get the guy. Everybody loves to play this ideal scenario where he's my 40th ranked player and we got him at 40. That's ideal value. Sometimes you got to take that dude a little earlier to make sure you get your guy. So I wouldn't blame them if they identify a dude that they want and they just say, we're going to take him at 29.
Yeah, you've experienced that in fantasy drafts
all the
where
time.
you hope this guy gets to you at the end of the third round, but you're at the end of round 2 and you're going, it probably won't happen. So I got to do it, or whatever the case is. Here's what I want to do next. We got sidetracked there for a second, but it's a good convo. I'll allow it. 800-636-1067. We'll open the telephones up here right away. Caps won last night in a shootout. That was awesome. It was fun. Pre-game ceremony was cool. I'm in favor of all of it. Very, very happy. The fact that the Capitals won last night, got themselves 2 points, clinched first place, did a whole bunch of things that are really good. Here's my question. Are you worried about them? You worried about the Caps at all? Now, what are you talking about? They won. You watched the game, didn't you? You guys saw that first period where they had that disease where there was an invisible wall in their own zone that they weren't allowed to go past? Like remember in there's Spider-Man No Way Home, right? Where Doctor Strange would put these guys in the little mini jails with the walls right there. And like Jamie Foxx was in there and Otto Octavius was in there. And it's like, how'd you do that? He's like, I'm a sorcerer, like back off, bro. Like that was the barrier where the Caps couldn't get the puck out of their own zone in the first period. They got outshot. I think I got these numbers right. 4 million to 3. I think it was close to that. Now, second period was awesome. I watched it too. And then they got outscored 2-0 in the third period. So the whole point is 4-0, a 4-0 sandwich around that 4-goal second period, right? Like they haven't played well in a while. All the excuses were, well, the goal chase. They're chasing the goal, you see. Okay, well, why? What about the other 40 minutes when Ovi's not on the ice? What about that? He's the only person that scored against Carolina. Only guy that scored against the Islanders. Anybody worried at all? Everybody just keeps assuming. They'll get it back. They'll get it back. It's hard to get it back, bro. When you lost it, it's hard to get it back. I know it's a veteran group, but you ready? Postseason starts in 4 games.
Yeah.
Are you sure? 800-636-1067. You worried about the Caps at all? Toby and I'll answer that next.
The Fan.
Sean Walker, his first shootout attempt. Ron Brindamore maybe going to the hunch. Walker's got to score. The defenseman down the right wing. In on Lindgren. Bottom hash mark. Saved by Lindgren. And the Capitals win. A 5-4 victory via the shootout. And the Capitals lock up the #1 seed in the Eastern Conference. They're back in the win column, and they get the 2 points as they take down the Canes tonight.
Little musical chairs there. That's Zach Fish on the call on the radio last night. John Walton in Joe Bettinotti's chair because Joe B had himself some illness, voice issues, stuff like that. It was still cool that Joe B got to do pregame stuff for the celebrations, for gifts to Ovi and the whole 9 yards, but probably smartly gave the old windpipes a rest.
Yeah, I was sick. It was weird, right? Like you're driving home. That's a different voice. Then you turn on Monumental. Well, that's a different voice. And then you still see Joe B doing the ceremony. So everybody was still involved, but good to have Joe B involved in the ceremony, but with a night off.
So it
hopefully feels better soon.
It's so just a reminder of how incredible our broadcast, how fortunate we are in terms of our broadcasters here locally. Like listening to Craig Laughlin do the game with John Walton. It's like they've been doing games together like him and Joe B forever.
Right, so good.
Locker's so good that Walton, Walton is it's like a cannon. Like it's the information. It's boom. Energy is incredible, and Joe B's got energy too. But like Joe B is just this maestro of this economy of words, right? And Walton is like really good at that too. But like Joe B's just different, right?
Different, yeah.
So Joe B's got this, I don't know how to describe it, but like this throwing snow and like that, you know exactly what he means, right? Whereas John Walton would say something similar, like skates to a stop against the boards. Nothing wrong with that, but it's like, so the rhythm is different, and you wouldn't know. Locker waits for his time, and he's like, yeah, right there. Look at the drive to the net, John, by Tommy Wilson going around, gets the first shot off the blocker, second shot goes home. Touchdown, Tommy with the goal.
It's always funny when you have something like that happen because you know when you have multiple friend groups, Danny, where you've got maybe like work friends or you've got friends from school or you got friends from, and then this is like when friends from opposite friend groups are somehow hanging out. You're like, what the heck? You guys know each other? Like John and Craig together. It was like, this is weird, right? Like they know each other clearly, but it's like they're intersecting. It was fun for a night though.
It was really
to have
neat,
those guys
so
together.
Love that John could just walk right down the hall and crush it as always. And Zach, I think, did a great job.
Absolutely.
When I heard on the radio as well. But that was good. Caps won that game. You saw it though, right, guys? 800-636-1067. You worried at all about this team? There's a lot of this hand waving. And this is my general term for this, Tobes, when people just don't consider the factors.
Sure.
Right? Where my point with, for example, DC getting RFK and then the local football team playing there one day. Everybody just goes, yeah, they're going to go back to RFK. And the point I keep making isn't that they won't, but everyone's underestimating how ridiculously complicated it was going to be. And I kept beating that drum for years. It mostly has happened. But still, it was astoundingly difficult.
Very
and the whole time I'm going, doesn't everyone see what I was saying? The Caps may play well in the postseason. They may turn it on. The point I'm trying to make is, are you sure? Are you worried at all? It seems like people have zero concern, and they just sort of chalk up the fact that they're getting, they lost 5 of 7 coming into last night. They're getting beat 4-1, 5-1, 8-5 against Buffalo. These non-playoff teams, these marginal groups that are kind of playing out the string. And throughout the OV goal chase, I understand that. That's 20 minutes a night where you're trying to force feed number 8. Okay. What about the other 40? What about the Protus injury? What about the fact that Logan Thompson hasn't come back? And when he does, will he have enough time to be sharp? I'm legit worried that they put all these deposits in the bank, nobody's fault necessarily, with the best intentions, and they may not just get the they just maybe can't recapture that mojo. Second period, you saw it.
Sure.
That's what they're capable of. That's still in there, but you still have multiple periods per game, it seems like, where they're just either okay or even downright not good.
Yeah, I mean, after the first period, I was having those same thoughts, Danny. I mean, it was one of those things where I like how this season has played out. If you would have told me, first of all, if you would have told me they're going to be locked up with the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference before the year, I would not have believed you.
Of course I take that.
Right? Course. Like, I would not have believed that they were going to be that good. But the way that this season has played out has been perfect. I'm hoping that it works out that they can get back into shape where they are rolling going into the playoffs, because
that's what I want. That's what we all want.
Well, because they were so far ahead, Danny, that they were able to then turn into this mode where it was like, we're going for the chase, but we're technically not, but we're feeding Ovi, right? Like, Grant brought up something the other day that was perfect, where on the power play, Chikrin let one go on Sunday. And it's like, I haven't seen that in a while. It's like, oh yeah, that's because all those shots have been coming from 8.
You're like, oh yeah, that's right.
Right? So they clearly, even if they weren't trying to, I don't think Carbs was saying, feed Ovi. He wasn't saying that, right? He was saying do their normal stuff. But subconsciously, you know that puck, should I shoot it? Oh, there's Ovi. Pass, right? Like, usually maybe Chikrin lets one fly. Maybe Carlson lets one fly, or Wilson. Any of these guys lets one fly and said they're passing it to Ovi. I was thinking the same thing that you were after that first period last night. Second period awakened me like, that's right. This team is still really freaking
still capable.
Good.
Yeah.
And so for them to come back out in the third period and look more like the team that we saw in the first wasn't great. But I don't want to hit the panic button just yet, because they still got 4 games to get in shape and get ready to roll. So, but there's also only 4 games, right? Like, I think you can see both sides of it, where I'm glad that he broke it when he did. I thought hearing Spencer Carberry with John Walton on the radio before, the pregame show last night, I thought was really cool to hear Carbs kind of talk about from the inside perspective that he's glad that Ovi broke it when he did, and it wasn't down to the end because of all the hoopla around it. Everything there's ceremonies, you're stopping games. There's another ceremony last night. There's so much that went around it. I think everybody was exhausted, and so for them to have those 3 days off and they find a way to come back and get that win against Carolina last night, I think now that's all in the past.
Yeah.
And so these final 4 games are, let's get in shape, let's get rolling, let's find that rhythm again, and now you're ready to roll for the playoffs.
And that's the hope, that's the design. But I guess what I keep coming back to is, I understand this OV goal chase. It consumed me. I mean, it's human nature, of course. So if you're going to feed him when he's on the ice more, you're going to, more empty net goals, more power play time, more whatever. Why does that mean you give up 8 goals to Buffalo?
Sure.
Why does that mean offensive or defensively you can't have a zone exit? See what I'm saying? Like against Carolina in the first period last night. That's got nothing to do with Ovi to me. You know what I mean? Like, there's this, I don't know. There's this, yeah, I understand that was an overarching thing. And maybe it saps the energy. Maybe it's that simple of an answer. But that explains away certain things offensively to me. It doesn't explain the full panoramic of the game.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
there was almost like a sluggishness from this team in the first period, and then Ovi comes out in the second period and clobbers everyone, and it seemed like that brought some of the energy. So maybe to your point, there is an exhaustion, or there's just something with the whole team, because you're right. I mean, if we're on the power play or whatever, maybe that changes stuff, but not for the entire team.
800-636-1067. You concerned at all about the Caps? Chris Culpepper, you're first up on this. What's up, dude?
What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thank you for
Hey, bro.
I've been thinking about it for a month. I've been nervous as heck. They haven't been playing the way they're supposed to be. I love that he got the record of Ovi. It's wonderful that they did cater to him, and you could see in their play. They tried to force feed him a little bit when they got into the zone, started playing the way they haven't been playing for months. So it was alarming. I'm glad they got the record and they have a couple of games to get ready, but I am nervous. So I just wanted to make a comment. Thank you for taking my call.
Appreciate you, Chris. Yeah, that's exactly where I'm at. Nothing changes how thrilled I am for this record. It's incredible. I'm old enough, Tobes, where I pretty much remember all of Gretzky's career. I mean, he first broke in the 70s. I was just a little fella, like a baby. But like, of the time that he became Wayne Gretzky, scoring 200 points a season, pretty much remember that. It's the only hockey that I could really see on a regular basis when they were on national television. I mean, it was spotty at best, getting home team sports or whatever local game was on. Sometimes going over to US Air Arena, Capitol Center, whatever you want to call it. But I saw a lot of Gretzky. Okay, so I never thought that would happen. It's an unbreakable record that just got broken. I'm reveling in it like everybody else. I want to celebrate Ovi. I got nothing wrong with that. There's got to be a second silo now, though, where you're going, this team is too good to bow out in the first round.
Exactly
again.
right.
Like, and that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, because that's going to be a weird spot if in a couple of weeks they've lost in the first round. How do you view this season? 895 is great, but then they bowed out in the first round. It's like, well, I'm glad they did that. We're talking about how awesome this season is, that he's on a first place team and all this. that means there's got to be some playoff success. So hopefully these last couple of games can get them back into that shape. Because to your point, like if this were a team that was kind of middle of the pack, whatever, but this was the best team in the Eastern Conference this year, I need them to get back to playing like that.
JD in Alexandria. What's up, man? You're on the Fan. What are your thoughts here?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Good,
so really quick, first and foremost, I'm not worried just yet. You have to realize that this team is far exceeding the expectations of this year, right? This team was supposed to be maybe a playoff, maybe an 8th seed if they're lucky, wild card 1 or 2.
Yep.
And we now just clinched the Eastern Conference last night. As a Caps fan, we were hoping maybe we'll see the chase. We're seeing the chase be reached and the playoffs in something in Spencer Carberry's second season where most teams thought we were going to be reloading and potentially be going forward with Ryan Leonard. So I think we're peaking above expectation. My big concern would be the games against teams that potentially we could face in the second and third round or even the finals in the case of the Jets. And we've performed relatively well besides that 4-1 loss at Lenovo Center. I think the biggest telltale sign of the Capitals going forward is how they play against the Blue Jackets, a team that's going to be trying to compete to get in, whereas they are already clinched their spot, number 1 seed in the East, home playoffs at least until the Stanley Cup Finals, if we make it that far. And then my other thing is I am not disappointed with this season because it far reaches the expectations we were expecting. Right? We thought we were going to be watching Ovechkin make history.
Yeah.
We've seen him make history, and now we have a chance to make our own in the playoffs. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'm not worried just yet. If we start faltering against the Canadiens, which most likely would be our first-round matchup in game 1 or 2 at home, that's where I start pitting the panic button. But again, we have the most comeback wins in the league, and people forget our Stanley Cup winning playoffs. We lost to Columbus.
Started 2-0-2. Yeah.
Games.
Yeah, JD, that's a great phone call, man. That's why I let you run with it. That was really, really smart. So this reminds me of the Local 53.
Yes,
Reminds
exactly where I went.
That perspective, right? And I don't mind that. If you've got that mature attitude where you go, anything over the 8 seed is house money. I don't begrudge that. I'm not mad about that. I guess it reminded me of that same conversation, Tobes, where I go, I understand all that they left over from Ron Rivera, and it was an under-talented group, and they're doing it with a bunch of makeshift guys, and not that many other teams wanted, blah, blah, blah. That's all well and good, but you're here now, right? Like, if you'd lost to Tampa Bay, it was fun. I had a nice time. I did. It was fun. I had a nice time. But you're good. Like, sorry, you're good. Like, I know that they weren't supposed to be that good. That's how I had them pegged. I thought they'd be Columbus fighting for the 8th seed. Maybe it goes that way. But you just clinched the first spot in the Eastern Conference. One of the best overall records in the sport. All the while the chase was happening. Like, the opportunity is right there. They played well enough for huge parts of this season where you go, that's at minimum a conference final team. It is. So I don't know. It's hard. I understand your point to the callers, what I mean. I don't even know if I'm disagreeing. I'm simply saying I think a lot of us are kind of going, God, that would suck if they bow out.
I think it's a smart perspective, but I just don't know that it's the right timing. It's the same thing. Immediately when I'm hearing his phone call, it reminded me of the Commanders this year because everyone's going, well, they got into the playoffs even if they lose to Tampa. No big deal. They were never supposed to be there. I'm like, well, I'm going to be a little frustrated if they lose to Tampa.
Right?
Like, I need them to go win a playoff game because they're in it. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be thrilled with the season overall. So this is something for now. You're the top seed in the Eastern Conference. Need you to start playing like it once again because we've seen how well they can play. Go out there, and if you lose to a really good hockey team in the playoffs, that happens all the time. Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Can't be a first-round exit. I cannot have that again. And at the end of the day, we're talking about this in July. I'm going to look back on this as a great season. But in the time being, I need them to get things going because I would love a second Stanley Cup because imagine that for Alex Ovechkin's career, also in the year that he caps off $895. Could you imagine? Like, that would be the ultimate capper to raise a second Stanley Cup.
I just started dreaming about it, and I can't right this second. I'm not ready. I want it, but I'm not ready. 800-636-1067. More calls on this. You're worried about the Capitals at all. Plus, a quarterback that will simply never, ever, and I mean ever, go away. It's G&D on the Fan. Tobes is in for Jeeps, hanging out with you for the duration. This radio program right here, we are exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian, Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, whatever you need, they got you. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. That's that. Darius, you'll be interested to know. You remember in class, you guys are young enough where you probably had cell phones by the time you were in class. Like, you remember, like, you'd walk by somebody's desk or in a big lecture hall and they were like sneaking their cell phone, like maybe watching something or texting somebody on the side, like doing it. Sometimes there'd be something untoward and maybe impropriety. Maybe there'd be shenanigans afoot. I don't know.
Never.
Oh, I walked by Toby's desk. You know what he's sneaking? On his cell phone, you know what he's sneaking right now?
Uh-oh.
He's watching the Masters right now.
How dare him?
He's watching golf right now.
Unbelievable.
It's like his dirty, filthy little side piece.
I'm hiding it from you, Danny, so you're not bothered by it.
I'm not bothered. But it's like his disgusting mistress.
When I used to work in promotions, I used to be watching Twitch streams on my phone, and then my former boss, Tim Yorrell, he used to walk by and would be like, "What are you doing?" Like, just watching a stream. He'd be like, "You're such a nerd." And I'd be like, "Sorry."
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, it's actually pretty.
I'm doing work. I'm being productive.
Right?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Hit the nail on the head right there. It's pretty good.
But yeah, there was some shame. There was a little bit of shame. So I eventually got one of these screen protectors where you can only see it if you're looking directly at it. So that way, if somebody's over your shoulder,
that's what you need to hide your smut.
Yeah, there it is.
Your filthy golf smut.
Yeah, I'm watching inappropriate content over here, aka the Masters.
Flop shots.
Yeah.
Just gross sounding things, you know?
At least I didn't go full big screen over here with the laptop.
No, I know.
It's on the small screen.
You're my guy, Tobes. 800-636-1067. We're going to set the stage here for your Jon Snow take at 3 p.m. But finishing up this conversation about the Capitals, are you worried at all about the Caps? Kevin Arlington, been really patient. Kevin, good afternoon, buddy. What's up?
What's going on, Kevin?
Hey, Danny, Toby, how are you boys? So I totally get your concern, Danny. But let me try to describe it this way. Last night is a microcosm of what we're all concerned about, i.e. the distraction of the Obi goal chase, which continued into the ceremony that led to a very sluggish start and a horrific first, to the this is how they can play. And from the fight where Duhaime settled the score until the end of the second period, that's the Caps. They're physical. They hit you in the mouth. They knock you on your butt. You don't want any part of them. And you're rushing the net. You're playing with pace. You're playing with skill. They overwhelmed Carolina from the end of the second and up to the end of the first. Did they play the whole game that way? No. That's what they need to get back to. And remember, their great goaltender has been off, and now he's out. We're doing this with Charlie. And God bless Charlie. He played great last night. So, the last thing, it's the hardest championship to win. It's not even close. There are so many good, powerful teams. They have a hard cap in the NHL. The teams are well run across the league. There are very few really bad teams. So it is such an honor to win a cup because it's so damn hard. If they do, it will be awesome. But the thing you got to look at is we are stacked in our prospect pipeline. Ryan Leonard is just the latest one to come up. We will have our time again. I hope it's this year.
Kevin, always appreciate it, buddy. Thanks for chiming in. Tobes, I'm willing, but I think that perspective is right. Meaning the future's bright. They did something that's really hard to do, and I give the organization credit for that, which is to both rebuild and retool and stay competitive on the fly. Those teams that were kind of limping into the postseason, first-round exits, etc. And I guess the point I'm making is they've earned this. They've earned expectations, both with the Pierre-Luc Dubois type signings, with how Dylan Strome has blossomed since he's been here. All the pieces that they're tooling with are good. They're good. They are here. The opportunity is right here, right now. It would feel like a pretty big gut punch to me if they bowed out in the first round again. I guess that's my only point.
Yeah, I think again, that's the right perspective. Like we said before, that's fine. They do have a bright future. What they've been able to do is really impressive. Doesn't mean that I just am like, they lost in the first round, the Canadiens, no big deal, right? Like I need them to be competitive like we've seen them be all year. And maybe to his point, last night while we view it as the 895 is still done, there's still a huge celebration last night.
Yep.
And that first period was horrendous. It was very, very bad. It looked like the team that we'd seen for a long time. Maybe that was the carryover still of the 895, the celebration last night. And then the team that you're going to see more of is the team you saw in the second. And even the third period was better than the first period, even though they were outscored 2-0 in that third period. I think you can live with that one a little bit more than what you saw in the first period. So I think this last 4-game stretch is huge, where there's not going to be OV celebrations before games anymore. There's not going to be extra ceremonies. Not going to be any of this.
Hockey.
It's just hockey. So get back to playing like you did earlier in the season. Play like you did in the second period last night a little bit more than what you did in the first period.
So I teased this, and I want to pay this off. Darius and Toby, hands away from computers. Hands where I can see them. Hands where I can see them. Hands up. Very good. Joe Flacco re-signed with the Cleveland Browns again. Joe Flacco will be playing in this league in the year 2030. That's my contention. He's the McRib of quarterbacks. They're just going to keep turning to him like, we need a journeyman. We need somebody that's been around, that's put up very pedestrian numbers for decades plus. Who do we turn to? Sam the Eagle? No, he looks like Sam the Eagle from the Muppets. It's Joe Flacco. We're going to play the what team was Joe Flacco playing for in that year game. It's a game I just invented. We're going to go hands-on buzzers. Oh, look at the game show music. Darius is ready. What team was Joe Flacco playing for? And you got to hit your buzzer and say your name. You get to weigh in. First 1 to 3 wins. What team was Joe Flacco playing for in 2017? Toby.
Browns.
That is not correct.
Ugh.
There's your chance to steal.
I'm going to go with the Broncos.
That is also incorrect. That was a trick question. Still the Ravens.
Oh.
Still the Ravens.
Well done.
I got you right there. 0-0 on the board. What team did Joe Flacco play for in 2019? Toby.
Browns.
That is incorrect.
There's
your chance to steal.
The Broncos.
That's correct.
There we go. I knew he played for the Broncos.
1-0 Darius. If you just keep saying the Broncos.
I'm going to say the Browns every time. We'll see what happens.
What team, hands on buzzers, Darius gets this, he wins, Toby. Okay? So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
The year's 2020. Right? Word was a little bit different. Don't worry about it. The year's 2020. Joe Flacco played for Toby.
Jets.
That is correct. 1-1. The year is 2024. Who did I play for? Darius.
That would be the Indianapolis Colts.
That is correct. Darius wins. Darius wins.
Congratulations, Darius.
Good round, Darius. Good round.
Flacco for Flacco.
What team
Darius
did
Dameron.
Joe Flacco play for that year? That's how we play that game. He's back in Cleveland. So right now it's odd years he goes to Cleveland. That's what we have. That's our latest precedent. I got a bit of a hot take.
Uh-oh.
It's not a scalder. It's warm. The fire is lit under the pot. It's not going to burn you if you touch it, but it's getting a little warmer right there. It's my Jon Snow take. I'll explain it to you. I'll get Toby's. I'll get Darius's. We'll do that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on The Fan. This update is brought to you by Easterns.com, Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. Update at the Masters, and our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Still atop the leaderboard, Justin Rose, 8 under par. He shot 1 under 71 today. Rory McIlroy and Bryson DeChambeau tied at 6 under par. They're both still on the course. Corey Connors and Scotty Scheffler also at 6 under par. Matt McCarty, Victor Hovland, Shane Lowry, Rasmus Højgaard, all at 5 under par. The current cut line is at +1. Taking a look at the NFL, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal. The Browns signed quarterback Joe Flacco, and the Texans signed safety Jalen Petrie to a 3-year extension worth $39 million, $29 million guaranteed. In the NBA tonight, Wizards taking on the Bulls in Chicago, 8 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. 2 games left in the season, taking on the Bulls tonight, then taking on the Heat in Miami on Sunday. The Nats begin a 3-game series in Miami against the Marlins tonight. 7:10 first pitch right here on The Fan. Mitchell Parker takes the hill for the Nationals. Third start of the season for Parker. He's 2-0 with an 0.73 ERA, taking on Cal Quantrill, who is 1-1 with a 6 ERA. For 35 years, Easterns Automotive Group has been helping families move forward, get the lowest rates on the DMV's largest selection of affordable vehicles. Maximize your tax return and lock in low payments today at Easterns.com. Easterns Automotive Group, any car, any way for everyone. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
G&D here on The Fan. Toby in for Jeeps. We will win off the field. We'll do it together, damn it. That's 3:45. Beltway Blitz at 4. You know how we do it around. Help. I got a little bit of a take brewing. And I feel like I'm the only one with it, which led me to dub this my Jon Snow take, Topes. So if you're familiar with Game of Thrones, I want you to envision the episode, one of the great ones of the television show, and one of the greatest shows ever, despite the ending.
So not the last episode.
Not the last few, Topes. Not the last few. The Battle of the Bastards. Talking about Jon Snow. Okay, you're talking about Ramsay Bolton. Ramsay Bolton, 6,000 men. Jon Snow and the Northmen. The Night King's coming. We know, John, but you only got 3,000 men. 6,000 to 3,000. That's a mismatch. If not for Sansa Stark and, dare I say, Lord Baelish and the men of the River Run coming to the rescue, you don't have a win for Jon Snow and company. But I want you to picture Ramsay Bolton letting Rickon Stark run free, and the arrows are raining down. He baited Jon Snow into the battle. Right? So now Jon Snow is standing there against the thundering horde of Ramsay Bolton's army. He looks around and goes, uh-oh. It's just him and his sword against everybody. Battle of the Bastards. You all picture it? You've seen the meme? Even if you haven't watched the show. If you haven't watched the show, come on.
I haven't watched the show.
Toby! Turn off your filthy golf smut. Start watching GOT. But it's my kind of, I feel alone in this take. Here's where I'm coming from. I think everybody, and maybe there's a couple exceptions, but I think most everybody is just sitting there going, well, their offense is going to be great again. We need to worry about the defense. It's not to say that I don't want to improve the defense. I'd like improvement. I want to improve everywhere all the time. That's what you should always be doing. If I'm in Philadelphia, I want to improve. Kansas City, I want to improve. And there's no stopping that. If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. Here's my point. There's still, Grant and I were talking about this yesterday, Tobes. I think he viewed, I need one more playmaker on offense. It's a want. I want a couple more. And I go, no. To me, it's a need. I think they need more on offense. I think I really want another guard. I think they could really use it, right? Not Allegretti, an upgrade there. I think they need a wide receiver that can be a threat in some way, even if it's near, even if it's short-term, intermediate stuff, or if it's deep over the top. I think they need something explosive there. And they need something else at running back. I like Eckler. Eckler is awesome. Eckler is at risk of being injured. We saw that, right? I need something else like that. I need dynamic. I need good pass catcher, good pass pro. I need a guy, not to thump between the tackles, but to be dangerous in space. That's what I need. I think they need that. They need to improve a lot on offense. And you're probably going, the hell are you talking about? Their offense was awesome last year. I'm telling you, with all the defensive coordinators getting paid millions, staying up late at night, figuring stuff out, I'm telling you with their schedule. Listen to some of these teams in terms of points allowed last year. Chargers, Eagles, Broncos, Chiefs, Vikings, Packers. What do they have in common? They're on Washington's schedule this year. You go down the list, a bunch of teams they're going to be playing are really good at this. You don't get Carolina a couple times. You don't get Cleveland when they can't get out of their own way. You don't get the Giants when they're just a tire fire. Maybe they might still be a tire fire. But you see my point?
Mm-hmm.
Their schedule is harder. The defenses they're playing are better. You saw what can happen when that running game is dead the second half of the year. And they're going, well, let's keep thumping. Let's keep running Brian Robinson between the tackles because we got to show that we're going to do it. And it's totally ineffective. Maybe you think that gets solved with Laremy Tunsil, but to me, his strength is as a pass blocker. So my point here is, I think they are in desperate need of helping this offense, and they're not doing it. I love Deebo Samuel. That's the step in the right direction. That's a weapon. That's slot plus, whatever you want to call that. That's fine. I need another one. With all due respect to Noah Brown, Luke McCaffrey, that's not what I'm talking about now. I'd love for a chance for Luke McCaffrey to develop. I don't have time to wait around. Normally, we got nothing but time because you don't know who the quarterback's going to be. You go, let's try this Sam Howell thing. Maybe. You got the dude. The 60 minutes clock is ticking, dude. You got 4 years at an affordable rate. You'll be great for a while if he's as good as I think he's going to be. They need another weapon on offense, and maybe two, Toby. They need to be addressing this offense, and I don't feel like the urgency's there. Hence, it's my Jon Snow take.
I'm not as far in the need category as you are, but I do completely agree that they need one. And I think that it's, or maybe I should say more want than need, but I think when you look at their offense right now, they have a horizontal weapon that can kind of help stretch the field that way with sweeps and everything in Deebo. They have a guy that can play vertically in Terry McLaurin. They have some security blanket guys that maybe Luke McCaffrey grows into that role. Zach Ertz kind of fits in there. And I don't believe in their run game at all, Danny. I just don't. I think with Brian Robinson, I think what you saw last year was a guy who's just simply diminished now. And he wasn't playing well at all last year. And there were some spurts where he played well. First half of the year, he played okay. Second half of the year, he was abysmal. I think they have to go get a running back if they want to build off what they did last year. They need someone who's explosive. It'd almost be, this is probably too strong of a word, but almost like malpractice to roll back with just having B-Rob and Austin Eckler being the backfield next season. They need some juice in the backfield. So I completely agree that they need to add something there because they're just lacking something. And the idea that everyone throws out immediately is like, well, we saw what Jaden can do. He can do that. Well, guess what? Michael Jordan could score 60 every single playoff game. Didn't stop them from going and getting Scottie Pippen so they could actually win some finals, right? That's the whole point is Jaden Daniels can be a top 5 quarterback with what's around them. Doesn't mean I want him to always have to play Superman to be there.
That's the last thing you just said is my point. That's what I feel. We're not appreciating this enough, quite frankly. As a fan base or as people that talk about this league all the time. And this is not just you and me, everybody. They played ball control without a running game.
True. Yeah.
Last year with a rookie quarterback. That's the kind of thing you trust, 500 level Tom Brady to do, Mahomes to do, Aaron Rodgers to do. Right? The ability to say, we can't hand it off and get 4. Nobody respects our running game, and they shouldn't. Non-Tennessee game last year, down the stretch, their running game was broken. They were so sure against New Orleans that it's going to break at some point. It's going to happen, and it never did. The only carry that was worth the damn was on a pass, and it was technically behind, so Brian Robinson got a 20-yard carry. Other than that, it was abysmal. We're there. You guys remember how frustrating it was in New Orleans when they just kept running it. 2nd and 10, 2nd and 11, 3rd and 9. They couldn't get diddly and or squat. And they finally said, okay, we got to do something else. Jaden, use the full 40. You're our running game, and you're our passing game. And, oh, by the way, you got to basically major in pass pro, get everything right as a rookie. I'm telling you, it's not fair to ask him to do that. He can do it. Why are we making it harder for him? Let's make it easier for Jaden Daniels. Right?
Yeah, what I don't understand is so many fans go, well, he can do it. I understand that he can. That second half
he's
in the
special.
second game against the Eagles opened up my eyes so much on what he can be this year going forward as a quarterback for this team, right? Like, he can be one of, if not eventually, the best quarterback in the league, right? We saw that. Doesn't mean I want him to always have to play like it. Patrick Mahomes is playing on a better team now than he was before at times because he's able to have guys around him. He doesn't have to play Superman. That's what makes these guys so special, is they're able to go to a gear that other people can't. Doesn't mean you should always drive that way, right? Like, doesn't mean you should always be going 150 miles an hour. Doesn't mean you should always, just because you can do that, doesn't mean that's what you should live off of. So for me, you're right that they're expecting Jayden Daniels to play spectacularly, nonstop, all 17 games with everything on his shoulders. And God forbid something happens where he gets injured or something of that nature, where he can't play at that same level. Because look what happened last year when he was a little compromised. He wasn't able to play at the same level. The offense didn't look as good. And you're right. I don't want it to be that you're starting week 1 and you're like, well, the run game's not working. Week 2, the run game's not working. So by week 3, you're suddenly saying, sorry, Jayden, it's all on you. Run game included. He ain't lasting like that. No quarterback in the league. Josh Allen couldn't handle it. You name it, couldn't handle just saying everything is on your shoulders right from the jump. And it seems like so many Commanders fans, that's what they want. Just put it all on Jayden. I don't want that.
You can check us out on the YouTubes, by the way. 1067 The Fan, The Great Nanny Show. We're live. You can see Toby's face, see my dumb face. Tay, active in the chat, had this comment. And I think it's a great question. Danny, how much do you really need with Jayden Daniels, at the helm? He makes everyone better. This is the point that Toby and I think are making. I don't want to speak for you, Tobes, but for me, I understand that he's special. Like, this isn't an indictment of him. My point is, I don't want to say be great, but then also control the game, but also run the clock, run the tempo, and also navigate all these different defenses that are going to try to stop you. And fix this problem, that problem. I want to stop giving him fires to put out and let him blossom. Let's avoid what happened to C.J. Stroud and a pedestrian sophomore season. It wasn't bad by any stretch, by the way, but the expectations were to the moon. Jayden Daniels is going to be on the MVP odds board this coming year. Rightfully so after what he just turned in. The dude's incredible. My point is, more difficult defenses, a whole year to prepare and figure out what Kingsbury's doing with him, what they're going to do, what can't they do, etc. Let's not be complacent. Let's get one of those. You started with Deebo Samuel. This little 7-yard hitch turns into 70. This little bubble screen turns into 45. We got a nice start here. I need more easy for Jayden Daniels. I want some of these numbers to be video game stuff. And he can do that with all the supporting cast. I think this past year, he showed you how great he was. I don't think they did enough, quite frankly.
I agree on that.
I think the idea that he did what he did with who was around him, it deserves its own subsection of the, oh my God, are you kidding me, Hall of Fame, something I just made up. Like, we need to look back at last year with more we end up taking it for granted. What he was able to do with who was around him, I think is nothing short of remarkable. Now, Kingsbury helps. Austin Eckler helps when available. Terry McLaurin helps. But my point is, let's do everything we can possibly do so that now we're talking about he's going to have a Jayden Daniels type season. You know what it means when I say a Mahomes type season, an Aaron Rodgers type season, a Josh Allen type season, a Lamar Jackson type season. I don't want to do a 26 touchdowns, 7 picks, threw for 3,500 yards, had to scramble a few more times than you'd like, ran for 660, missed a game or two with the bruised ribs, or, God forbid something worse. And that's kind of my point here. 800-636-1067. You heard my Jon Snow take. I tried to convince you. What's your Jon Snow take? Talking about the Local 53. What is your Jon Snow take where it's you against a charging horde of opponents? Tobes, do you have one?
I don't know that everyone's going to be up in arms. Maybe this is more of a NFL hot take in terms of people around the league would disagree with me more so than people here. But I think people still sleep on Mikey Samra still. I think people still sleep on how good this kid can be. And I think he's best suited in the slot. But I think he can still play outside. I'm interested to see exactly how they use him this year. Now that you bring in Jonathan Jones, whether he's going to play outside or if they're going to switch and back and forth. But it would not surprise me at all with what you saw him do last year and get better and better. And his ability to go outside. And to me, Danny, the thing that opened my eyes, the second half for the Eagles game was the eye-opener for me about Jayden. the singular play that opened my eyes onto how good Mikey Sammer still can be is the first pick that he had against the Detroit Lions in the playoff game. He's covering Jamison Williams one-on-one on the outside. If there was a guy outside of Mike Evans that you were going to say, who could Mikey Sammer still not cover? It was going to be Jamison Williams.
I mean, the speed guy right now.
Long speed, and he's just running a simple post route where he should be able to run by this guy. Because when you think about Mikey Sammer still, you think really solid slot guy, can get in and out. Maybe not the fastest. He's got speed, but he's not the fastest. And what does he do? He runs a post. Mikey Sammer still runs the post with him and picks it off. If he can do that, I can't even imagine what he can do with other guys in this league. I think whether he's outside, whether he's in the slot, I think if he's in the slot, he could be a top 3 slot corner in this league in the next 2 years. Even if he's not in the slot, I think he's the best defender on this football team. We're talking about by as early as at the end of next season as the best defender this team has, because he's that good, he's that talented, and I think if you end up moving him back in the slot where you can start using him as a corner blitz and everything like Mike Hilton was used for the Bengals for years, I think you could be looking at a guy that everyone's talking about nationally as a slept-on player on how good he actually is.
That's Toby's Jon Snow take. So my response to that, Tobes, is I think if he plays the slot, it's not as sexy as being a boundary corner. I think if he gets to do what they drafted him to do, which means Marshawn Lattimore's good, it means Jonathan Jones is good, and there's some flexibility there where the way teams, it's a little position flex now. It's like the NBA where you get one center and four wings. But as teams motion, as teams try to play some matchups there, right? Whether it's a zone concept, even a man concept at times, where they're going, we want our best guy matched up on your third guy. We're going to manipulate you based on what the alignment that we think you have. So there's going to be times where your slot guy isn't in the slot. That makes sense, right? That's the advantage Henderson is going to have, I think, over a lot of these players, is even if you try to manipulate it, he could still get the job done as an outside guy. Yeah, I think that's what this experience is going to help him with. But to me, if he's ultimately able to be a slot corner, I'm with you. We're talking about him like Trent McDuffie or Kenny Moore or Brian Branch or some of these guys that are at the top of their profession that defensive coordinators know invaluable to their teams.
Well, and I think he reminds me a little bit. Remember when Devin Witherspoon was first coming out and the way that he was used, where he's blitzing, he's blowing up plays. I think for me, watching Sanders still as the season went on, he was really good with cerebral plays, where he was recognizing a screenplay and he's going to come up and blow it up. And I thought he was exceptional at that right away. But the actual physical stuff of playing corner, where he's got to keep up with a guy running a corner route, he's got to match the concepts down the field, he struggled a little bit. As the season went on, he got good at that. He's going to continue to be awesome at the cerebral stuff, where he can read what's going on with the screens, the bubbles, and he's going to be physical, and he can read the runs where they're going to be out there. He's going to be physical. But I think as he gets better physically facing these guys, understanding how to match up, he's going to be one of the best in the league.
That's Toby. I'm Danny. You're you. 800-636-1067. I want Darius's Jon Snow take next. You got two choices here. Two choices. You give me your own Jon Snow take, or you can rebut, agree with, or somewhere in between what I've said and what Toby said for our Jon Snow takes. You follow that? It's a complicated assignment, America, but you can do it. 800-636-1067, either your Jon Snow take or response to ours. That's how we do it on a Friday here on The Fan. What's up, guys? Danny Rubio here from my pals at Window Nation. I'm a Window Nation guy. Let me tell you what happened. So we moved into our house in end of May of 2022, or 2022, if you listen to the midday show. And we've been there for a little while. And middle of the summer happens, and our utility bill was outrageous. I nearly did like a full Fred Sanford heart attack type situation. I had a moment, and I said, we're not waiting any longer. We are calling Window Nation. A brand spanking new house full of windows later, and that utility bill month over month was down, I think, almost 60% for us. That's not normal. It's usually around 30, 40%, but the point is you're going to save money. These windows pay for themselves over time. Right now is a great time to buy. You buy 4, you get 4 for free. That's going on right now. No limit to how much you could save. House full of windows. In fact, you buy a house full of windows, they'll include a free entry door. Window Nation is the best. Both homes I've ever owned, I got Window Nation windows right up in there. Give them a call right now. 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, taking a look at the Masters leaderboard. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Rory McIlroy with an impressive 66 today. If it weren't for his 2 double bogeys in the final 4 holes yesterday, he'd have the lead, but currently just 2 back of leader Justin Rose, who finished 8 under par for his first 2 days. Shot a 71 today. Bryson DeChambeau wrapping up his second round. He's 7 under par, 4 under today. Looking at the rest of the top 5, Matt McCarty, Shane Lowry, Corey Connors, and Scotty Scheffler all at 5 under par. Scheffler just through 7 holes today, 1 under par on his round today. In hockey, the Capitals locked up the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference with their win over the Hurricanes last night, 5-4 in a shootout. Baseball, Nats taking on the Marlins in Miami tonight, 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker taking on Cal Quantrill. The Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal, and the Wizards in action. Second to last game of the season, taking on the Bulls in Chicago at 8 o'clock on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You see, this is what I'm talking about. We tried a little something, not that don't sweat the technique part. I'm always talking about that. But you throw it out to the listeners, you're not sure how it's going to go, right? You got a new idea, like your Jon Snow take. They're like, what do you mean? Is he like talking about the Night King, or is he like kind of hooking up with his cousin Daenerys Targaryen? Like, what's going on there? People get it. Nick on Twitter, I'm at Funny Danny. Toby's at Toby_Altizer?
_Altizer, because Toby Altizer is suspended somehow.
What did you do?
I have no idea.
Did you watch golf at work?
Maybe.
You filthy smut.
Maybe I
peddler,
should
you.
change it to Toki Altizer. What do you think of that?
Well, that's a whole thing.
I don't know if the world's ready for that.
You want to talk about suspended accounts? I mean, you tested the limits of free speech over there. Toby, congenial, nice, amiable, friendly, gets along with everyone. Toki, jerk. Toby turns that hat around, and he turns into an animal. Cross him at your own peril. He'll cut you.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Maybe we'll go backwards at some point in the show.
Can you let me know before you do?
If we get to some point, if you say something I really don't like, and we come back and you're seeing on stream that the hat's backwards, look out.
Now there's a temptation to poke the bear. Well, anyway, Nick on Twitter said the following. My Jon Snow take. The Commanders should trade up to get Ashton Genty.
Well, that's a hot take right there.
That is the Jon Snow take I'm talking about. Yes. Yes. Once again, you have judged correctly. Toby, how come you don't like Rory McIlroy?
Just not a fan of his stance on how crazy he went about people leaving for live, all that stuff.
Well, so not a fan. Okay. Like, I'm not a fan of, I don't know, you can make up a million people.
Yeah.
But there's a dislike over there.
Yeah, I used to really like Rory McIlroy, and then I got sick of him posturing and holier-than-thou stances.
So it's more than not a fan. There's a disdain there over that.
There is a disdain.
There was a fork in the road, and it was about live?
Yeah, this book over here, Rory Land, I'm not going to be reading it.
Man, someone's hard work over there, Tobes.
He's still got a beautiful golf swing, though.
I suppose. I'll take your word for it. 800-636-1067. Is he golfing right now? Is he doing the golf?
He's finished. Shot a 66 today. Congrats to
That
the Roars.
seems good.
Yeah, 6 under par.
When does the meltdown happen? Tomorrow?
It happened on the last 4 holes yesterday, so we'll see on the weekend if it happens at some point, which I'm betting it will.
But it's gonna, right?
It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Just trying to poke him. You see what I'm doing,
It's
Darius?
gonna happen.
I'm trying to tee him up. And he's like, well, Toby's like, maybe. Who knows? We'll see. Like, he's stewing under there. He's bubbling. That hat's straight now, but it's going to get turned around.
It might.
800-636-1067. Your Jon Snow take. Battle of the Bastards. Ramsey Bolton, Jon Snow, the entire army ride them down on horseback. You have no heavy cavalry in 3 centuries of warfare. That's a Braveheart reference that they mixed into the Game of Thrones discussion. Heavy cavalry charging at Jon Snow. He draws his sword. You're Jon Snow. What's your take? Let's go to Elijah in D.C. What's your Jon Snow take, bud?
I think they sit tight and get like almost like when Kansas City they won the Super Bowl and they got like Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I think Washington is in line to get that type of player at that spot. And I wouldn't be surprised because Brian Robinson, this is the high. I don't know his contract situation, so I could just be talking out my ears. What if they move on from him, man? I think that's a possibility. I just picked up my 4-year-old. I don't want her yelling on the show.
No,
that's all I got to say.
Appreciate you, Elijah. Thank you. Relatable content, by the way. My wife's doing that right now, so all good, man. I appreciate you being on hold. So that Edwards-Helaire example, I'm pretty sure they won the Super Bowl with somebody that didn't matter. I'm trying to remember who the running back was.
Williams,
was
right?
it Damian Lewis?
Williams,
yeah,
right?
Damian
I believe.
Williams. Yeah. I mean, just again, I that would make me so upset. Grant would love it because he loves drafting running backs in the first round because smart people say you shouldn't do that. And he doesn't like it when people have views like that, even though like all the analysis said it's a big waste of a pick. But anyway, point of the dude's story is that might be, honestly, I mean, that you might be talking about now where you go, okay, that's pretty good value. I can't think of the name. I don't think Genty would be there at 29. Maybe Hampton from North Carolina is there, but it's probably round
Hampton.
2, right?
It's probably Trevion Henderson if you're going someone at 29.
Yeah.
Which I would love Trevion Henderson. I think it's a little rich at 29.
Yeah, it's not for me at 29. But there you go. There's kind of the Jon Snow take, right? Where it's you know what? Like, just draft the running back. That's what they need. And they're not moving on from Brian Robinson, by the way. I think he's still got at least 1 year.
He's finishing up his rookie deal, right?
Yeah.
So this will be his last year.
There'd be no incentive to do so, right? Like, it's one of those, you could diminish his role, which is, and I feel bad. I mean, he's a great dude. All he's ever done is the right thing. Just came back from something that nobody should have to deal with.
Exactly right.
To root for the guy personally, but I would just diminish his role. He could still play for me. I still want that. I need the occasional, hey man, to keep you honest, I'm gonna go right between those two tackles right there. Someone's gonna have to hit him because he's hitting you. I need that, and I'm gonna keep that. I want it. I'm keeping him fresh. I'm not handing him the ball 20 times a game. I'm not doing that. I've seen what I need to see in that regard. I need those carries, those touches to be Deebo Samuels. I need future scat back to be named later to get those touches. I need Austin Eckler in space. I need a lot less Brian Robinson emphasis. Maybe that's maybe a Jon Snow part 2 take. 800-636-1067. Let's go to Jesse in D.C. Wish I had your girl. What's your take?
Hey, guys, love the show.
Appreciate you.
My take is I would love to see them trade B-Rob and trade Deron Payne for more picks. And I'm with you guys. I need a Jahmyr Gibbs speed type back, and I need a Armand St. Brown speed receiver, guys that could take it to the house at any time.
Jesse.
And then we could also, with the extra pick, get a tall, speedy cornerback to deal with the Mike Evans and the A.J. Browns of the world, and just add maybe a speedy safety and just improve the team overall.
So speed, Jesse. Thank you, buddy.
Was that Al Davis?
Listen, Jesse's got his head in the clouds there, but I don't hate it. I mean, like
I like it.
But we all want those things. Like, you got a big, tall, fast corner that's just around. I'll take that guy. Give me that safety too that can range sideline to sideline that doesn't exist anymore. No, but his initial point I think is right on. Now I don't know what you're getting back. If you package Brian Robinson and Deron Payne or one or the other, not a lot of return there. You know what I mean? Like the contract of Payne, I think this is the last year of his deal with guaranteed money. I have to double check that, but nobody's giving you the thing that you think you're getting. You're not getting a 2. Probably not getting a 3. You may recoup the 5 you got for giving up what you give up to get Deebo Samuel. Maybe, right?
Yeah. You're not getting much for either of those guys. By the way, this isn't the time that trades for like those sorts of things for picks are really done, right? I mean, that's usually before the draft, so you can get the guy on your team then. I don't know. I don't think that's necessarily going to happen, but his point.
Maybe a draft night trade for those guys.
Yeah, maybe. But speed to me is something like that. That's a great thing to add, right? Like, because when I think about your point about adding some weapons, if I'm going to get a receiver, I just need a speed guy so that Terry doesn't have to be the speed guy, right? Like I need Terry to be able to be the number one, able to be used in whatever role. He was basically their only speed guy until De'Ami Brown decided to show up in the playoffs. So I would love to have a speed receiver on this team.
That, by the way, is a very astute point. And I want Terry McLaurin to have the ability to go deep. But I don't want that to be my deep threat. Does that make sense?
Exactly.
Like, Terry McLaurin is too valuable as the Swiss Army knife true number 1 receiver, right? Where it's, I want bubbles to him, see the Detroit playoff game. I want 3rd down and 7. I want that out route. I want that corner route. I want the over the middle stuff. I want everything in between. That's what I need him doing. That route tree is going to include my go ball. It'll include my deep stuff because you got to keep cornerbacks honest. And I'm fine with that. And I'm all in. But I think they need somebody to take the pressure off. They need somebody that you see, like the value. I didn't know this until I saw it. That Deshaun Jackson opposite Pierre Garçon year.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Toby, you were probably 3 or 4 years old when this happened.
No, I love that team.
I know you did. But when I saw the way they complimented each other, there'd be games that Deshaun Jackson would have 3 catches for 14 yards. And I'm like, what's the point of this? But the offense was still nasty. And that's when I realized, yes, he's valuable catching deep passes over the top. But he's almost more valuable that every member of every secondary is scared to death to end up on SportsCenter. They don't want to end up on the low-light shows chasing him into the end zone again. And that opened up so much. That's what they've been missing to me for some time. Dalmy Brown was supposed to be that. He's the deep threat that doesn't get open deep. I got so tired of people telling me about how much of a deep threat he was. I've overused this story. When I was at the George Washington University.
Okay.
After Mike Jarvis left, Tom Penders was the coach. And he came in and took over somebody else's players. And there's a guy named Seiko Kamara. I feel bad bringing up Seiko, just minding his business probably somewhere. And someone was like, hey, man, they were talking about you on the radio. Seiko's a nice dude. But Seiko had a reputation as a shooter. Seiko didn't make many shots. And Tom Penders said, I don't know who told you were a shooter. You just take shots. From now on, you play defense, and I'll tell you when to shoot. Right? I never forget that. We were sprinting around the track up top while they were practicing. Dalmy Brown doesn't get open deep. They said, let's stop doing that. You're our bubble screen guy now, Dalmy. You're going to have more catches this year than you did your previous 3 years combined just by catching smokes. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, real quick, like when you need a speed guy, to me, the reason, like you talk about opening it up, being in the stadium watching the Atlanta game, you can always see the coverages when you're watching TV, but seeing A.J. Terrell line up over Terry, and then either Jesse Bates or Justin Simmons lining up on that side saying, Terry will not beat us. And Terry, in turn, didn't do anything that game, really. I need them, instead of that safety, lean in Terry's way have to be more in the middle of the field so that he has to cover that other side, which I think allows Terry then a little bit more room to work.
Let's go to Bill and Lorton. What's your Jon Snow take?
Hey, Funny Danny, Toby, how you doing?
Hey, buddy.
I agree with you, Danny. We need like a Chris Thompson, Army Swiss knife, fast running backs like Gibbs in Detroit and them. We need something back there, and we also need an edge rusher too. I hope we could get Trey Henderson, but if we don't get him, we'll get something in the draft. But we need that boy out of Texas, Golden, who runs a 4.29, a speed merchant, to help Terry McLaurin out. I doubt if he'd be there, but
appreciate you, Bill. Now I've seen him fall a little bit, but again, this is season of disinformation, so who knows how the views are.
I think he goes before 29, without a doubt.
I do too. Let's go to Tony and Clinton. Tony, what's up, man? What's your Jon Snow take?
Well, look, if they talk about running back in the draft, like after the first couple of guys, is there really a difference between like 3 and 17?
Not to me.
Like it's not a huge gap. I mean, it's that's what Adam Peters. I mean, that's what Peters is going to have to like work his magic. We can just keep trading down. If they can have somebody who wants to pick that they have at a different position, and we have 6 running backs that's all in the same tier. Just keep trading down, knowing that guy's going to be there if that's what they're trying to go to. So if that's what the goal is, we can collect at least 3 or 4 more picks and still get a running back that's of the same caliber.
Yeah, smell what you're cooking there, Tony. Let's go to Anthony Calvert. Anthony, what's your Jon Snow Local 53 take?
All right, my first take is I'm not sure what's going on with the ether worlds or the nether worlds or the underworlds or whatever you're talking about. I think it kind of blew over a lot of people's heads, but
sure, I
appreciate the efforts. But my John Snow, John Wick, whatever take is I agree. We need to put defenses on their heels. And I also think and agree that we need to build from the inside out. So little interior presence would be helpful. Trade back, get somebody. Doesn't have to be all world beater. He just needs to beat the world once and let everybody else see it. And that's all you need, which goes to your point about Deshaun Jackson. Nobody wants to be on SportsCenter. So you show it once, you show it twice, people start reacting to it, opens more stuff up. I agree 100%. I like facial shooting out of Tech.
Go
I think he
Hokies.
can be had late in the second, maybe third. And he's got, he, from what I understand and what I've seen, he can block, he can catch, and he can run his butt off.
Good catch there, Anthony, without using the potty mouth. I don't know why people get confused when I'm talking about Jon Snow, who everyone thought was the bastard son of Ned Stark, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, right? But it turns out he promised an oath to his sister Lyanna and Rhaegar Targaryen that he would never reveal the truth. Now, when he fought the Sword of the Morning, and one of the great swordsmen ever, before Robert's Rebellion, which of course is built on a lie, I don't get the confusion there. See what I'm saying, Darius? Like, the entire thing that started the genesis of events was built on an oath for someone trying to keep their honor, but it was also untrue. See what I'm saying? Like, it's the dichotomy at play there, and I don't get what's confusing about that.
It's a very simple concept.
It's so simple.
Yeah.
Right? Anyway, 800-636-1067. Appreciate the phone calls on that. Did a little Jon Snow take. It's Friday. We owe it to the great Bruce Allen to come together as a people and celebrate a bunch of bleep that doesn't matter. Let's win off the field. We'll do that next. Then what, Mr. Khaled? Thank you very much. 800-636-1067. Don't you dare do this for you. Don't do it for Toby, who's in today. Don't do it for me, old Fanny Mouye. No, sir. Don't even do it for Darius, if I can be frank. Or the studio audience. We haven't heard from them at all today, by the way. Don't do it for them. You do this for Bruce. It's winning off the field time, okay? It's a little, teeny, tiny moral victory that most people wouldn't care about 99% of the time, but this is that 1%. This is that moment where we celebrate and escalate. Tell us about the small thing that's going on. Tobes, I'll put you on the spot. Do you have something that you want to share to give, just to show the folks how to do it?
So if you're watching on the stream, I'm going to do something real quick.
Oh, no.
I'll explain it. I'm going to take off my headphones now. Okay.
Is he doing it, Darius?
I'm going to put the hat backwards.
By God!
Okay.
That's Toki's music.
So yesterday, I don't normally advertise by betting frequencies. I don't do it all that much. But I had what we call a three-way bet in terms of who's going to win the group that day at the Masters.
Oh, okay.
Ludwig Aberg with Rory McIlroy and I believe Akshay Bhatia.
One of those names is real. You made up the other two.
So Ludwig, I said, you know what? He's going to win this group because Rory's going to choke. Rory was leading him all day. All day.
The entirety of the day.
Until 15 when he doubled. And then 17, he doubled, and Ludwig had the low score of the three. Therefore, I am
winning off the field. Would you look at that? My great big choke job. Won Toby some money.
Appreciate it, roars.
Actually, I'm just doing Irish. Is that it? Pretty much how he talks?
Yeah, a little bit. He's
right.
He's a little higher pitched. It's not like you can tell the accent, but he's a little higher pitched. He's been in America for quite some time now.
Higher pitched, but lower achievement when it goes down.
You're sounding a little more Irish than he does.
Oh, okay,
a little too much.
All right, I will try. I should probably try to listen to the person.
We can workshop it in the break.
I should listen to the person I'm impersonating before I actually do it. I just went generic Irish guy. Toby, that's a good one. I like that. You won your little parlay right there. You won your menage a bet. Here's what I've got for you. End of the week. Not much doing around the Rouillet house. Okay, it's like all the ingredients are gone. Kids are going to get Chick-fil-A tonight probably before various practices or things. Who knows if it's rained out or not. There's not much available. I'm like, what am I going to do for lunch today? I don't have a ton of time. I had to bring my Comrex back because if there's like 5 minutes where the Comrex isn't here, everyone yells at Darius.
But just you.
Yeah, it's only me. But whatever. I'm like, I got to hurry up and get there. I don't know what I'm going to do. I look in that fridge. And all of a sudden, a light shines down. Whoa, little light and down. The C's part a little bit. Behind the Sir Kensington Mayo, by the way, we should talk about that. Duke's Mayo, Sir Kensington Mayo.
Okay.
Take that, Hellmans. All right. We're just talking about mayo right now. Behind the mayo, behind the fish sauce. We have fish sauce for some reason. Whatever.
Love it.
It's good, but how often are we using fish sauce, you know? There's a little bit of Tupperware. It's glass. Got some baked ziti from the Italian store in it. Now, here's the thing. It wasn't mine, but it became mine. I received the text from old Mrs. Randy Douye. Did you take the baked ziti? And I said, yes, because I needed it. Anyway, love ya. Let's go to dinner tonight or something. Hey. Point is, hell to pay later. But I got myself some baked ziti from the Italian store, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
And that's how we do. Rich and Only, where'd you go this weekend? How you winning off the field?
What's going on, boys? How you feeling today?
Hey, buddy. Good to see you last week, by the way, pal.
That was awesome, man. Good times. So earlier in the week, one of my old neighbors comes up to me and says, I got season tickets to Caps, and I can't go on Thursday night. Would you like them for free? So, of course I want that for free. But then add in that I brought another buddy. We go to grab a bite before the game, and he knows the restaurant manager. Free wings, free beer, and free tickets yesterday. Therefore, I was.
Winning off the field.
By the way.
I mean, good grief. What a day.
I mean, what happened to your right hand, Captain Hook? Look at that.
Whew.
That's an evening.
What a day.
Hey, do you want the most premium Caps ticket, regular season ticket, probably in some time? You want to eat for free?
That's
Yes.
a hook job that Grant Paulson would be jealous of.
Grant would probably go, wow, that's a lot. By the way, I was busting Grant's huevos yesterday. He didn't really sit on the. He really didn't sit on the glass.
He sat a little higher up.
Yeah, I thought he was doing the bit where he was sitting on the glass and didn't want to admit he was sitting on the glass. Which, by the way, 99% of the time I'm right about.
Yes,
and I like to bust his chops because he gets all red in the face and he's like, I'm not that. No, I'm not that. And then he starts talking to Russell. He wasn't sitting on the glass last night. So that time he was telling the truth. Let's go to Dave in Woodbridge. How are you winning off the field, sir? Tell us.
Hey, guys. So it's a Friday afternoon. I'm a federal employee, and I wasn't riffed yet. So I am
winning off the field. I will take it. I will take that. I'm not sure what the verb was. It didn't sound like the filthy smut Toby's watching right now on his golf thing.
Yeah.
But it sounded positive, right?
Yeah, I mean, apparently it was good. Whatever it was.
Rift?
I don't know.
I don't either. Vinny, Seat Pleasant. Talk to me, Goose. What's up, buddy?
Danny, Toes, how y'all feeling, man?
Good, pal.
What's going on?
I'm running off the field. I'm a youth football coach. I'm the B-side football coach. So, we get all basically want to say the leftovers. But I get out to practice the other day, and I find out who's my quarterback. My goodness, this guy throws the ball like he's in a collegiate school. He is dropping down to the wide receivers. He is running bubbles. He is bootlegging. He is making it look so easy out there on the field. And as the head coach, I feel great because they thought that he was not going to do that. And by me seeing him out there on the practice field yesterday, I know I got a winner. Therefore, I am
winning off the field. Boom.
I appreciate him calling in off his Geiger counter.
I was going to say, like, how many Rontgen are there?
So apparently, riff. The word he used was riff. RIF. And it's basically a synonym for layoff.
Oh,
yeah. So
yeah. Now I made fun of it. Now I'm the jerk, Darius. Is that the point?
He hadn't been he didn't get riff.
And been
so
laid
he was
off
good.
yet. He's good.
Yeah.
Wow. Federal employee.
Yeah, but I'm like, oh, what does that even mean? It means like I haven't had my livelihood taken away from me. I haven't had my life totally altered, Danny, insensitive jerk. Sorry, dude. God, I ruined that. Now I feel like a horse's ass on stilts. But anyway, Vinny, that's a great feeling, by the way. We got a couple guys on the Kansas City Chiefs. It's an 8 and under team, but all my guys are 7.
Okay.
All right. We got a couple kids that can sling it. We got
Couple Mahomes.
couple kids that can sling it, right? So we can run some packages now where our best play so far this year is you got Cole taking the snap.
Okay.
He's handing it off to Parker on the end on the little sweep.
Sure.
And now all of a sudden, everybody's where are their eyes going? You're following the sweep.
You're following Parker.
Right, you're following Parker. Well, sorry about Parker stopping, winding up, and heaving that thing downfield to Lincoln.
Uh-oh.
Lincoln catches it. Now, Lincoln lost his balance and fell down, but it was a huge gain, and the crowd went nuts.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
Lincoln is an elite deep threat, by the way.
Lincoln goes into traffic. He ain't scared.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got a kid like that that's going to go over the middle in all those flags and all those 8-year-olds, right? And, like, come down with it. He's there to haul it in. He understands the most valuable lesson in football. You know what it is? That ball is precious.
Yes.
Haul it in. You tell anybody off the street, this thing right here, this imaginary football I'm holding, it's the most valuable thing in the world. When it's in the air, you haul it in. You should never drop passes. Haul it in. That's how we do it. Beltway Blitz is next here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Prince George's Community College. An update on round 2 of the Masters and our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. The leader right now, still Justin Rose at 8 under par. He shot a 1 under 71 today. Bryson DeChambeau in second. He's also done with his second round. Shot a 68. He's 7 under par. Rory McIlroy shot a 66 today. He's 6 under par. Scotty Scheffler threw his front 9 of the second day. He's 6 under par, 2 under on his round today. Matt McCarty, Shane Lowry, Corey Connors, Jason Day, and Tyrrell Hatton all at 5 under par. They round out the top 5. Taking a look at hockey, the Capitals beat the Hurricanes in the shootout last night 5-4 to lock up the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference. They'll face the Blue Jackets on back-to-back nights over the weekend. Tomorrow they'll be in Columbus, Sunday back at Capital One Arena. In baseball, the Nationals taking on the Marlins for the first of 3 in Miami tonight. 7:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker makes his 3rd start of the year. He's only allowed 1 run over 12 1/3 innings pitched. He's 2-0 on the season. Cal Quantrill starts for Miami. In the NBA, just 2 games left in the regular season for the Wizards. One of those tonight in Chicago against the Bulls. 8 p.m. tip-off over on the Team 980. They'll wrap up the regular season on Sunday against the Heat in Miami. And in the NFL, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal. Ready to level up your skills? PGCC offers over 500 courses, job training, personal enrichment, and workforce development. Register now at pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to G&D here on the Fan. Before we get to the Beltway Blitz, I want to remind you folks that this radio program, we're sponsored by the law firm of Condorian, Morad, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration, the whole kit and the caboodle. Their attorneys are always ready to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Love those guys. We've been to many sporting events. One business trip to Philadelphia that wasn't really about the sporting event. It's just a business trip. Business. And Washington happened to lose that game. But just something we did. Went to a Caps game with those guys. Went a couple of football games. Cincinnati was unbelievable. That was fun, by the way. That's about as much fun as I've had at a road sporting event in many moons. But it's 4 o'clock here in the district. And we do this little thing every Friday. Not every Friday, every day, rather. We do Friday, too. Called the Beltway Blitz. What's going on in DC sports? Just kind of spin you around, get you primed for that water cooler conversation so you're informed. That's the goal here, is to inform. We'll start on the diamond. Nationals in Miami this weekend. Toby Altizer joins. He's part of Busting Loose Baseball. He's part of this show. He knows ball. Toby, what do we look forward to here this weekend against Miami?
Mitchell Parker on the hill tonight. I'm really intrigued to see what he's able to do. He was someone that was fighting for that last spot in the rotation coming in.
And he's been sublime.
And he has been so good. 12 1/3 innings, only has given up the 1 run. See if he can keep it going tonight against the Marlins. The other thing that I'm watching for, Danny, talking a little bit of last night on Overtime with Rhino, that outfield, that 3rd spot, Alex Call's going.
Now, I heard you guys.
Jacob Young struggling. Robert Hassel's hitting in AAA. Who's going to end up as that 3rd dude long-term for this team? I don't know.
So here's where I'm at on this. I thought it was a great conversation, by the way, between you and Rhino. I was a little bit annoyed that I wasn't part of it. I almost called to make it about myself again. I just had 4.5 hours to make it about me, and I'm like, it hasn't been about me in almost 20 minutes.
You're always welcome.
Well,
always
you're my
welcome.
guy. Where are they the best? In other words, if let's say everybody plays to their regular maximum, what Alex Call's doing right now is unsustainable. Now, this is like best player in baseball type stuff. When you're hitting 400, you can't stop making plays every night, but whatever. If everyone's at their regular best, where is the team the best? You follow me?
Yeah, James Wood in left, right?
Wood in left, Dylan Cruz in right, and
see
what I'm saying? You don't agree?
Yeah, I liked when JY was in center field. I was for it. And I need him to keep an on-base above 330 and steal bags. Currently, the on-base is like 360 or whatever. It's from a stretch where he walked a couple of times, got hit by a pitch.
Walks, yeah.
but he's 1 for 4 on stolen bags, Danny. And the 3 times caught stealing kills me. And the only stolen bag is on the backside of a double steal where Dylan Cruz stole third.
That's right.
Can't happen. Absolutely can't happen.
So his OPS of 570 is gross right now. He is not hitting. I'm very aware of that. I thought he had a good swing. I was actually bummed the other night. If you go back to, what would it have been? God, all the days run together. I guess it would have been Tuesday.
Yeah.
2 for 3 game with a walk. Stung a ball to right center field and hung up for an out. I went, okay, that's a winning baseball swing. Out of the lineup the next day. I get it. We're rotating. Alex Call's hot. I understand all that. But that was kind of a bummer to me. Like, it looked like he'd kind of gotten out of it. We haven't seen him since because you have the game he doesn't play, then the off day. Now we're in Miami. To me, they're at their best if Jacob Young is getting close to his ceiling along with Wood and Cruz. And that's what I'm gearing towards. Alex Call's helping me right now, and nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong. All he's going to do for me is I'm going to find a way to play him. If I got to DH him over Josh Bell, I'll do that. If I've got to rotate him into the outfield, give guys a day off, I'm going to do that too. But Jacob Young, I'm going to try to get him going. And I don't know if that's irresponsible, but that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I mean, right now, he's in the lineup for tonight. He's going to bat 9th and play center field. And to your point, I don't know that there's a single player in all of Major League Baseball. He should have won the Gold Glove last year, in my opinion. But I don't know that there's a single outfielder, especially center fielders in all of baseball, that if a ball hangs up at all, Danny, if it has anything that sticks in the air, he gets to it. So when you're at your best, yeah, he can cover the ground out there like no one else. But I'm just curious if offensively, if he's not going to give you, he's never going to give you power. Hopefully he give you average, but at least on base for me is big. But he has to be a menace on the base paths too, and that hasn't been the case earlier this season.
Are you buying, again, not saying he's going to hit 333 with a 930 plus OPS, but are you buying this Keibert Ruiz renaissance? I mean, you were down there firsthand with us in Florida. You saw what we all saw. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm buying it a little bit. I am. He's always had, you were on this with Luis Garcia, right? Bat to ball skills. He's always had this. And my issue with him, we do this in sports media a lot where we simplify it to one thing when in reality it's not simple. With Keibert, I think it was, Danny. Swing at pitches in the zone and stop swinging at pitches that are in the other batter's box because he still hits them somehow, but then it's just a weak grounder. He's swinging at pitches in the zone and he's doing damage because he's putting the ball or the bat on the ball like he always has. So I kind of buy it. Now, he's not going to be this guy for the entire season, but remember 2 years ago, 18 homers, 67 runs batted in. You felt good. Last year was a down year. Maybe he's getting back to that form we saw 2 years ago.
That is the hope, and that's the idea. Hit that NFL center for me, please, Darius. Bygone, it's our pal Mike Jones of The Athletic joins us to talk about the National Football League. Mike, we've been kicking this around in studio during commercial breaks. If it's not Pittsburgh for Aaron Rodgers, where is it?
I mean, I think if it's not Pittsburgh, it's got to be retirement because, I mean, I think from what I hear, he's still kind of holding out hope that maybe Minnesota looks at J.J. McCarthy and says, he's not quite ready. Let's give Rodgers a call. But everything that Kevin O'Connell has said sounds encouraging. And so I think that Rodgers is either going to have to settle for Pittsburgh or wind up retiring because nobody else is a contender that needs a quarterback. And that's what he wants, is some team that's really close to winning. And he felt like Minnesota was more championship ready than the Steelers are. And the Steelers are the only one that really, really wants them. And Minnesota's, not that interested.
I'm curious, Mike, where do you see Shador going? Like, how far do you see him dropping in the draft? Are you buying these reports? And the other thing, too, off of that, the Raiders felt like a spot that he could fit because of the Tom Brady connection with him and now obviously the Raiders. But them trading for Geno, does that preclude them from maybe taking him and remove one of those landing spots for Shador?
No, I don't think that it removes it because, look, yes, he is talented and we, have seen him do a lot with, he didn't really have good protection there. He was often running for his life and making something out of nothing. But he is still a guy who's going to need some polishing and some developing. So you draft him and you sit him behind Geno for a year, even though, Geno's got a multi-year deal. And, then you see if he's ready to go next year, maybe, if he drops down that far. It's still very possible that the Browns, even though they got Joe Flacco today, it's still possible they could draft him. The Giants still a possibility. You don't know if there's somebody else that winds up trying to move up. But it's going to be interesting. I would be surprised if he gets past the Raiders. I don't see him sliding, that far. We hear a lot of different things, and that he's off-putting or whatever like that. But I talk to talent evaluators, and they feel like he could be a very similar to like Jordan Love type of quarterback. So, we'll see.
Mike, we haven't talked a ton about this because there's been so much news happening here in D.C., but catch folks up on what's going on the latest year with Tyreek Hill.
It's a little bit of a mess there. It's something that, look, he's had domestic violence issues that have happened before. This one here is his mother-in-law called, but he, says that, obviously he was denying, wrongdoing. I don't know. I haven't heard a whole lot of sorting out of the situation yet, but it's another situation, more smoke, with somebody who's had this type of thing in the past. And so, not great.
When you look at this season going into it right now, which of the teams do you think has the most pressure going into next year? Is it someone like Cincinnati that you pay all the guys, you're kind of catering to Burrow and what he wants, but you didn't make the playoffs last year? Maybe Baltimore? Like, who do you view has the most pressure before the draft going into next season?
Cincinnati is one of those teams, yes, because of, the money that they've invested there and, the misses that they've had. And you wonder, okay, how much patience will Zach Taylor get? I think that the Browns are a team that, they've got to get this. If they draft a quarterback, they've got to get it right and they've got to show some promise. They are a team that, look, they thought that they went all in. They swung big for Deshaun Watson. They let Baker Mayfield, they were done with Baker Mayfield, and they swung big with Deshaun Watson, and they had that little year where they had a little flash with Joe Flacco, but they've been sorely disappointed. So, okay, is Kevin Stefanski a guy that really needs to show something? It's going to be interesting to see with them. I think that Buffalo is a team that's still under a lot of pressure because, look, you've got Josh Allen, an MVP quarterback, and you kind of reset things around him, but you haven't been able to go over the hump. Your window with him, you're hoping that you can extend it, but you just wonder how much longer Sean McDermott will have. So there's a number of teams that have pressure on them. Obviously, the Chiefs, they're trying to get back there because they don't want this window to close yet. I think the Dolphins are another team there, Mike McDaniel. They had a disappointing year last year. Tua had a lot of injuries, but you've got to jump back into this thing and be competitive, or else they could wind up having a reset as well. So those are a few of the teams that have a lot of pressure coming up on them.
Mike, super quick, what happens first? Every one of your children graduates from college, or Joe Flacco finally retires from the NFL?
Yeah. Well, because I've got a high school sophomore, I will say that I will just barely lose to Joe Flacco by a nose. He'll probably retire just before my kids are out of high school.
Mike, thank you, man. Have a good weekend.
All right, see you guys.
See you, buddy. Hit that local 53 sounder, Darris. Our guy, Mitch Tischler, joins to discuss that very team. Mitch, I've got a bit of a hot take that they need to do a little bit more, not even a little bit more, a lot more on offense because the schedule's harder, sophomore slumps happen, and you can't get away with what they got away with last year going forward. Give me your thoughts there.
I do think that's a little bit of a hot take. I think they did a lot on offense during this open period just with Debo and Laramie Tunsil. I think Tunsil changes so much of how this offense works. We know Cliff Kingsbury loves going to that 12 personnel, one running back, two tight ends. But last year, those two tight ends had to stay in and block so often. I think having a guy like Laramie allows you to not dedicate so much help to the rest of the offensive line, get more guys out into routes, and hopefully Jaden can continue on that high completion rate. But I think they've done a good job. To me, all I want to see is them add some speed. I think they need to add a receiver or a running back who has kind of that game-breaking, 4.3 speed and can take a ball to the house, because that's the big thing that's missing right now on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that adding speed makes a lot of sense. I think adding a good running back would make some sense. I'm curious if they don't go with a running back in the draft and they just roll back with essentially the same room that they had last year. What's your confidence level that we see an effective run game like we didn't see in the second half last year if they just run it back with B-Rob and Eckler?
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, I think adding Debo, I think, plays a lot into that run game. I think he's going to get a ton of carries out of the backfield. He's going to get a bunch of catches out of there as well. So I would like to see them add, like I said before, some speed, somebody who can break it, and that easily could be late in the draft at the running back position. Maybe a guy like Kansas's Devin Neal. There are some other dudes out there that can do that. But ultimately, if they end up with the group as is, I think, whatever addition Debo is in the run game, I think will help out a lot. And again, I keep going back to the Laramie Tunsil thing, but that doesn't just help the passing game, helps in the run game as well.
Where are they going to be better than everybody thinks?
That's a good question. I think folks are pretty down on the moves that they've made along the D-line. And I think what they've done is kind of just raise the floor of what these guys can do. Obviously, losing Dante Fowler in the 10 sacks hurts, but you're going to add folks who can help out in the run game. And I think ultimately, if the sack numbers do end up going down from last year, but the ability to stop the run goes up, that's a net win for me on the defensive side of the ball. And so I think as we get to the draft, there's going to be a lot of interest on a couple different guys at, 29 and then potentially at 61 as well. But ultimately, I think that the additions they've made along the D-line, though not sexy, will help, the base run defense a fair amount.
To borrow a bit from the Beltway Football Podcast with you and JP Finley, 100 chips for what they're going to do at 29. Trade out, draft an edge rusher, or draft any other position at 29.
Yeah, so we actually did this on on the podcast yesterday, the TV show that we just recorded. I have 50 chips on the trade, and maybe I should be a little higher on that because I do think that's the most likely outcome is they're going to add a couple more picks in the second and third round, and there's still a bunch of good edge rushers you can get if you trade back into the top of that second round. But I got 50 chips on a trade. I got 30 chips on an edge. I got 15 chips on a corner and 15 chips on a wide receiver.
I like that.
Mitch,
I like that.
That
might have been 110 chips.
I was going to say, is that the right man? Mitch, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great weekend.
Hey, we all got into this business because we weren't very good at math, so I'll stick with what I got.
I'm not good at a lot of things, buddy. Appreciate you,
Thanks,
dude.
Mitch.
There he goes. That is Mitch Tischler. And that right there, that's how you debate. You research a topic, and you debate it. That's how you do the Beltway Blitz. Do it every day at 4 p.m. So Toby has been sneaking views of that filthy smut all day long, all show long, watching golf on his phone. Their golfers are just golfing, right? They're hitting the golf ball. They're trying to get it closer to the hole. Then they use a different one to get it closer to the hole, et cetera. It's a fun activity. It's not a sport. Sports have defense. The imposition of will.
Sport.
The imposition of will, Tobes, is the essential element to sport. Brought from elements of war. So wrestling, direct combat, that, of course, now we don't want to hurt each other, so we've backed off of that slightly. But team sports, one-on-one matchups. That's what sport is, not grass or dirt or trees. That's just an obstacle course. It's a tough activity like juggling. Doesn't make it a sport. Anyway, the point is Toby's watching his filthy smut. I'm not going to talk about golf, okay? It's not interesting to me. It's dumb. If you like it, you're allowed to like it. Have fun. But the Masters does do one thing great. They do one of the coolest things that anybody does. It's a tradition unlike any other.
Oh.
It's a great tradition. And I think we should do something like that here.
Yes.
On the Great Natty Radio program. I don't know how we would do it. Maybe the person that wins confidence points, right? So the loser of confidence points, and by the way, Darius, we never even decided what you have to do this time. I mean, you still have to do the sexy photo shoot, but this past year, we never even really decided, and I don't know, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's a second sexy photo shoot, I don't know. But maybe the winner gets to bring in whatever kind of food they want.
Oh,
something like that.
Yes.
We could go full master style. And I could make Grant eat something with no substitutions. Because the worst thing he does, not the worst thing, one of the worst things he does, is when we order from someplace good, he just gets this one thing and has them make it. It's like, we shouldn't even gone there. See what I'm saying? They offer food. You're like, no, I need food my way. And the sneaky thing is Darius does it too. But the point is, the master's meal. The Master's meal is an awesome tradition. The rest of it, you can kick rocks. That is great. So I'm going to ask you guys, what's your Master's meal? What are you serving if you win that green jacket that apparently I learned today you have to give back? God, that's dumb. But the meal part rules. 800-636-1067.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. Taking a look at round 2 of the Masters, and our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Same leader, Justin Rose, 8 under par. Bryson DeChambeau solo second at 7 under par. Rory McIlroy shot a 6 under 66 today. He is at 6 under par with Corey Connors and Tyrrell Hatton. Matt McCarty, Shane Lowry, Jason Day, and Scotty Scheffler all at 5 under par. Jason Day and Scotty Scheffler through 10 holes today. In hockey, the Capitals locked up the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference with their win over the Hurricanes last night 5-4 in a shootout. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus tomorrow and then back home against the Blue Jackets once again on Sunday. Baseball, the Nats taking on the Marlins tonight for the first of 3 in Miami. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker takes on Cal Quantrill. The Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal today, and the Wizards taking on the Bulls in Chicago at 8 o'clock over on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Tweet me at Funny Danny. Tweet Tobias at Toby_Altizer. Welcome back, G&D here on the Fan. Got plenty more to talk about. We got a holdout. A quarterback is holding out. But it's not who you think.
Oh.
And it's not where you think. I'll tell you all about it in the 5 o'clock hour. See what it did? Nick Baumgardner of The Athletic is going to join us at 5. We'll talk some NFL draft with him. What I want to do right now, though, is the golf tourney's going on, and people like that. That's fine. Like it all you want. I don't care. But the one thing they do that I think is fantastic, it's a great tradition. Some might say, Tobes, unlike any other.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Who would say that? Jim Nance?
Yeah, he would.
He would say that.
And the tiger roars is like what he would say when someone does well. Or like if Rory does it, like, Rory... Oh, what would he do? What would Jim Nance's be for Rory?
I forgot. He already told someone.
Did he do one?
He already told someone what he would say.
He
if Rory
maxed
wins,
the night, or like he.
Yeah, he's gonna have some good call written down, right?
I think Nance is great, but like whatever that is, I used to think it was awesome when I was like 11.
Yeah.
Now that I'm like a grown up, I go because he thought about it.
Yeah,
and he
I don't
said
like
it in the mirror.
I don't like most of them, but he nailed 2019 when Tiger won the return to glory and just left it.
That's a good one. But like when he does a play, when he goes, and the Huskies are top dog, I go, and the Huskies' bite is as good as their bark. No, that's not as good.
Yeah, I
and the
don't love
Huskies
that.
howl at the moon. Like, no, Jim, you're so good. Don't do that. You're ruining it, Jim.
At least we get Iron Eagle for March Madness now, who is fantastic, by the way.
He's getting his flowers now, by the way. It's finally happening.
He's so good. He's so good. By the way, I know this has nothing to do with the Masters.
How many times have we said by the way in the last minute, by the way?
A lot.
I just did it again.
A lot. By the way, Kevin Harlan should get more flowers too. Kevin Harlan is incredible. Kevin Harlan should also tell Darius he looks like Kendrick Perkins.
Well, I did that and everyone called me a horse's ass once. I was like, hey, Darius's beard, and like when his hair's kind of short and he furrows his brow, it looks like Kendrick Perkins. Everyone's like, okay. All right, dude. And then Kevin Harlan does it, and he's like, by the way, I think Darius. That's like Wes Johnson. Anyway, and Darius is like, I do. That's so fun. Thanks, Kevin Harlan. You know, like Kevin Harlan, I say it. I'm hated. Public enemy number 1 over here. Kevin Harlan says it, and Darius is like, really? I do?
I always love Perk.
I think he's my favorite. I try to look like him or something. And it would, I'm like, you guys don't remember that, but I do. I carry that weight around. What was the point of all that?
I have no idea.
Oh, we like Kevin Harlan a lot. He's the nicest man ever. But isn't that how it happened, Darius? One like that?
Yeah, it was something like that. I mean, it was Kevin Harlan. What was I supposed to do? I was supposed to say, hey, I don't look like.
No,
I look. Yeah, I'm not going to besmirch Kevin Harlan. Are you kidding me?
No, it's not about.
By the way, I haven't said by the way yet.
You did say by the way.
So
I don't know if it's about. It's really it's me. You see what I'm saying? It's like how I felt that time.
Yeah,
and
like I see you every day.
Yeah, right. And it's not special. I get that.
Yeah, right.
I get that. I get that.
But Kevin Harlan? That was special.
Special. He sat right down. He's like, Danny, why aren't you here? I was like, I had a kid. He goes, oh, okay. Remember that?
Yeah.
Danny, why aren't you here? It's like, thinking like you're just, you delinquent, you're lazy. I went, no, we literally had a child like a week, like 6 days ago, so I probably shouldn't have traveled. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, congratulations. And he moved on to like calling perfect calls.
Yeah. Being great at everything.
Being so good at stuff. Where were we? Oh, yeah. The Masters, right? So the golfers are going to golf, and whoever wins the golf thing will get to come back next year, return their jacket to the hall, which I found out today. That's got me floored, right? But you get to pick the dinner. I think this is awesome. So there are different ways you can go, right? You can do the, who are you telling me the Japanese player that won?
Hideki Matsuyama.
So he was basically like, hey, I have a chance to showcase fine dining cuisine from Japan. And he did that. He went full high level. You're talking about sashimi, the
miso
wagyu.
glazed black cod, Miyazaki wagyu, and then Japanese strawberry shortcake for dessert. The appetizer was sushi, sashimi, nigiri, and yakitori chicken skewers.
Like,
sign me up.
Incredible meal. But he's like, okay, I'm from Japan. I'm not just gonna go, hey, I like cheeseburgers or something like that. I'm gonna do something that's native to my country. Someone from Germany might like, let's do bratwurst or borscht or whatever, German folks like. Folks from Texas have done like barbecue style. You can also just go, hey, this is what I like. Everyone likes breakfast for dinner. Let's have pancakes. Like, you can do whatever the hell you want. I think it's cool. I love that. So I'm asking. 800-636-1067. You win the Masters. Here's Jim from Annandale. He's on 16th. He's got about 155 yards. He's got his 8-iron here. He's going to try to pitch it up and try to have it sit next to the hole. Good shot. Get in the hole! Get in the hole! Get in the hole!
Mashed potatoes!
Come on, Jim, man. Whatever, right? Jim wins it. What are you serving? 800-636-1067. Tobes, I could probably recite yours, but I'll let you do it. You win the Masters. Dream come true. You've handed your green jacket back to the Masters guys, but it's your meal. What are you serving?
Yeah, so first we're going to start with an appetizer. I'm trying my best here, Danny. I'm eclectic when it comes to my favorite foods. Like, I like what I like. It doesn't necessarily have to all be the same nationality. It doesn't, whatever. Mm-hmm. So we're going to start with salmon and tuna sashimi. Big fan of salmon and tuna sashimi. So we're going with that. Mm-hmm. And then, I don't know how this works with it, but we're going fried mushrooms with a chipotle ranch.
Fried mushrooms with a chipotle ranch.
Big fan.
Now, are these breaded?
Yes.
So it's like a mushroom risotto kind of thing, or like it's stuffed?
No, it's like little mushrooms like this size, deep fried.
Yeah.
I had them a couple.
But they're breaded.
Yeah. Yeah, breaded. Uh-huh. I had them at a restaurant recently. They were similar to, like a bloomin' onion sort of thing, or similarly breaded to that. And then you were given like a chipotle ranch. Very, very good. So I'm going to go with those for my appetizer. No surprise here. The reason that Danny can always quote what I'm going to want for any of these sorts of things is...
All right, let's do it on 3. Ready?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Prime rib with mashed potatoes.
Prime rib. There's no question it's going to be prime rib. And the reason...
The bit is behind the scenes. I'm hungry every day. I'm always starving, especially right around now. I wander in the producer studio, and I do the bit where I go, any meal right now, assume best quality, delivered to you right here, what would you eat? And Toby, in all but one time, has pretty much said prime rib with mashed potatoes.
Yeah, most of the time, if I'm going with anything else, it's because I know you're sick of hearing prime rib with mashed potatoes. Like, I'm still craving that, but I'll go with something else. But I'm going... prime rib, we got to have some good au jus with it, some raw horseradish. I want mashed potatoes. I'm trying to think of what green I want with it. I'm thinking maybe we could go with a grilled asparagus.
You could, yeah.
I'm thinking maybe we go with that. And shout out my grandma. She makes the best rolls. Mama's rolls are the best. So we're going with Mama's rolls.
Can I ask you about the mashed potatoes? Is it a homemade situation?
Yes, homemade.
How whipped are they?
Homemade. I know you like it a little bit lumpy.
Lumpy means love to me.
You like it a little bit lumpy. We can leave a little lump in there, but nice and buttery, nice and creamy.
Uh-huh.
That's what we're going with.
And the little green seasoning in there, you know what I'm talking about? Where it's like, it looks gourmet? You don't even care.
Sure. The master chefs are going to make it gourmet. Yeah. I don't need it to be gourmet, but whatever.
I don't know if it's parsley. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
I don't care. Whatever it is, throw it in there, make it look good. Mm-hmm. And then for dessert, we're going to go apple pie a la mode.
Apple pie a la mode. Toby, that's a good master's meal.
AKA with ice cream.
So, no, it's a fancy way of saying ice cream. So what I'd like to do is at the end of everybody's master's meal, I'd like to golf clap.
Okay.
So it's a very gentle. Not the real thunderous applause, right? Because that would be too disruptive and too fun.
Sure, of course.
Just a golf clap.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you mine, 800-636-1067. I want all you guys on the phone. I want to hear your master's meal. I will give you mine when we return 5 o'clock. Don't you dare forget about the fact that Nick Baumgartner of the Athletics coming on to break down the draft. But until then, let's have a little fun. Let our hair down a little bit on a Friday, everybody. Let our hair down on a Friday. Talking about master's meals next. Bacon. That's the answer. Welcome back to the show. Great and Danny here on the Fan. Toby's in for GP. Garris with you. He's producing the whole thing. He's got octopus arms today. He's touching buttons. He's doing the board. He's doing the cameras. He's doing all of it. Bacon. What are you talking about, Danny? Master's meal. I win the gold jacket. Gold jacket, I'm sure. The green jacket.
You're a Hall of Fame
Famer.
football.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah.
goodness.
I'm that good. I win a gold and green jacket. I'm Notre Dame. Anyway, I win it. There's so much bacon to start us off. The best part about almost every meal, or when you go to a big event, are the appies, the appetizers. Okay, and you see those guys and gals with the trays, and they're always making eye contact to the people that don't want it. They're always like finding like the thin person that doesn't eat food, and they never find me, and I'm always hunting them down. I'm like kind of waving, like, "Hi, just come over and see me." Some dear friends of ours, my wife and I, they got married in Cleveland. Okay, huge wedding, beautiful. Actually, you know where we were? For the rehearsal dinner, we were in what used to be called Gund Arena. There in left field at the Jake.
Okay.
It was the Jabba Chamberlain Midge game. We're there at Gund Arena eating this delicious dinner, and we're all looking at the score on our Blackberries. That's how long ago this was. We're like, why is the score not updating? What's happening? And so we finally like kind of wander out of the room and press our face against the glass, and all we see is like Jabba Chamberlain like swatting invisible stuff because we're like hundreds of yards away, and some guy comes out and is spraying him, and the whole thing was a mess. Anyway, I was there that night. We didn't get any midges. We just had delicious food. But at their wedding, they had all of these appetizers. I couldn't get any of them. I kept I would sit there right by the kitchen, and like the guy would get by me, and like I couldn't like grab them because that's inappropriate. Then like it falls down. And so then all these different things. So, devils on horseback. Devils on horseback. You're going to start with a date. A little bit of chutney right in the middle. Keep your sweetness. The salt wrapped around of the bacon. We're having devils on horseback as part of my appy entree, okay? Or my appy entry. We're going to also have scrimps. Are they just scrimps, Danny? No, they're bacon-wrapped shrimp. You want to dip in cocktail sauce? Enjoy yourself. You don't have to. You don't want to. You can do whatever you want. But we're wrapping the shrimp with the bacon. So bacon heavily featured. We're going to have bacon on my potato skins. We don't eat potato skins enough. You ever gone to Fridays and had the 3-for-all and go, I should have just gotten potato skins. Mozzarella sticks are delicious. So are these other items here. The wings are good. But you know what's great? The potato skins. How much sour cream can you fit on one? I don't know. Challenge accepted. Can I have some more sour cream, please? We're going to have potato skins. How much bacon, Danny? A lot. Bacon's going to be baked in. Then we'll top it with bacon. It's chopped up. So now the cheese is melted. You got a layer of bacon touching the potato. You follow me? The skin's going to be crispy. It's not a snap, but it's crispy enough that you know that it's there. It's not mashed in the middle, all right? So now I've got the cheese on top of the bacon. I'm topping it with bacon. It's going to lock in, boom, when I dip it in the sour cream. Or if I want to spoon some sour cream on top, I'm smothering the bacon so it can't escape. It's going in my fat gullet. It's a bacon-themed appetizer session. Everybody with me so far? Okay, devils on horseback, bacon wrapped scrimps, and potato skins. Main dish, all right? We are going lobster rolls. The lobster roll. Now, when you get a lobster roll, what typically happens is you pay $38 and you're done in 2 bites. And you're like, that was delicious, but that's not enough. It's my master's meal, bitches. All the lobster rolls you can eat, which is a lot of them. We're doing a lot of those bastards. And there's going to be so much butter. How much butter, Danny? All of it. I want the state of Georgia. Georgia, we're facing a butter shortage because some man at the Masters had all the butter for a day. That's what we're doing. All of it. So, drawn butter, regular butter, butter. I can't believe it's not butter. Whatever, it's on the lobster roll. We're going to have mayo ones. If you like that, that's fine. I love mayo, and I love the butter. The choice is yours. Black Sheep said that. We're going to have lobster rolls. The fries are going to be thin fries, not shoestring. I'm not a savage. We're not doing steak cut, okay? We are doing the thin McDonald's-style fry, all right? Now, You can get your fries multiple ways the way I'm going to do this. You want duck fat? We'll do that for you. Put a little bit of a seasoning on top. You want some cheese curd? We'll do that for you. You want to just go straight up in the oven, late night Manny and Olga style when you're ordering from your dorm room, Guthridge Hall, 802, in the middle of the night? Yes, that's your oven-baked cheese fries. Is it going to be hot sauce, Danny? You're damn right. It's a fry topping bar. You with me?
Yeah.
Lobster rolls, French fries. Now we got a bacon theme. Now I've got my lobster roll theme. Dessert. We are going to do, okay, one of those you build your own sundae situations, okay? It's an ice cream sundae. It could be a brownie sundae. It could be a cookie sundae. It could be a brownie and cookie sundae. You want a banana split? We'll make that for you. We'll do it. It's a choose your own adventure sundae bar. That's my master's meal.
I will say mine is great. Yours sounds incredible.
Well, thank you.
Incredible.
Well, thank you. Here's the thing. Who's not going to eat yours? Everyone's going to eat yours.
Mm-hmm.
Yours is great.
It's not memorable, though. People have prime rib all the time. Yours, I'm looking at a list right now of top 5 Masters meals. Yours would be on there. Mine would not. Yours would.
Well, thank you. Darren, Aldi, what's your Masters meal?
Oh, I'm having the crab feast, man. Absolutely.
So you going,
Paper
Darren?
down
Real
on
quick,
the
real
table.
quick, Darren. I'm sorry. Hold on. You're doing the full deal on the table with the napkin around the neck and everything. We're going just straight crab pick.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. By the way, sign me up for that. Everybody wearing their green jackets around the table, just picking crabs.
Oh, Darren. Yes, Darren. Now, do you have a little tub of butter there? You going vinegar? You giving people the choice? What are you doing?
People get the choice. I'm going vinegar.
Yes.
I sense that from Darren. That's why I asked. Yeah.
Yes.
Old Bay and everything. Now, any sides there? You going full crab bake where they're mixed in with the potatoes and the little corn?
No, I was doing the crab feast, but there'll be shrimp, maybe crawfish, anything shelled would be wonderful, especially in the green jackets.
Darren, I smell what you're cooking. I like it.
I think the dry cleaners at Augusta National will be busy that next day.
Working overtime. Aaron Suitland, Master's meal, sir.
Man, look, first and foremost, I think it's some BS that they're taking that jacket back.
Aaron!
So when they get it back, I'm gonna have the liner. I'm gonna have the lining of the jacket. I'm gonna have a pocket. I'm gonna have something.
Can you believe they take it back, Aaron? Can you believe they take it back? Can you believe that?
I did believe that. I don't watch golf, so I don't know.
Me neither. I was stunned. I thought Toby was pranking me at first, but it's real. They take it back. Apparently, I find that outrageous. But please go on, sir.
So look, I'm from the hood. I'm coming home with something. Okay. First and foremost. Second of all, my master's meal is definitely going to be heavily steak. It's definitely going to be steak of all kinds, prime rib, steak, brisket, wagyu, whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
Mashed potatoes, broccoli, collard greens. I love collard greens, macaroni and cheese. I'm gonna make it a feast. I'm gonna see how much I'm gonna tell them to cut me off. It's going to be some crab cakes. There's going to be some lobster rolls and everything.
Oh, look at that! Now, Aaron, do you think you could do the same meal but not have broccoli? What if you just didn't have any broccoli?
I mean, I kind of like vegetables. I could do broccolini. I mean, that's not too much better, but you know.
I know you have so many wonderful things in there, Aaron. Thank you for the call. You said broccoli. Did you just have broccoli? Like, collards are incredible, right? Delicious.
Yeah, they're great.
All the other things are awesome. Then there's just broccoli.
I like broccoli. You don't like broccoli?
No one likes broccoli.
Yes, broccoli is good.
It is not. It's the least offensive of
I can't tell you
of the stalky vegetables.
I can't tell you the last time I had broccoli, but it is good.
Yeah, you don't like it. you like sandwiches. You like cereal. You like steak. Broccoli's unoffensive at best. You can't say you like it.
It's not bad.
It's not good.
I mean, it's better than cauliflower, to your point.
Yes, of course it is. Of course it is. My wife, by the way, made this "you're the worst" look on her face the other day, where she, broccoli. Like, we're trying to eat healthy, whatever, all the time.
Of course,
right?
yeah.
So broccoli served. And it's like I'm sitting there going, I got to eat the broccoli. It's the right thing to do. So what I did, and this, you would have thought I had invaded a foreign country. I took 2 pieces of cheese out of the fridge. And I grabbed the broccoli that was on my plate. She's watching me do this with this look of what are you doing, space alien? I covered it, right, appropriately so, and just melted the cheese in the microwave on top of the broccoli to make my own miniature broccoli and cheese, not a soup, but just the sensation, just so I can mask this terrible, terrible food going down because I have to eat it for health. But doesn't mean I don't have to hide the poison.
Was this steamed broccoli? Was it cold?
I don't know. It was cooked in some way.
I mean, that's not bad. Broccoli's fine.
It's not. It's not. You know it's not.
It's not like something that I'm going to throw a fit over. It's broccoli.
Well, I'm not throwing a fit either. I'm like, but I got to eat it.
Like Brussels sprouts, unless they're done like gourmet, like our West Palm restaurant that we always go to, that we met our wonderful waitress that Ryan ruined our lives with.
Ryan ruined it,
you know, all that.
That's the big takeaway there. He ruined it.
Brussels sprouts aren't good.
No, they're not.
Like
they're chewy.
I would throw a fit about Brussels sprouts, not broccoli.
Broccoli and Brussels sprouts enter a room. Only one can leave. Who wins?
Broccoli.
Broccoli wins. Broccoli versus asparagus.
I'll take asparagus.
Broccoli versus spinach. Spinach, however you want it. Sauteed, cooked in some way. I don't know. However you
I'll go with spinach.
Broccoli versus lima beans.
Broccoli.
Broccoli versus peas.
Oh, broccoli. I can't stand peas.
You can't stand peas?
Can't stand peas.
Broccoli versus carrots.
Broccoli.
Broccoli versus broccolini.
Broccolini.
I feel we can learn a little bit about each other.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. Stay tuned to this radio program right here. Nick Baumgartner, The Athletic, breaking down all things NFL draft, risers, fallers, who's going where, who's the surprise that might go earlier or later than we think. He'll break it all down for us 5 minutes away here on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Meadows Farms. Fresh plants arriving daily. Plants a little happiness. Let's give an update on the second round of the Masters, and our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Same leader, Justin Rose at 8 under par. Bryson DeChambeau at 7 under par. Rory McIlroy at 6 under par. All three of them done with their days. Corey Connors and Tyrrell Hatton tied with Rory at 6 under par. They're both still on the course. Connors 2 under on his day through 15. Hatton 3 under on his day through 11. Matt McCarty, Shane Lowry, Jason Day, and Scotty Scheffler all at 5 under par to round out the top 10. The current cut line is at 2 over par. In hockey, the Capitals locked up the 1 seed in the Eastern Conference with their 5-4 win over the Hurricanes in a shootout last night. They'll take on the Blue Jackets in Columbus tomorrow and then back home against the Blue Jackets on Sunday. Baseball, the Nats taking on the Marlins in Miami. First of 3 in Miami. 7-10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker taking on Cal Quantrill. 2 games left in the regular season for the Wizards. One tonight taking on the Bulls in Chicago at 8 o'clock. You can hear that game on the Team 980. They'll wrap up the regular season on Sunday in Miami against the Heat. Today, the Commanders signed quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal, and Derek Carr dealing with a shoulder injury that puts his 2025 availability in jeopardy. Meadows Farms Nurseries is thrilled to announce our screening scale exclusively for our VIP customers. Arborvitae, Skip Laurels, and Nellie Stevens Hollies all on sale. Visit us at meadowsfarms.com or at any of our 16 convenient locations. Meadows Farms Nurseries, plant a little happiness. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D here on the Fan. Tobes is in for Jeeps. Brought to you by the law firm of Condor and Morad. We love those guys. Anything you need in the realm of elder law, real estate planning, transactions, probate administration, their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule that consultation with them today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Catch up with Nick Baumgartner of The Athletic in a moment. Talk some draft. But Tobes, how about that breaking news? Nollins, who was already in quarterback hell, if you're going to go, yeah, let's go with Derek Carr. That's a bridge to nowhere. Now you may not have him. What are they going to do?
Shador, right? Suddenly Shador looks a lot better of an option right there right at the end of the top 10 there.
So they're at 9, yeah?
Yeah, I believe they're at 9. So it becomes interesting. Like, does that suddenly make it that you almost have to go quarterback there because who else is available unless you want to go call Aaron Rodgers? Is that another spot? Like, would you give him a call if that's the case? I don't know. It's an interesting spot to be in when you've kind of already set yourself up to go nowhere with Derek Carr, and now he's out.
So they've been in dire need of a restart for a long time. They have been in need to purge this bad salary cap situation. They got kind of kickstarted last year with Lattimore, right? Moving on from him. But they're old. They're beat up. They're not particularly good. And another veteran sort of bridge, to me, would not be the answer. But we'll talk about that a little bit more. Let's jump into some NFL draft discussions right now. We jump to the old hotline with our guy, Nick Baumgartner of The Athletic. Nick, good afternoon, man. Thanks for the time.
Absolutely. You.
Appreciate you joining us. So let's jump into this here. In terms of your board, in terms of what you're hearing, in terms of who might go where, give me somebody that's going to go higher than everybody thinks.
Ooh, that's a good one. I vote Colston Loveland, the tight end from Michigan. I think that a lot of the focus there has been on, and rightly so, on Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end, who's terrific. They're both really, really good players. But I think that the only one that you consistently see towards the top 10 there for a lot of people has been Warren. But I really think that Loveland's going to go pretty close to that. And I think there's actually going to be some teams that might end up having him a little bit higher. This is a really, really good tight end class. Same thing for the running backs, right? It's kind of the anti-positional value group, but at the same time, those two tight ends at the top of the board are really, really good players. So I think are going to be, consensus first-round picks or first-round grades anyway across the league.
You mentioned running back. How many do you think go in the top, the first round? And then where does Ashton Genty end up? Where does Hampton end up? And maybe does Trevion Henderson work his way into the first round?
Yeah, I think both Ginty and Hampton are first-round picks. I would be surprised if both aren't in the first round and somewhere. Obviously, I think Ginty's a top 10 pick. I think that's kind of the thought around the league right now is that he's not going to make it out of the top 10, maybe not past 12, I guess. Dallas might be the hardest one for him to slip by. Hampton is, the guy that doesn't get as much talk, obviously, because so much of the focus has rightly so been on Ginty, but he has just about produced similar numbers over the last 2 years. He actually outperformed him 2 years ago. Really good after contact, terrific receiver too out of the backfield, same as Ginty. Big play guy, forced a lot of missed tackles. Young as well, so there's a lot of time left there for him to keep getting better. And then for the question of if anybody else slips in there, that's a really good one. I don't know. I think that's possible. I think that you've got guys, not just Travion, you've got guys like Caleb Johnson from Iowa. I think a lot of people are really high on him. Quinshon Judkins, the other kid from Ohio State as well, really good player. And then Dylan Sampson, they're the kid from Tennessee. I think those guys right there, Ginty, Hampton, Judkins, Johnson, Henderson, and Sampson are all guys that by the end of the second round could all be gone. And, that's how good this running back class is. I think that if you look at the whole board, you could have close to like 30 guys go in the whole draft, which is pretty crazy for the running back position based on years past. So really, really good year to need a running back. And, a lot of teams are getting back to that, of course, as we know too. So we'll see how that all shakes out.
Talking with Nick Baumgartner here on Grant and Danny. Toby Altizer in for Grant today. Speaking of running back, staying with that, Washington, I think Danny and I both want them to take a running back or at least another weapon. What's Washington's best bet there? Is it to take one with pick number 29 or their second round pick? Or is there someone that they could find a little bit later that you think is better bang for their buck?
Yeah, I think you got to play the board a little bit with the running backs. I mean, especially if you're, a quality team like Washington who's not got a great pick right now at the top of the board and all that sort of stuff. So, I mean, I think that with so many good ones, and you've already got a really good quarterback there, you can address receiver and get better there as well. I think that, the idea of finding somebody like Dylan Sampson, the kid from Tennessee, would be really, really fun next to, there in Washington next to Daniels. But I think that at the same time, when you go down the board and you see guys like R.J. Harvey, the kid from UCF, who's, kind of a similar player, Bashal Tutin from Virginia Tech was a low 4.3 guy at the combine, and it kind of depends on what you want to. You could get, double your bang for your buck. You get a fast guy or a big guy. Cam Scadaboo, the kid from Arizona State, is much higher on a lot of people's boards too after a terrific playoff run and a great season there. So I kind of think that playing the board is the best move at the running back spot just because there's so many of them. But the problem with that is you don't know when the run's going to start. You don't want to get caught, sort of out of it. So as long as you're comfortable, within your top 50, I think that would be a good spot for Washington to maybe upgrade there.
Nick, I want to jump to quarterbacks here in a second, but there's a player I'm fascinated with. Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M, the edge.
Yeah.
So I remember a couple of Texas A&M games, just seeing him run somebody down where you go, God, that guy can move around,
right.
Just sort of, it struck with me there. Then at the combine, your jaw drops, right? Like an unbelievable athletic specimen. Then I went to his sports reference page, and he has 1.5 more sacks than I do this past year.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know what to do with my hands, Nick. Like I'm all twisted and tied. It's like the potential is obvious. Where was my small modicum of production? Your view on him?
Yeah, it's tricky with him. I mean, there is some rawness to his game, and that's part of the reason why the production was down. I think he's going to need a little time to sort of grow into. He reminds me a lot of where Trayvon Walker was when he came out that year, went number 1 with the Jags. And Trayvon is now playing well. It took him a little while to get there, but he's now playing much better than I think people were, wondering where he was going to go. So I think Stewart could be one of those guys that takes a minute to sort of adjust, and then in year 2 and 3 maybe blows up. But I would also argue that it could happen this year. I mean, he's also a guy that played in a really deep group there at A&M. They rotated a ton. So some of those stats are a little bit lower than they would have been if he'd played somewhere else where they didn't have as many, guys that are, top end. I mean, Nick Scourton's another top 50 player who was there in the rotation as well, and his stats are kind of also down. But yeah, when you say, I mean, you mentioned Stewart. I mean, 6'6" or 6'5", 270. He was a 4.59, I think it was at the combine, 40-inch vert. I mean, just off the charts athleticism, terrific length as well. So I've wondered about him anywhere from top 10 down into the teens, and if he starts to slide anywhere, I kind of wonder also if some of the teams at the back end of the draft might not say, hey, look, we could. We're a playoff team, and we could use this guy. We can make it work with him. We'll go up and get him. So I think he's going to be a guy that's coveted by a lot of teams. It just depends on how far you can look ahead of that, production. You're not going to bank on him being maybe dominant in year one, but if you don't need him to be, maybe that's a really, really good pick.
Wide receiver for you, who's your top guy, and how many of these guys end up going in that first round? Because it seemed like Ted McMillan was the top guy outside of Travis Hunter being that hybrid guy, but seems like he's sliding down a little bit. How do you rank your receivers?
Yeah, I still think McMillan's number one there after Hunter. And whether or not he ends up in the top 10, I suppose remains to be seen. But I still think McMillan's the best receiver in this group. It's not the best receiver group that we've seen. It's not bad, but we've seen so many really good ones in recent years, and we're going to see more as well. As college football right now, the best receivers in college football are all freshmen and sophomores. So it's going to be much better in time. But I do think McMillan is a really unique player, 6'4", 220. The 40 was, I didn't think it was that big a deal, for a guy that's that big. I think that if you watch his tape, he knows how to get open. He can win in the air, and more importantly, he can adjust to bad throws and make plays on the ball that way. So I still think he's at least a top 15 player in this class. And then the other guys, that receiver that might slip in there, beyond, Hunter and McMillan would be Emeka Egbuka and Matthew Golden from Texas. Egbuka from Ohio State, of course. Egbuka is one of my favorite guys in the class. He's not an overwhelming athlete. He's not huge, but he is just a get-it-done, receiver who's always on the money. He reminds me a lot of Amon-Ra St. Brown in Detroit, just a really competitive player who played at a super high level in college and did nothing but, deliver every time they asked him to do something, blocks, can win in the air with contested catches, doesn't drop passes, is always, on time and open. So I think he's terrific. Matthew Golden's speed is next level. He's a 4.29 guy. And then the other one that I like a lot there that doesn't get a lot of run is Jalen Noel, the smaller of the two Iowa State receivers. He is really, really explosive, really, really fast, and, really, really fun with the ball. The other problem there, too, with he and Jaden Higgins at Iowa State, they didn't get a ton of reps throughout their whole career. They run the ball a lot there, so that could hesitate, some folks there, but I do think those two guys are terrific players as well.
Nick Baumgartner with us from The Athletic, breaking down the NFL draft. All right, the obligatory Shador Sanders question. I could see a scenario where he goes 2, 3, 9, 21, somewhere in between because someone trades or nobody's interested. I have no idea. I cannot remember a player with this degree of variance for all the million factors. One, just the eye of the beholder on the player himself, where some folks love him, some folks don't. I happen to like him, but that's whatever. Then there's the pall of dad kind of hanging over everything. Yeah. I don't know how to view this one. Again, this is another guy I'm fascinated by. Where do you think he ends up, and what's a good fit?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and you're 100% right. Like, there are still people, in the league right now that kind of think he's going to go top 3 maybe to the Giants or who knows, even Cleveland. I don't think it's been ruled out in either scenario. But when you really look at it and peel it back, I think you said it best. I like Shador a lot. I don't love him. I think that there's a difference there. If you're, last year I loved Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, and Drake May, and I liked Bo Nix and J.J. McCarthy. I'm kind of in the same boat with Shador as I would have been with Nix and McCarthy last year. And I don't know if that means, he still goes top 10. What if a team like New Orleans wants to do it? I think that could certainly be something that's on the table, or a team trades up and says, we want to do this as well. But I don't see him as a top 3 player in this draft. For me, my favorite fit with him, and I don't know if he's going to get there, would be Pittsburgh. Because I think that in a year, if you allow him to sort of ease his way in, he did not play great competition in college. There's still a long way to go with his feet, and everything else in the pocket. I mean, he takes way too much time with the ball, all that stuff that's been pretty well documented. But, he is a talented player. He's very calm, quick learner, adjusts well on the fly, all that good stuff. I think if you can put him behind a veteran for a year and on a team that isn't bad, and you're not asking him to just be the savior of your franchise, I think it will do so much. It will do wonders. Just like what happened with Bo Nix last year in Denver. He goes to a place, they put a lot on him, but he's got players around him. It's not a horrible football team. He does his part, they rally around him, and it's fine. I think that Shador could have a similar impact for a team like that, but I worry about him going to a team like the Giants or the Browns, when they're going to dump a lot on him, and if he's not ready, it's going to go bad really quickly, and you can ruin a kid. As confident as Shador is, the NFL could break just about anybody. So that's my big concern with him is I don't know if he's ready to be, the unquestioned face of a new franchise when they're rebuilding from the ground up. I like him a lot better as a possible starter on a decent team a little bit down the board if that's possible, but we'll see how it goes. I think a lot is overblown though about the attitude. I do think people have taken that to too much. And I think Shador hasn't helped himself in some of that. I think he's been a little overconfident at times. But I think that if you talk to people that were around him as a player, he's a very serious football player, competitive. Nobody, disliked him on the team that, has come out and said anything anyway. So I think a lot of that's overblown, and I think he'll be fine as long as he goes to the right place.
Jackson Dart, what do you think are the chances that he ends up going in the first round? And then if that's the case, do you think that the range is somewhere around that 29 pick that someone will be willing to trade back in with Washington so they could trade down and get more picks?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that that's very possible. We just talked about Shador possibly falling too. I mean, who knows with that? But I think that Dart, Tyler Shuck, Jalen Milroe right there at the top of the second round are all guys that I could definitely see. Like if you are Cleveland or New York and you don't take a quarterback, like if Cleveland goes Travis Hunter and the Giants go with Abdul Carter or whatever it is, they're going to be there at the bottom of the second or the top of the second round, still needing a quarterback. And I could absolutely see one or both of them wanting to move up, to the bottom of the first round or to jump each other, whatever it is, to make sure they get their guy, be it any of those three. And I think that, Dart and Shuck are the two guys that are probably most ready to go in terms of, going to be able to compete for time right out of the chute. Whereas Milroe might be the better long-term investment. You know what I mean? So a lot of these teams have smartly, found veteran bridge quarterbacks for this draft class. The teams are going to take quarterbacks because you're going to have to have a little bit of a buffer here. Like we said, I mean, there are no Jaden Daniels prospects or Caleb Williams prospects who are going to come in here and just be your guy from the minute this thing starts. I think that's going to be really hard even for Cam Ward to do, quite frankly, on a team like that. So you got to take that into consideration. But if you can get one of these guys, at a value down at the bottom of the first round, I think there's going to be a few teams that want to give that a shot.
Nick, great conversation, man. Appreciate the insight. Have an awesome weekend.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, you too.
There he goes. That is Nick Baumgartner. Applies his trade in The Athletic. A quarterback, we got an injured one in Derek Carr. And by the way, I feel bad. I'm laughing. I'm nervously laughing when something bad happens. I don't mean to do that. I don't mean to belittle his injury. That New Orleans Derek Carr contract. Oh, no. It's a doozy. I'll tell you about that and the dead cap hit. Here's a hint. There are several commas in it.
Oof.
And a quarterback is holding out. We'll tell you all about that in 5 minutes.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, taking a look at round 2 of the Masters. Our golf coverage is presented by Golfdom. Golfdom is fully stocked with all the latest equipment, apparel, shoes, and accessories. Visit Golfdom in Tysons, Annapolis, or Rockville. Golfdom by Worldwide Golf. Get there. Justin Rose still atop the leaderboard at 8 under par. He's finished with his second round shooting a 1 under 71 today. Bryson DeChambeau one back at 7 under par. He shot a 69-68 the first 2 days. Rory McIlroy shot a 6 under 66 today to get to 6 under in the tournament after shooting even par yesterday. Corey Connors through 16 holes is at 6 under par, 2 under for his round today. Matt McCarty, Shane Lowry, Jason Day, Tyrrell Hatton, and Scotty Scheffler all at 5 under par. Baseball, the Nats taking on the Marlins tonight in Miami. 7:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Mitchell Parker taking on Cal Quantrill. NBA, Wizards wrapping up their regular season with 2 final games. One tonight in Chicago at 8 o'clock. You knew that over on the Team 980. And then on Sunday, taking on the Heat in Miami. In the NFL, the Commanders are signing quarterback Josh Johnson to a 1-year deal, and the Saints dealing with an injury with Derek Carr to his shoulder that could put his 2025 season in jeopardy. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Toby, 100 points, control the board, name the band.
Aha.
That is correct. That is correct. Cool music video, but weird, dude. It didn't make any sense.
I just know this from the 7th inning stretch.
Of course you do. Michael Morse. So the video, there's like a guy, he's in a comic book, and it comes to life, and the girl goes in the comic book, and there are these guys with goggles and wrenches that are trying to beat him up. The video makes no sense at all. It was revolutionary because
I feel like that was a big thing back in your day, right? Music videos.
Oh my God!
I don't know that anyone. Darius, am I wrong in this? I don't feel like people care about music videos anymore.
Not at all, right? I don't know when it died, but it's dead.
Yeah, I remember like back in the days of TRL and shows of that sort.
Mm-hmm.
You cared about a music video for a new song that came out.
The biggest deal.
It doesn't. Music videos don't matter anymore.
I'm going to give you an idea. Michael Jackson would premiere a new video. And it wasn't like, oh, MTV's got the new video. It was in prime time on network television.
Oh, wow.
Like 8:30 on a Sunday night in between whatever stupid sitcom they were running and In Living Color, which started at 9. Like they'd run Michael Jackson videos.
That's incredible.
Like world premiere on NBC. Like after the Cosby Show, it was like, do you remember the time? You know, like it's a full thing with every star in the world. Like it was the biggest deal ever.
There used to even be channels, sub MTV channels that would just run music videos all day on loop.
Well, wait till you hear this, Darius. That's what MTV used to do.
Well, yeah, I do remember that.
So like before it was like 7 people just being real. Before the bull crap, they actually played music videos. And every once in a while, Kurt Loder or Kennedy would come on and be like, I'm Kurt Loder with MTV News. Rocker, blah, 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 blah. Had an overdose, blah, blah, blah. Not to be flippant about it, but like that's the news. Then they go back to music videos. They played music videos, and that was the network.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Could you imagine like one of those nowadays, just Channel 4, Channel 5, 7, whatever it is, just cuts away for 30 minutes for music videos?
It's a music video. And it was that big of a deal.
Here's what's new with Sabrina Carpenter.
Right.
Do you even know who Sabrina Carpenter is?
She's a person.
Okay. Can you tell me one song she sings?
The Sabrina song.
Okay.
It's the self-titled album from Sabrina Carpenter's debut album, Sabrina.
Okay.
Where it's the title of the song is Sabrina.
Oh, okay. I feel like you would like one of her songs, Espresso. I think you like Espresso.
I
right?
love Espresso.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
She has a song about espresso. Like a double shot, like a cortado.
I don't know that she's implying that she's talking about coffee.
Wait, is it a metaphor for adult content? Look
perhaps.
At Toby filled with smut over there.
Is that hat backwards?
Watching golf and talking smut.
I just know what's going on. She's in Fortnite. I see Darius is playing Fortnite now, so he probably knows who Sabrina Carpenter is.
I did eliminate. I won't say any other word. I eliminated Sabrina Carpenter's skin last night.
Oh,
Fortnite.
That must have been fun. Yeah. That was satisfying.
It actually was. It actually was
like you just took her out. What's the name of the there's a she's in very good shape.
Sure, yeah.
Very good shape, this person.
Great at performing.
And she's a singer.
Yes.
She was on SNL recently. Her name starts with a T. She's very dancey. Does dancing.
Oh, Tate McRae.
That's the one.
I was a big fan of Tate McRae.
I don't know anything. Tate McRae.
I'm
just saying Tate McRae, I'm turning it over to you.
What is her song? I can't think of her song.
The Tate McRae song.
I don't listen to much of her music, admittedly. I don't listen to much of her music.
She seems very talented.
Very talented.
In terms of
a very, very talented artist.
Very talented.
But now music videos are they're on YouTube now.
It's just YouTube. That's it. And you still earn from that, but it's not the same. The music video used to be the biggest deal of all time. In fact, I was at a gathering the other night. I'm trying to remember where I was. Oh, my friend, our friend's house. And there's a bunch of people around my age, a little older, a little bit younger, right? We're all kind of in the same range. And I was like, what top, just conversation starters, my bit. I did 5 favorite foods with them. We did a couple other things. And I was like, top 3 music videos of all time. And 4 of the 6 people were sort of like, I can't think of any music videos. And I'm like, oh, I thought this was an age thing where young people just don't see them. But I'm like, I have 39 off the top of my head.
Sure.
And I'm like, listen, to this one person, my friend Katie, I'm like, you and I are the exact same age. You weren't home in the summer of 1994 doing Janet Jackson's If going, dun, 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 dun. You don't remember that one? You don't remember Blind Melon, No Rain, sitting in the field, hoping for rain, and there's no rain, and the little girl dancing in the Bumblebee outfit? You got nothing? Nothing? And everyone looked at me like I was a space alien, like you're looking at me now.
Yeah, I briefly watched some music videos growing up, but very, very few. And by the way, they were all on YouTube.
How did we get started on this?
No idea.
Oh, the music video for Aha's Take On Me.
Take On Me.
It's butt weird to bring it back to that. The villains are these motorcycle guys with weird, those like old school motorcycle leather parts, not a hat, but it's like it goes down and goes over your ears.
A little cap
like a
thing.
flat, like a cap. Yeah. And the goggles, they're not wearing the goggles are up on their head. And they're like walking around like holding the wrench, and they're gonna smack the lead guy with it. And this girl's like, oh no, I'm so concerned about it. And she jumps into the world, and then he does this thing where he hits the wall a few times with his body and goes out of the cartoon, and then they might make out at the end. That's the video. I don't know why that has anything to do with Taking On Me or Take On Me or Aha or whatever, or the
Who knows?
And they're like, here's our vision for the video. This guy goes into a cartoon and he gets beat up by motorcycle guys with wrenches. But that's the video, dude. And it was cool. That's all.
Weird stuff.
Very weird. All right. I've teased a couple things. Sorry about that digression. A couple things I want to share with you guys. Number one, we're doing a Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag today.
Oh.
Now, there's no Grant. Toby's going to do it.
Grant and Danny's Toby's mailbag.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry about that innovation in everyone's face. Sorry about that game-changing comment from Toby. Did you just kind of change the whole world just now? We should pitch that to Grant. Grant and Danny's Toby's mailbag? Dude.
If we really want to go off the rails, it can be Toki's mailbag.
No, we're not there. That's too much. And you know it's too much, and I appreciate it. We're doing that at 6. So get your questions in. At Toby_Altizer. The YouTube chat, get your questions in. At Funny Danny, get your questions in. You'll be able to call us at 6. So I teased a couple of things. I'm going to pay those off. Number one, listen to this. You know that new sound you were looking for? Well, listen to this. Via Warren Sharp. The Saints get now. Derek Carr's got an injured shoulder. He might not be able to throw. Might not be able to play. The Saints gave Derek Carr 100. Sorry, I threw up my mouth a little bit. On purpose, not at gunpoint.
Yeah, not an accident.
Not being held hostage.
Yeah.
Not negotiating for the safety of loved ones. The Saints gave Derek Carr $150 million 2 years ago.
Mm.
In 2026, he has a ridiculous $69 million cap hit.
Nice.
Thank you. But here's where it gets good. You ready for this? But he also has a $60 million dead cap number.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Frank. And now his shoulder could be screwed to a point he'll never be okay. A look inside the Saints disaster, and then it's a link from Warren Sharp.
Oh, no.
So here's the thing. You're kind of stuck with old Derek.
Yes.
Can you imagine that last year I guess they were still in Oakland at that point, right? Or had they moved to Vegas? I guess they moved to Vegas by that point, right? They're in Vegas, right? So Devontae Adams has like 1,500 yards and 15 touchdowns, and Derek Carr finishes with like 2,800 yards and 25 touchdowns. 80% of his production goes to Devontae Adams. And he gets benched for Aiden Mustache or Gardner Mustache. I don't know who he got benched for. I don't even care. Nubs, Jag, replacement level Randy. Can you imagine being New Orleans and going, we were quarterbacked by one of the greats of all time in Drew Brees. It's time to pass the baton. We're going to pass the torch between Drew Brees. We're going Derek Carr. What's it cost? Double it. And double it again. No. We can't just sign him to a regular deal, guys. Let's sign him to one of the all-time worst deals in sports history, shall we? You want to do that? Ew. Gross. So that's the Saints. So welcome Shador, I suppose, if he gets to 9?
I don't know, man. $150 million, and now you're stuck. $60 million dead cap number.
You just have to wait it out.
Just move on. Like, what do you do?
You just wait it out.
By the way, didn't Drew Brees have a shoulder issue that now he says he can't even throw with his right arm anymore?
I didn't know that. He had a shoulder in his career. That's what got him out of San Diego then.
Isn't that the thing, right, where the right shoulder screwed up, so now he throws with his kids with lefty? So what is it with Saints quarterbacks and having devastating shoulder injuries that they can no longer play? I don't know what it is, but Derek Carr, one thing too, Derek Carr has been someone that's always fought through injuries. So this is obviously something that is really bothering.
That's the thing, yeah.
This sucks for him. It really sucks for the Saints. And I think they're a prime example of, we always talk about this, Grant kind of talks about this all the time, basically, the salary cap isn't real, this and that. The Saints have kind of operated as such for a long time. Kick the can down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've found where that road ends.
Yeah.
Well, they are kind of screwed right now.
So here's the other story I wanted to bring you guys. Can I get a name assist on this guy right here, Tobes?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead.
Nico
Iamaleava.
Nico
Iamaleava.
Nico
Iamaleava.
Nico
Iamaleava.
That's the guy's name. So I've heard Toby say it 4 times. He's going to be Nico, the way I tell the story here? Okay. Nico is a quarterback for the Tennessee Volunteers. Or is he? Here's your timeline from College Football Report. Nico
Iamaleava
signed an agreement with Tennessee's NIL collective that could pay him more than $8 million by the end of his junior year. Nico
Iamaleava
current contract has him being paid for between $2 and $2.5 million. Nico
Iamaleava's
team wanted his deal increased to the $4 million range, around $1 million more than Bryce Underwood and Carson Beck. With the spring portal coming up, Tennessee officials and Nico
Iamaleava,
his camp, have entered active negotiations. Tennessee players and officials were surprised with Nico
Iamaleava
not showing up at spring practice and have only grown more frustrated with the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you your first college football holdout. Congrats, everybody. We did it. We got there.
How crazy is this, by the way? So a couple of days ago, this came out, and I want to read the exact headline because it was on 3. It tweeted this saying, Tennessee and Nico Iamaleava are in active contract negotiations ahead of the 2025 season. Does that not sound like the NFL?
Yeah.
That's a pro headline. Tennessee and Nico Iamaleava are in active contract negotiations ahead of the 2025 season. What about that screams college football? None of that screams college football.
Listen, I know it's over. I got no illusions. But remember, the only thing that I cautioned against, okay? Now, I happen to feel that players shouldn't be paid. I know I'm a dinosaur in that regard. I know everybody else thinks I'm a terrible person. The only argument I ever made about that was to act like they were getting nothing. I thought was ridiculous. Like, if you want to be a doctor, you can't just be a doctor as an undergrad for 4 years, right? You have to go through training. They are getting the best on-the-job training, best facilities, free food, free everything, free tuition, a whole day. It's not like they were getting nothing. If you want to pay the players, that's totally fine. The only thing that I was cautioning against, raising my little tiny hand, this little tiny paw right here, this right hand, going, be careful. If you do this too fast, if you want this big sweeping policy change, you are not ready for the consequences. You're not ready for what it's going to become. And here we are. Everyone's caught with their pantaloons down, covering themselves up, but nobody has an answer. No one knows which way to turn.
This is where the NCAA really screwed up. They spent all of their resources, Danny, fighting this. Not allowing NIL, not allowing this stuff. They spent all their resources fighting it. never spent any resources preparing for the fact that it was going to happen.
Oh, totally.
They spent all of it fighting, and so now it opens up, and they're like, well, what do you mean they can do all this stuff? We could have told you this stuff would happen.
Yeah, there are no bylaws. There are no guardrails. So remember, when NIL was supposed to be was if Toby is a really good tackle on the Virginia Tech Hokie football team, hey, go buy Danny's Auto Parts and pick up a new headlight if you want one. Signed Toby, and here's your $1,000. Here's your whatever, your $5,000 off because you play for Virginia Tech and everybody likes you, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be. What it turned into was just a giant legal slush fund that they're doling out money, and there's no salary cap, there's no guardrails, there's no nothing. So this was inevitable. This ain't going to be the first. I mean, this ain't going to be the last. You're going to hear about more and more and more of this. And it's not just Hunter Dickinson going, yeah, whoever pays me the most, that's where I'm going. Unless they figure something out quick. A collective bargaining agreement. I don't know how you do that, though, with thousands upon thousands of college athletes or even just college football players. I have no idea how they could rein this in. And that was my point all along was if you get this big sweeping change, please be there to clean it up at the end. And nobody is. Everybody moved on, and they're writing their column about the next thing. That's always kind of been my point. All right. Want to call our shot as to where Shador Sanders goes? We want to do that next. Plus, remember, Grant and Danny's Toby's Mailbag at 6 p.m. G&D here on the Fan, entering the pre-final stretch. We'll be on with you till about 6:26, give or take, Darius Dameron production today. Ryan and GP are at Denton Day's wedding. Congrats to our guy D-Day, both on his new gig and his other new gig where he's a husband now. That's very, very cool, man. Congrats buddy. Yeah, we love Denton around these parts, man. Want nothing but good things for him. Great Nannies, Toby's mailbag coming up at 6 p.m. So tweet me your questions at Funny Danny, at Toby_Altizer. Let's get some chat questions in as well. So please hit those up, or please get those in, and we will be able to answer those at 6 o'clock, give or take. You'll also be able to call us here in a handful of minutes. Tobes, I thought we could call our shot.
I like it.
Where does Shador Sanders get drafted? And I said, notice the choice of words here. Not end up, right? I don't know if it's a full Eli Manning situation. I don't know if a team says, we're drafting you, and dad says, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Hold on. Travis Hunter went to. We're not going to talk about that now. Shador now. Little Deion Sanders action for you. Does he get in the way and force a draft day trade or something? That's something to be considered. Where does Shador get drafted?
Okay. Everyone thinks that he's going to slide. I remember, and this is a little bit earlier, but I remember the week of the draft when C.J. Stroud was going to get drafted number 2 overall by the Houston Texans. And we were told he could, make it outside the top 10. He could slide. People aren't, whatever. He got drafted number 2 overall. I'm not buying the Shador sliding hype. It only takes one. There's a team that just quietly sitting there at pick number 3 that seemingly has been connected to Shador, but maybe not as recently because we're talking about him sliding. I think Shador is going to be playing for the New York Giants.
He goes 3.
He's going 3.
And stays there.
He's staying there. They just say, you know what? We need a quarterback. They didn't really make big-time moves. Or I guess
Russell Wilson,
they did go Russell Wilson.
I mean, Jameis is fun for us.
They did go Russell Wilson, but you get Shador, you have him chill. I think they still go Shador Sanders.
So that was my sneaky answer, and you took it. But you went first, so that was the risk I ran by deferring to you, Tobes. So if you're calling number 3 to the New York Football Giants, I think there's some kind of deal here where a couple of teams are going to be interested, and they're going to be told no. I'm maybe I'm overstating this. Maybe I'm overstating what Deion has said publicly in various interviews and the like. But I really do think there's a handful of places that he's going, I'm not letting my kid go there. I think the Raiders are one. Now, I'm not saying the Raiders would take him. They just paid Geno Smith, but maybe you do that for an apprenticeship. And Pete Carroll's 112, and maybe you feel like that's short term, and that's a good year to learn under somebody who's done it. But I think New Orleans is going to be on the no list.
Got to be, right?
I think they're on the no list. And I think maybe they'd want to, and they're not going to be allowed to. So who knows? Maybe they draft him and there's a trade. I think it's 21 to Pittsburgh.
Really?
And I don't think it's a slide in the conventional sense. It's not how Aaron Rodgers slid. It's not how, I don't know, you could pick your quarterback who fell down in the draft a little bit further than people thought. Kenny Pickett or otherwise.
Will Levis.
Will Levis, thank you. That's the one I was trying to think of. I think it's we might want him, but we're not going to be permitted to take him. We're not going to deal with the hassle of taking him or the fight, whatever that's coming from Deion and the camp. I think it's a thing. I think we're underestimating it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's part of it with Shador. I think there's the pros and cons. I think he had a really good college career. Do you think that he gets a little bit of boost from being a Sanders? I think he does. Do you also think that there's a little bit of are we 100% sold on this guy? Maybe not. Let's go in another direction so we don't have to deal with Deion. I think there 100% is. Like, would it surprise you at all, Danny, if he goes the route like I'm saying, he ends up in New York, if Deion Sanders is coaching the Giants after next season, right? Like, no. So if I'm Brian Daboll, I'm like, Joe Shane, I don't know. I don't know that that's the best role. If I'm sitting there in Pittsburgh, though, and I'm Mike Tomlin, and I can say, I'm not going anywhere, and him talking about Mike Tomlin reminding him a little bit of his dad, the way that he coaches, wouldn't be surprising at all. And I think it would make some sense if you're Pittsburgh to maybe go with that, because they've had a good team for how long? I mean, it's been something that it's turned to their Super Bowl that they don't ever have a losing record, which I think they want to get back to winning championship and that no longer be in the Super Bowl. but they got to solve the quarterback position. And Shador is probably your best chance at that if he falls all the way to you in the draft. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprising at all.
800-636-1067 is the telephone number. 800-636-1067. We invented this, so we can call it what we want, quite frankly. Oh, Darius, I didn't even ask you, buddy. I know you've had some allergies. The temperature's gone up and down. Toby, this is inconsiderate of me. Are you okay to sing?
It's been a while. I have to, I've taken some chorus lessons lately, so I think I can ramp it up.
Well, you're being humble about your voice. It's angelic, but I just meant like you've been sick and you've been hoarse a little bit, and you've been right. A little stuffed up.
Yeah. It's that time of year. The temperatures are changing. All that. I think we're good.
You're fine to sing.
I think we're good. Yeah.
I should have asked before I declared we're doing that.
I appreciate the courtesy.
Well, I missed my chance the first time, to be honest with you, and I'm a little embarrassed about that. Grant and Danny's Toby's mailbag, as Tobias is in for GP, and we're just going with it, right? We got a jingle and everything. Darius is going to sing it live. We'll do it live. Ask us anything. 800-636-1067. Whatever thing you're curious about, sports topic, life stuff, food stuff, whatever. You can tweet me at Funny Danny or at Toby_Altizer. You can call us at 800-636-1067. Get in the YouTube chat. Whatever butters the bread, dude. Get it done. Let's go. winding down here on a Friday. Hope you are out and about being safe and sound heading into a weekend. We do this on the radio program from time to time, especially kind of off-season for football. Let our hair down a little bit, which is an expression that I can't stand. Like, is your hair up in a bun right now? What are you even talking about, bro? Anyway, just means we're relaxing a little bit. Keep it fun, keep it light, keep it moving. We had some fun on the program today. Talk some food, talk some sports, talk some foosball, and the whole 9 yards. What I want from you guys at 800-636-1067, this is our version of an Ask Us Anything. Now, we invented the idea for this little, this little session, this topic here, Topes. It's a DC Sports original. Normally, it's Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag, but Toby is sitting in for GP, so we kind of did this. Toby came up with it. It's his idea. It's brilliant, quite frankly. Grant and Danny's Toby's mailbag. Now, we have a song, and our producer, Darius, who's incredible, is doing everything today, sings it live. So, Darius, you good? Did you do your vocals, your exercises, kind of get going?
Yeah, we did all the exercises we needed to do.
What do you do? Can you run people through it?
I don't know. I don't want to give away all the secrets.
You do some of it.
Yeah, I don't want to give away all the secrets. I think that's unprofessional.
Little bit of teaser, a little bit of nothing.
Nah, I'm not going to give
anything. Do it.
No, they'll get it live.
They'll do it live. All right.
Now here's the problem though.
Yes.
I didn't practice adding the Toby part into it. So I don't want to do. I get kind of jittery. I don't want to do that live.
No,
you know?
I wouldn't ask you to do that. You're a maestro.
Right.
Like he's a perfectionist.
He's so used to it. You know, it'd be like asking DC Washington to change up the way that he sings the national anthem. He's so good at
wouldn't do that.
his specific way, the way that he does it, which is fantastic. You don't want to mess with something that's already perfect.
Yeah, like 2 seconds before you go on and be like, hey, duo Canada. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
No. So, okay, I got a Twitter question here to start, Darius. So, if you're ready, go ahead.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag. Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Question comes from Michael via Twitter for both Tobes and myself. Tobes, I'll allow you to go first, or you can pass to me. It's up to you.
Okay.
Who's your least favorite athlete of all time? Who's your least favorite athlete of all time?
Least favorite athlete of all time. Do you have yours ready?
I do.
I'll let you go first then. I got to think for a second.
John Runyon, lineman of Philadelphia Eagles. Dirtiest SOB of all time. I will never, ever, ever forgive that dude with his hairy neck. Okay, had hair on his arms too. In a weird way. Like everyone has hair on their arms, but not like that. It was this weird, patchy thing. He was the dirtiest player I can ever remember. I will never forgive. There was a time where LeVar Arrington was minding his business as the play had been blown dead, and John Runyon took an extra 2 steps and speared him right in the back. I loved LeVar, and I always remember that. There was no penalty somehow because he was an Eagle, and it was against Washington, so they never penalized it. I hate him. I will hate that dude forever. Him, Jay Novacek, a million other dudes that ruined my time in for the Capitals and hockey for so many years. But John Runyon, my number one least favorite athlete of all time.
Mine would be, and this can apply to a couple people, but specifically this guy. He wore 88 for the Cowboys in my lifetime. Des Bryant. Could not stand Des Bryant. He was always overrated, in my opinion. He's a good football player.
Really good player.
I'll give him credit to that. But he was always talked about as he had a 3-year stretch where he went over 1,000 yards. So credit to him for that. Couldn't stand Des Bryant, though. Thought he was overrated. Throw up the get out. Could not stand Des Bryant.
That's a good answer. All right, we're going to go to JB in Waldorf on the telephones, 800-636-1067. JB, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas, on this good rainy Friday, man?
Yeah, it's pretty gross out. So wait 1 second for your question because Darius has to sing his song. So, JB, can you hold on 1 sec?
Yeah, no problem.
All right, go ahead. So Darius is going to do it live. He's standing up now. He's kind of doing that stretch that swimmers do when they're not at the podium, but on the block, the starting block. He's kind of doing that.
Yeah.
He's tickling his throat a little bit, kind of like the kind of deal, like he's gargling.
Yeah, sure.
All right. Now? Okay, he's ready.
Darius, here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's mailbag.
Every time. It's like the same pitch.
So
it's
good.
Unbelievable. JB, what's your question, sir?
All right, man. Look, this got something to kind of do with the last segment y'all was doing, but also it's a question. I think the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to trade up with the Las Vegas Raiders and send T.J. Watt and they'll do a pick swap to get Shador Sanders. And I say that because I think Pete Carroll thinks the West is vulnerable right now. Yeah, the Chiefs made the Super Bowl, but they look like a vulnerable team. And I think if the Raiders get 2 pass rushers like Crosby and Watt, they'll run that division. What do you guys think?
JB, good sports question there. Tobes, go first.
Yeah, I mean, this will be an incredible move if you're the Raiders to get TJ Watt. I don't hate it, actually, in all honesty. Like, I really don't. They still would have Highsmith in Pittsburgh. If you view that you need to go up to get Shador and you want to get your quarterback, I'm never going to fault a team that's aggressive going after a quarterback if they feel like that's what they need. And this team has been stuck in mediocrity for so long that I would actually applaud the Steelers for being aggressive to get their guy, if that's who they deem it to be. I don't know that I see it happening, but I like the idea of being a little aggressive to go get your dude.
So I initially hear that and I go, come on. TJ Watt's a gold jacket guy, and he would go in wearing a Steelers jersey. He's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler throughout, right? Last year of his deal.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that? I thought he had a couple years left. This is the last year of his deal. He'll make $30+ million this year against the cap. Obviously, star, great player, game wrecker. We know the score. That's not as insane as you'd think. Now, I'm with you. I don't think it happens, and that's easy to say, right? Hey, this thing that no one's talking about that's got no basis, I bet you it doesn't happen. Like, be a tough guy for sports radio. But I'm telling you, it's not outrageous.
No.
That's not outrageous.
It's almost a crazy enough thought that it would work, right? It's something that when you look at the details of it, it does make a little bit of sense. Also with the fact, too, that, like, if Pete Carroll is coming in there, he's not young. He's not going to come in there to rebuild.
No.
So if he wants to go for it and he, like he said, actually believes that the West is vulnerable, why not?
I like that. Another question via Twitter. So, Darius, sorry to ask you to do it again. You ready, buddy? You can go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
This one's actually for Toby from Justin.
Oh.
Your dream golf foursome.
Oh, okay.
You're included. So I guess it's three people, or you could hang out and watch it. So I guess if you want to go 4 people, you could caddy for them.
No, I'm playing golf.
You're playing. Okay.
I'm playing golf.
Okay.
Now, here's where it's tough. I could give you the answer of, like, I want to go with my uncle. I want to go with my great uncle. Like, no one cares about that. That's reality. I want to go with some guys from my family.
Sure.
But that's kind of lame. Tiger Woods, I think, has to be in there.
Okay.
I just want to watch greatness go about. And ideally, I want to see prime Tiger Woods. I know it's kind of difficult.
Right now it's the...
But, like, I'd love to see how he goes about his business, just talking through shots. I think Ricky Fowler would be really fun.
So you're choosing golfers.
Yeah, I'm going to go with all golfers because I want to learn how they go about their business. Ricky Fowler.
Right, Danny.
Whoa.
Danny, Toby's... Why would you... What did you...
Ricky Fowler.
Did you hear Danny right there?
I can't believe Danny.
What a douche nozzle that guy is.
I can't stand Danny.
Me. We get it, dude. God, obnoxious, Danny.
I'll go
Yeah,
Tiger.
they do.
Shut up, man. Toby's trying to tell the story.
I'll go Tiger, Ricky Fowler, and then, man, this is tough.
Isn't it?
I think Scotty would be super fun now.
Fun.
He would be.
He's not fun.
I love watching guys that are...
Oh, you just want to watch great golfers.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of someone...
Well, that's your 4 then, if you're in there.
Well, no, so I'm trying to think that there's someone else. I want someone that is... This was Tiger back in his heyday.
Mm-hmm.
He was so good at driving it in the middle of the woods and then finding a way to just hit some ridiculous shot that no one's ever seen. Maybe like a Bubba Watson. I'll say Bubba in there.
There you go.
Bubba just does ridiculous things with a golf ball. So there you go. Tiger, Ricky Fowler, Bubba Watson.
I like that. Matt in Stafford. What's up, buddy?
TJ Watt's deal will get done. That's not in question. So no, he's not
Steelers cold water.
Anybody.
Matt, I was having fun with this dream scenario. All right, you have a mailbag question, right?
Yeah, sorry, I'm the insider. I had to let you know.
You are a Pittsburgh correspondent. Okay,
true.
hold on. So Darius is going to sing again. Darius, this is so many times you've had to sing. Are you okay to do it? He says he's fine. Go ahead, Darius.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Matt, what do you got?
God, it's a beautiful thing.
Every time, right?
So good.
Okay, so I got 2 quick questions. I hope you don't mind, Darius.
Well,
first one. Did Heavy Metal make it to D-Day's wedding?
That's a great question.
Okay.
And the answer is I don't think so. He was still here.
Everyone's wondering.
Yeah, he was here producing in the afternoon, and I think he may have missed it. So that's the answer to that question. You have a second question. So that, of course, means Darius has to sing again. Hold on one sec, Matt.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Stickler for procedure there. Go ahead, Matty.
Just so consistent.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In your opinion, Toby and Danny, what's a more virtuous endeavor? Chasing storms or hunting for Bigfoot?
Thank you, Matt.
I'll answer first. Chasing storms because storms are real. Is that good enough? Like,
yeah,
going after something that you can actually see. You got a crazy boarded up car. I've watched movies about this. Twisters, right?
I've seen Harry and the Hendersons, though, Tobes.
I'm gonna go with chasing storms.
What about the dream? You know what I'm saying? What about the unreachable star? What about believing in something beyond sight?
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
What about something bigger than us?
Okay.
I don't just mean Bigfoot, but I mean, what about the idea that it could be?
Sure. Of course.
Isn't there something noble in that pursuit, even if you never reach it?
But what are you going to do when you get to Bigfoot?
I don't know. I don't have a good plan there. I think it's the same answer for the storm. What are you going to do?
I'm going to sit there. I'm going to experience something that no one else is. I'm going to be in the middle of a tornado.
You're going to get carried away with a tornado and die.
I hope not. That's what I have my special car for.
How special can this car be? If it's like one of these tornadoes, the car's gone. Houses are gone.
I got those the tornado chaser cars.
I see that my thing, and this is I'm talking out of my tuchus here. I don't think they're that special. I don't think they're special enough to stop it from getting blown away. If the wind's like it's your time, it's your time.
I've seen Glenn Powell go after a tornado and be just fine.
What's Glenn Powell? Like his abs beat the thing. That's a good one. Simon in Connecticut. This is on Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag. How are you, Simon?
Good. Listen,
hold on, Simon. Hold on. If you have a question, Darius has to sing first. You cool?
I have a comment that's going to change baseball. When I was a kid, a swing was considered breaking your wrist. There were no first and third base umpires. It was just breaking your wrist, and it was simple to. I would say at least a third of the strikeouts could be cut down if people would go by the old rules. There weren't any rules, actually. That's why they were able to change it. But there's an awful lot of times where the guy goes around, but he doesn't break his wrist. There's too many strikeouts. I think that's the solution.
Thank you, Simon. So there's kind of the spirit of the segment.
Yeah.
And then there's... Anyway, yeah, actually... So I was talking about this the other day in the press box, by the way.
Exactly right.
Where you and me were chopping this up. Not Simon's specific deal. That the check swing has kind of been lost in the sauce. Like, to me... Everybody goes almost every time.
Every single time there's a check swing, Danny goes, he went.
Yes, he did.
He went.
And then sometimes it's like, no. And the other times it's like, yeah, he did. Like, to me, I don't think we're very good at it. Talking about umpires getting this thing right.
Correct.
So we've got some great technology in terms of the balls and strikes and location. It's improved umpiring tenfold. Remember, you go back and look at the 90s, Tom Glavine is throwing pitch outs that Eric Gregg is ringing people up on. They're splitting the other batter's box, and he's punching the raggedy end. He's tearing the phone book up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like stuff that wasn't close. So now we know. That's one that's got to get fixed, in my opinion. So I actually think Simon is onto something. The, cutting down on strikeouts and it's a break your wrist or not. I mean, to me, there are way more swings than get called. Sometimes people are so callous, but like, oh yeah, it wasn't close to the umpire big leagues. It's like, dude, on the slow-mo, you could see it. Now bat speed's so much faster. Guys aren't using those chair legs that they were using back in the day. It's different.
It's such an archaic system that I'm a left-handed batter. I check my swing. Let me check down to the third base ump to see if it went. Oh, come on. Like, he can see perfectly if I went. Yeah, I agree. There needs to be something better.
Josh, Chesapeake, how are you, sir?
Good afternoon, fellas. How are you?
I'm very well. So if you have a question, hold on 1 second. Darius has been...
do.
Yeah, so Darius is going to sing this song. He sings it the same way every time.
So
it really
good.
is amazing. Darius, go ahead, please.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Josh, yeah, good. What's your question, Josh?
So my question is, my wife recently dropped the vacation plans on us. She puts a lot of pride and effort into it. She's always finding stuff for us and the kids to do. Whenever I find out where we're going, the first thing I go on the Google machine is to find out what food is in the area. I was curious to see,
smart, right?
When your wife makes plans, what is the first thing that you would do?
Oh, Josh, that's a very, very good question. So, Tobes, I'll take this one as the
sure,
Mary Jen.
absolutely.
It's similar to what you're talking about, Josh. Like where we're going, I want to know what are my options. So food is included in that, but in general, I want to know what can I do, what can we do. So, for example, we go to the Outer Banks every year, my family and I, right? And it's my thing. It's my favorite place. I love it so much. I love going there. I need to know. I know the Outer Banks very well, but like I need to know on a rainy day, what can I do? Like my kids need to be entertained. What's going to happen? Do I have access to the arcade? Is the go-kart rainproof? Can I go to the aquarium? Can I go to laser tag? Whatever it is, I got to know, right? Foodstuffs, dinner's out. How many do I get? Do we have lunch options? Do we have, what can I walk to? What can I not? I need to know. It's to the point where it actually irritates my poor wife. I can't just go and experience it. I got to know what my options are. And I can't be ambushed. I can't feel like I missed something, right? When we went years ago, I think we actually, it was just before we got engaged, but we went to Paris. Beautiful, amazing trip. It was awesome. I'd been to Paris before. But we went together and I couldn't just be, and it drove her crazy. Like she didn't like traveling with me. She wants to sit at the cafe and look around. And I'm like, okay, this building has great architecture. This cathedral has this. This museum has this. We can go. I knew all the options. And she's like, you're being so annoying. I'm like, but you're missing it. You're just sitting here. And Notre Dame is right there. Can we go to the top and look at the belfry? Like, I want to show you the frescoes. Like she couldn't deal with it. But I need to know what my options are.
Yeah, I'd probably be the same way. If I'm going on a trip somewhere, I'm checking restaurants. I'm checking things that are nearby. I like checking shopping, too, to see if there's any place to go, see if there's something to check out. So, yeah, I would say restaurants, though, are at the top of my list.
All right, Darius, last one, if that's cool. Last one? You have one more in you? You sure you do, buddy? I just feel so bad. You can sit this one out. No, you want to sing it? Okay, go ahead.
Here comes Grant and Danny's Tony's Mailbag.
Jeremy, another one for Toby. By the way, Toby's playing on my Twitter right now, popular right now, from Jeremy. Wants to know, Toby, what is your favorite and least favorite thing to do about your duties? Because you literally do everything here. Host, update, produce, everything under the sun. Your favorite thing and your least favorite thing.
Of the duties, like of which least favorite thing is podcasting. It's my least favorite thing to do. Yep. My favorite thing to do, co-hosting. Notice, not hosting, co-hosting.
Oh, yes.
With someone else. Not that I dislike solo hosting.
Do you not like solo?
I don't mind solo. I'm fine with it. But co-hosting is way better.
Co-hosting is way more fun. I agree with you. Solo is interesting. Like, I will say that on some of those summer days where it's a little bit slower, right? And like, obviously everyone never takes vacation. He should. Like, when he's out or whatever's happening, when there's not much news going on, if there aren't a ton of call interaction things like topics going on, it can feel like the sloggiest slog.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Right? And we're not complaining. I'm just simply saying.
No,
like,
but it's true.
You're like, you go, in my mind, I'll tell you this, I could tell you frankly, you're going in your mind, does this suck? Like, am I awful?
I still have 2 hours left of this too.
Right where you're going is anyone listening to this? Like there are those feelings sometimes when it's slow. With a co-host, there's always something to do.
You can always bounce ideas. Yeah. You can always talk about something. And solo hosting is good. The best is when you are passionate about something. Maybe something just happened. Maybe something's breaking. And when you just want to go long on something, you want to spend 20 minutes just uninterrupted, no one else you're talking to on one specific thing. That's when solo hosting is best. But in general, I think co-hosting is way more fun just because you can bounce ideas. You can work with someone. You can just see. But I mean, also credit to the people we work with here. Even if you're solo hosting, our producers are good on air as well. So credit to them for helping out, even when it's a little bit of a slog at times.
That is true. And there are some times where it's just like, I remember doing this once at night years ago, like post-Nats game. I was on for some reason, like our boss was kind enough to give me like the 11:30 to 1 o'clock slot. He's like, you could just do it after the Nats game, and it went late. It was a rain delay or whatever. So I did it. I remember basically just interviewing the producer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like an hour and a half where it's like, so what do you think about basketball, right? That's a sport where they're playing, you know, they got games every night. Yeah. That football's something, huh? I mean, it was tough.
Riveting radio, by the way.
Oh, it was outstanding. One trucker called and was like, I'm not from here, but I don't know what you're doing, dude. I was like, thanks. Hanging up. Time for the leadoff. Darius, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. I actually drove by there yesterday on my way to the post office to get my son's passport renewed. Drove right by that Window Man location, right there in Fairfax. Couldn't be easier to find. Here's your Nationals lineup. It's updated. Batting first, shortstop seat. Jay, it's about the discipline to be quiet for a long time. Abrams batting second, James Wood. Your DH batting third, doing the catch on Keibert Ruiz. Batting fourth at second base, Luis Garcia Jr. Batting fifth at first base, Josh Bell. Batting sixth in left field, Alex Call. Batting seventh at third base, Paul DeYoung. Batting eighth in right field, Dylan Cruz. Batting center, I'm sure. Batting ninth in center, your guy, our guy, my guy, Jacob Young. So Nathaniel Lowe scratched, feeling under the weather. He will not play tonight. Josh Bell moves in the lineup at first base. Tobes' first game in Miami, a handful of minutes from right now with Mitchell Parker on the bump, who's been splendid to start the year.
Mitchell Parker's been so good. The stuff has been really, really good. Pitch into contact, not striking out tons of guys, but lots of weak contact. Been really, really good his first two starts. See if he can keep it up tonight.
That's going to do it for us here. A long one, but a fun one. Again, congratulations to our guy, Denton Day. That's where GP was. That's where Ryan was this afternoon. Really, really cool, man. Thrilled for him. Both, again, new gig and entering marital bliss. Very, very cool. Well-deserved. Tobes, fun to hang out with you, buddy. Thank you.
Always great, man.
Christian Darrisaw, thank you very much. Always appreciate it. Thanks to you guys as well for listening to the show. Nats Baseball is up next. We'll be back at it on Monday at 2 p.m. Have a great weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.